Chapter 266. From Li Longji's point of view, he could even give Yi Tianyi an official position, let alone an official position. If not for the fact that he did not want to destroy their brotherly relationship, he could have just given Yi Tianyi an official position. Wasn't it just a prime minister? Did Yi Tianyi have the talent to be a prime minister? The three prime ministers all came over to ask about policy, as well as Chang'an and Ministry of Works. As the emperor and eldest brother, they had troubled Yi Tianyi a lot in civil and military matters. Li Longji felt that he was selfish. Yi Tianyi clearly had the talent to be a prime minister, but he did not put him in the political affairs hall. He wanted to maintain this relationship. When he had something to ask, he would come over. When he had nothing to do, he would come over. He did not want a monarch. Third brother, sister-in-law, it doesn't matter whether you are an official or not. With you around, no one can bully me, Zhuangzi. I am already satisfied. Li Yi told the truth. Until now, not a single official had come to cause trouble. Previously, there were 5 students who wanted to take advantage of him, but he had not seen them again. Clearly, it was his eldest brother and third brother who took action. If the Qianyou guards, Gao Lisher, and the others outside Zhuangzi did not have a channel, how could it be possible? This meant that his 2 elder brothers and the 4 elder brothers that he had not met before had put in effort. They did not take the benefits for free. They really did work for him. After spending the money, there were many cases where the other party did not work for him. It was just like handing out flyers. After 1,000 flyers were sent out, if 3 people bought something with the flyers, it would be considered a success. 2 was acceptable, but if 1 did not, it meant that the flyers were not written well, or the person who distributed the flyers did not do his best. As for his eldest brother and third brother, as long as they took out something good, they would definitely take care of it. At the same time, they would not forget their own share. What else could he ask for? Li Longji did not know what Li Yi was thinking. He said embarrassedly, I think it will take a while. It won't do to rise too quickly. The provincial capital will reject it. Third brother, the children in the village study is too boring. They work very hard, but they still want to have a holiday. This is a problem with education. I've come up with a new idea. Li Yi wanted to promote his method of teaching children. He had experienced it himself. He did not like to study, especially when it came to politics and the superiority of the communist class. At that time, the requirements were very strict. They couldn't even make a single mistake. Whatever current affairs he joined later had nothing to do with him. She had been memorizing since junior high school. At that time, it was almost the same as now. She was still growing up and couldn't sleep well. Her head was filled with political and language stuff to memorize. For example, something like, in the spring of the 4th year of the Qing calendar, Tingzijing was banished to Bailing County. The next year, the government will be smooth and the people will be at peace. Hundreds of things will be done. The content of the learning exercise questions required him to memorize them and write them down. He had to say that this person was good and was good at managing the place. Only when he grew up did he realize that he was just bragging. In a year's time, the government and the people will be harmonious, and all kinds of waste will be replaced. That's a prefecture, not a village, and definitely not Zhuangzi. Bailing County is equivalent to a city. You will go there in the spring of the 1st year and become its leader. In the 2nd year, public security and infrastructure construction were completed, and the economy was on the right track. GDP and GNP increased by dozens of times. Are you going there to plant poppies? Refined and exported? Otherwise, how did you do it? Fan Zhongyan, tell me the truth. How many hacks did you use with Tingzijing? Li Yi was very resistant to these things that he had to memorize. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. Why did he have to memorize all kinds of nonsense? Now it was the turn of the children in Zhuangzi. He put himself in their shoes. He still had to memorize what he had to memorize, but it could be more fun. Li Yi was dissatisfied. He felt that he had been fooled. It wasn't fun at all. After dinner, Li Longji and Empress Wang were willing to take a look at the children. These little guys had performed too well yesterday. Li Yi led them over. The 42 students were busy with their own imperial examinations and couldn't be taught for the time being. The 220 students were divided into classes. They were in charge of the education of the children in Zhuangzi, the Zhang family's village, the migrant workers' colony, and the imperial plantation. Today, they had received something new and were playing with the children in the plantation. Yes, playing. When Li Yi and the others went over, 10 children in a small classroom were throwing dice. On the ground, there was a huge game that looked like a Monopoly game that had just been created. The teacher stood at the side and watched. One of the children threw the dice. It showed 5. The person next to him picked up the pot with the word 5 written on it and shook it. A stick fell out. The teacher took it and said, "What is the next sentence in the 1,000-character text?" The person who answers it correctly will be rewarded with 100 coins and can buy land. The child thought for a moment and said, "Golden character text, jade leaves Kangang." Good, advance by 6 squares and you will be rewarded with 100 coins. Take it. You can buy land later and then collect rent. The teacher gave the child a small sign with 100 coins written on it. The second child threw the dice. The number was 1. The pot with the word 1 fell out. It said, "Young people don't learn." What was the next sentence? The child frowned and thought for a while before saying, "What is it?" If the answer is wrong, take a step back. The teacher was impartial. The other children were flipping through the books and memorizing with all their might. It was impossible that they didn't want to learn. If they couldn't answer it now, they couldn't buy land. The others had already bought a lot of land. Brother E. You should be the Prime Minister. Li Longji clasped his fists and bowed. He really bowed. He understood. He didn't like to learn when he was young, but why didn't anyone teach him to play? Playing while taking tests. Children who didn't know how to play were naturally willing to learn in order to get a good place to play. Playing while learning, who would dare to think of that? Li Longji was convinced. Brother E, you are amazing. You spent so much effort to go to the workshop early in the morning just to get this kind of toy. Third brother, don't talk nonsense. The 3 prime ministers are still alive. Li Yi corrected him. He was in a good mood. Sure enough, playing was the mainstream. The game could be upgraded. How much you memorized today, how much you calculated tomorrow, who said the children didn't like it? Do you want to build a city on that piece of land that you bought to collect more taxes? The 6 numbers in the bamboo pot could be written at will. In the future, they would even be given 2 dice. Moreover, the children's results today would be recorded and saved. They could continue tomorrow. In addition, there were musical instruments, calligraphy, painting, and other subjects. The children learned as they played. Perhaps they would even dream of how much land they had occupied tonight. Uncle, what you did for the village children today will be remembered forever. Empress Wang praised. She also discovered that it was too fun. Not to mention the children, even she wanted to participate. Some people had to work hard to learn. However, when it came to Zhuangzi, it was a different story. Brother E, are you willing to offer this method to the imperial court? Li Longji asked. He knew that if it was a big family, they would definitely keep it a secret. I will write a simple framework and take it to see if others can correct it. Li Yi said modestly. What he meant was that if he gave it to them, he wouldn't keep it a secret. If others wanted to learn, they could learn and expand. Uncle, this game is too big. Can't you write it on a smaller piece of paper? Empress Wang asked. Of course. Li Yi agreed. What he was using now was a big sand table. The children had to walk a few steps to reach it. Then he said, I plan to choose a place and build a smaller building. If I expand this a few times, the children can play by themselves. I can even build a house a few feet high. Chapter 267. Li Yi brought Li Longji and Empress Wang to see a few more places where the children worth learning. The children in the village were of different ages and had different understandings of knowledge. The children who progressed quickly played with the children who were about the same age, and the questions were more difficult. Some of the children who had just joined the army at the end of last year had just learned a few additions and subtractions and memorized a few sentences of the three-character classic. Naturally, they were very simple. They counted with their fingers to add up to 10, and they looked very serious. The older children were slightly better at learning because they had the help of counting chips. There were also those who were asked to memorize pinyin, recognize words, write a word, and so on. Those who always answered incorrectly were angry with themselves and squatted down to draw circles. Li Yi and the others always had a smile on their faces. How long will this class last? Li Longji looked at the little guy who was frowning there. He moved his little person to the back and flipped through the book and asked with a smile. The whole morning. Learn by yourself in the afternoon. There will be no new content for the next 2 days. During the holidays, all of you are playing like crazy and have forgotten most of the previous knowledge. Li talked about the children's learning situation. He was not too strict with the children's learning requirements. The only requirement was that they must be serious when learning. There was a period of time every day when the children had to go to the toy room to play and run outside. Yes, it's easy to forget after learning. I was like that when I was young. Empress Wang used herself as an example. After looking around, Empress Wang went to rest when they returned to the courtyard. Li Longji drank tea and asked, Brother Yi, do you know the difference between the lessons taught in the local family school and the official school? Li Yi looked at the teacup, just like me, Zhuangzi. The school is better than the official school. It teaches a variety of things, and at the same time, it guides people to do things. Yes. Li Longji nodded. It's the problem of the teaching materials. There are some in use in the previous dynasty, but there aren't any new textbooks in this dynasty. In addition, the teachers hired by the family school are more knowledgeable, while the local official school has no hope of promotion and is full of people who mess around all day. The family school teaches interests, while the official school teaches Confucianism. The students in the official school are at a disadvantage. They can't win against the people from the family school in scheming. Li Yi analyzed the situation and laid it out. Li Longji held the teacup and took small sips. After drinking a few mouthfuls of tea, his entire body felt refreshed. He put down the teacup and looked at Li Yi. Li Yi came up with his own idea. First, we need to compile new teaching materials and add more strategies. In order to distinguish between the Confucian schools. How do I write a new book? Li Longji was worried. Writing a new book was very difficult. If third brother wants to give His Majesty advice, I can write down the 36 stratagems. Gather the past stories and historical facts, and tell us how to apply the strategy. Li Yi decided to take a simple but interesting book. Oh? Can you name one or two? Li Longji couldn't wait. The first plan is to deceive the heavens and cross the sea. If you are prepared, you will be lazy, but if you see it frequently, you will not be suspicious. Yin is within yang, not opposite of yang. The sun, the moon. Write it based on the story of Emperor Taizong Xueli. In the 17th year of Jingguan, Emperor Taizong personally led an army of 300,000 soldiers. The Sui dynasty attacked Chen, and the Sui dynasty general He Ruobai was ordered to lead the defense of Jiang. Li Yi began to copy. He could copy any story from before. What a good strategy! Li Longji listened to the first stratagem and clapped his hands in praise. There was a story, a plan, and an explanation. He rubbed his hands. What's the second stratagem? The second stratagem is to attack Wei to save Zhao. It's better to divide the enemy than to share the enemy, and it's better to attack Yang than Yin. Controlling the army is like controlling a flood. The sharp one avoids the sharp point, and it's like guiding the flow. Zhao attacked Wei. King Wei ordered Pang Wan to attack Zhao. Sun Bin came up with a plan to attack Xiangling. Li Yi said the second stratagem. He didn't speak quickly, but he analyzed it carefully. After all, it was just copying, so it wasn't difficult. Good, attacking way to save Zhao is a good idea. Li Longji took a big gulp of tea. He turned to look at Li Yi. What's the third stratagem? Let me think about it. It's already noon. Li Yi didn't want to say anymore. He was tired. He wrote it down and handed it to his third brother. Li Longji wanted to continue, but nodded. It was indeed time to eat. The tea was cold, and he took a big gulp. He was satisfied. As expected, coming to Zhuangzi to ask was the right thing to do. Asking the prime ministers was useless. Looking at Brother Yi, he came up with ideas and books. The two of them went out. Empress Wang was already sitting in the private room. They were eating duck for lunch. Pieces of duck meat were placed on the table. It was still duck soup. Then there were cucumber strips, shredded onions, and braised and stir-fried duck innards. Li Yi wasn't very willing to eat. The ducks were fat and oily. The children loved to eat them. They washed their hands and rolled the duck meat and shredded onions into small pancakes. She took small bites, and when she was satisfied, she pursed her lips and smiled. The adults were the same. They ate slowly and carefully. Where did the head, neck, wings, and claws go? Empress Wang looked at the duck rack in the soup and then looked at the duck meat on the table. She discovered that something was missing. It's a snack and a side dish. Zhuangzi, adults also love to eat snacks. It's not just the little ones. Li Yi glanced at Qing Song as he spoke. Qing Song left his seat. A moment later, he brought over a plate. On the plate was something that Empress Wang didn't see. Yes, I also like to eat. Empress Wang reached out and grabbed a duck head. She began to gnaw on it without the help of a palace maid. Li Longji's mouth moved. He wanted to say something, but stopped. He took a sip of the soup. Third brother, you're craving wine. How about you drink with me? Li Yi said. Okay. Li Longji agreed as soon as Li Yi finished speaking. He wanted to drink wine, but he felt that he had to go back to work in the afternoon. He had to endure it. Get the brewed white wine. 3 taels of wine. Li Yi asked Tao Hong to do it. Li Longji nodded. 1 tael and a half each was not much. If they drank wine, it would not match the dishes. If they drank yellow wine, they would not be able to drink the soup after drinking a big bowl. White wine was just right. Empress Wang gnawed on half of the duck head and put it on the plate. She picked up a piece of paper and wiped her hands. Where did Uncle throw the pig, duck, and chicken feathers? She remembered that Zhuangzi ate good food every day. Where did the feathers of the poultry and livestock go? The pig's hair is used to make brushes. The duck's hair is placed separately. The wool is used to make clothes and bedding in winter. The chicken feathers and selected duck feathers are also used to make clothes, but the villagers don't wear them. Li Yi gave the answer. It was not easy to choose the cloth outside to make down jackets with duck feathers. It was easy to leak the feathers. Bad duck and chicken feathers were not suitable to make down jackets, but they could be put in clothes. It was better than wearing lined jackets. So be it. Winter would be over when the hairs were leaking. Are the bad feathers for sale? Li Longji asked. Send them to Grief Field Square for other people to wear. Li Yi wanted to donate something. The donation could not be too good. What if it was intercepted? Li Longji nodded and did not say anything. There was no need to praise him anymore. When the wine was ready, Li Longji took a sip and said, "The local family school will be taking books from the official school this time." The 36 stratagems are so good, Li Longji said and suddenly hesitated. The 36 stratagems were good. He felt that 2 of them were good. There were still 34 left. He would give them to others to learn, For a moment, he was reluctant. Chapter 268. Li Longji felt that such a good book should be kept in his family. He shook his head and ate the braised duck liver, giving up the idea of keeping it. As the emperor, he did not want to spread good things to the world. What was the difference between him and the other families? Spread it so that the gap between the official school and the family school would not be so big. San Lang, what are the 36 stratagems? Empress Wang asked. The first stratagem is to cross the sea by deception. Li Longji had a good memory. He told Empress Wang about it while eating. It's fun. What's the second stratagem? Empress Wang also had the same problem. Brother Yi has not thought of it yet. Li Longji was more straightforward and did not say anything. Li Longji and Empress Wang enjoyed the roast duck. They rested for a while and left. Zhuangzi's method of teaching children to play while learning is good. When we return to the palace, follow it. Empress Wang said to Li Longji in the carriage. She was acting generous at the moment. As long as she could give birth to a son, others were not a threat. Because the crown prince had a good teacher, others could only find a great scholar. What was the use of a great scholar? When she looked at those who taught children in the palace, she felt that they were scum. Very good. Li Longji had the same plan and took it out when they returned. He wanted to show those teachers who talked reason to children all day to study hard. The 36 stratagems were written by Brother Yi specifically to break the family school. When it is finished, it will be printed into a book and sent to all the official schools. Li Longji was satisfied with this trip. Not only did he get a way to deal with the family school, but he also learned how to teach children. It's not easy to do it in the distant prefectures. First, try it in the elementary schools in Chang and to target children. The older students of the Imperial College naturally do not need to be taught. Those people should bear their own responsibilities. Li Longji had to make arrangements. Uncle, the older children in Zhuangzi are sensible, especially the girls. There are also teenagers above 16 years old who do not forget to study when they are working. Empress Wang is very pleased when she talks about the eldest child of the village. His Excellency Zhuangzi still has to go to night school. We'll see in a few years. The farmers are amazing. Li Longji sighed. Indeed, everyone knows how to read and write. Uncle has a lot of skills and usually gives us pictures and explanations. The craftsmen have to be able to understand them. Empress Wang said as she opened her snacks, took out a duck neck, and started chewing on it. Li Longji glanced at it and shook his head gently. He pulled the rope in the car twice, and the car slowed down. He said, the current officials are the children of many former officials. There are too few ordinary families. Aha! Empress Wang replied while chewing her food. When I go back, I'll get them to write books. I don't want all of them to be Confucian books. Li Longji found that the books from before were not enough. Especially when it came to economics. Making money was the most important thing. With money, one could do whatever they wanted. Without money, they couldn't even fight a war. Once they fought, the pensions and provisions would be gone. If we say that the Tang dynasty is rich, there's only that much every year, and it can't increase much. If we say that we don't have money, even if we can't get a seat in earthly paradise, there will still be people who apply for membership cards every day. Li Longji said. He couldn't wait to snatch it. Pyongkong Square. Before the sky turned dark, silk and satin were sent in, and copper coins were transported in boxes. Who had the money? Aha! Empress Wang replied again. After she finished chewing on a duck neck, she wiped her hands and drank a mouthful of warm water. You can't eat too much duck neck. My tongue hurts. Duck feet too. Li Longji said with a smile. The car sped up and returned to the palace. The two separated. Li Longji looked for people. The three prime ministers and the minister of works, Wei Zhigu, came over. Seeing Wei Zhigu, Yao Chong felt awkward, but he still nodded. Yesterday, Yao Qing sent over the memorials regarding official and clan schools. I believe you all know about them. What can you do? Li Longji asked someone to bring him some tea and went straight to the point. The four of them looked at each other. Wei Zhigu expressed that he didn't know. He was in the Ministry of Works. How could they send things to him? Official schools are inferior to clan schools. The imperial examinations are inferior to clan schools. Zhang Shua explained to Wei Zhigu. There are also good imperial students. Wei Zhigu said. That's because the people from clan schools saw that there weren't enough recommendations, so they participated in the selection of official schools. Lu Huaishan said. Oh. Wei Zhigu thought about it and expressed that he understood. The four of them looked at each other again. Yao Chong spoke first. Your Majesty, did you just come back from Zhuangzi? Zhuangzi was specifically referring to that place. I went to ask about how to teach children. The people in Zhuangzi are very resourceful. They can learn while playing. I'll tell you later. If there are children in the family who don't want to learn, they can try. Li Longji admitted that he had gone, but only said something else. Yao Chong looked at Li Longji and spoke with his eyes. Your Majesty, don't lie to me. When you went over, did you ask about the competition between clan schools and official schools? Li Longji looked back calmly. I'm asking if you have any ideas. Yao Chong, I understand. You've already asked, right? Then why do you have to make things difficult for us? Your Majesty, this official thinks that we should vigorously promote officials who are good at teaching official schools. Yao Chong said that there was already a method, but he wanted to strengthen it. Zhang Shua said, this official thinks that we should send inspectors to various places. Those who don't meet the requirements should be punished severely. He also said something that already existed. It was pure nonsense. Tribute students are not allowed to occupy the student quota. Lu Huaishan might as well not have said anything. Wei Zhigu took a deep breath and said, this official thinks that we should relax the quota. Finished speaking, he lowered his head and looked at his shoes very seriously. Li Longji's gaze was still calm. He looked at whoever spoke. When the four people finished speaking, Li Longji slowly nodded. It's already good that you can think of this. The four people knew that it wasn't a compliment. His Majesty seemed to be saying, I know you're only capable of this, but I didn't expect you to come up with a good idea. Your Majesty, does the imperial physician have another idea? Yao Chong asked with a glimmer of hope. He hoped that Li Yi also couldn't come up with a good idea. Add more textbooks. Add some useful textbooks to teach to the students of the official schools. This will shorten the gap between the official schools and the family schools. Li Longji said lightly. The four people looked at each other for the third time and nodded. Your Majesty, the imperial physician's idea is not bad, but who will write the books? Yao Chong asked the key question. I will write the books. Li Longji said. Your Majesty, do you have time? Zhang Shua asked. Who else can I count on? None of the civil and military officials can do it. Naturally, I will do it. Li Longji's words were still as light as a feather. This official is guilty. Yao Chong hurriedly admitted his mistake. This official is guilty. The other three people followed. Then let's discuss what book to write, how to write it, and who will write it. In a few days, I have a book here. 36 stratagems. I'll tell you the first stratagem, to cross the sea by deception. Li Longji began to speak. He reorganized his words and did his best to make the story more lively. Yao Chong and the other three were stupefied and dumbstruck. After the first stratagem, Zhang Shua hurriedly said, the second stratagem. Think of a new book. Li Longji didn't give a second stratagem. There were only 2 stratagems in total. He had to hold back. Chapter 269. The 3 prime ministers and 1 minister walked out of the hall. Wei Zhigu cupped his fists and quickly left to return to his Ministry of Works. Yao Chong and the other two were left behind. He glanced left and right, speechless. Grand Physician Li Yi, this person is not bad. Lu Huaishan spoke first. Zhang Shua gave him a look of disdain. Of course you think he's not bad. Your house is being renovated, and your rented house is just across the street. If you have the ability, you can impeach him. I, Zhang Shua, admit that you have strength of character. Lu Huaishan pretended not to notice. In any case, his house had 6 floors, and it was said that it could be built on top. Yao Chong also looked at him with disdain. Huaishan, since we agreed that you would invest 10% of the cotton candy and get 5% of the profits, you should check the accounts. Recently, people have been lining up to buy cotton candy. UNG, did I offend you? Lu Huaishan questioned. Just kidding. Huh. Yao Chong laughed. He continued, Li Yi is really amazing. He rarely comes out, but every time he does, he causes trouble. How can he understand so many things in Zhuangzi? 17 years old. After Yao Chong finished speaking, he bent his back and walked away with his head lowered. Zhang Shua looked at Yao Chong with a trace of pity. Although the two used to fight to the death, they now felt that they were facing a common enemy. UNG, don't be discouraged. Li Yi is lacking in some areas and is soft-hearted. For example, towards the poor. Zhang Shua tried to comfort him. We're not poor people. Why don't you try offending him? Make him soft-hearted for once. Yao Chong did not accept this kind of consolation. Sigh. Lu Huaishan sighed. A single youth had forced the 2 prime ministers to unite. Yao Chong glanced at Lu Huaishan. Li Yi's greatest strength is not in creating new farming tools. No matter how good he is, it's fine to just reward him. It's also not in the pursuit of wealth. He gives a lot of benefits to the farmers and they support him. It's also a reward. The most frightening thing about him is that when we face political questions, you and I have both brought up difficult things that we find difficult to solve. In front of him, he easily came up with a good solution. When the latrine freezes in winter, he directly solved it. Lu Huaishan and Zhang Shua nodded. Yes, you're right, but what can we do? His Majesty asked us about the family school and the official school today. Why didn't we think of writing some useful books for the students to learn? What was even more impressive about Li Yi was that after coming up with the idea, he directly gave him a book. Did you prepare everything in advance? Otherwise, how could it be possible? The 3 of them returned to the political affairs hall gloomily and began to write letters to their friends and family. She had to write down the methods that His Majesty had told her about to increase her children's interest in learning. Lu Huaishan didn't mention the issue of the family school and the official school. It would be revealed soon, so it didn't matter whether he mentioned it or not. Conflict was inevitable. The local races didn't have much of a chance of winning because Li Yi was here. In the end, after a few years, the young disciples competed fairly with the poor. The advantage of the clans was that they were powerful. Many people with official positions were from the clans and could receive a certain amount of care. The disadvantage was that His Majesty would definitely favor the poor over the aristocratic families. The 2 sides would continue to fight. After learning from the cadaver and preparing to eat dinner, Li Yi welcomed Gao Lishir, who had come to get crabs. Li Dongzhu, someone in the palace wants to eat crabs. Do you have more here? Gao Lishir was still so direct. Yes, I heard from sister-in-law that the Empress is pregnant. She can't eat it. Li Yi didn't refuse, but emphasized. That's right. Gao Lishir's smile froze. He secretly gave the Empress a thumbs up. She had given Li Yi a reassuring pill first. Otherwise, looking at Li Yi's appearance, he would continue to think of ways to assist. It was a waste of manpower and resources. Yes. Li Yi was certain. He turned around and asked someone to prepare a gift for Gao Lishir. Every time Gao Lishir came, Li Yi would give him something. Now there were always people who came to pour alcohol. 1 CUN per time could last for more than 10 days. Some came once every 2 or 3 days. They treated the lighter as a toy and showed it around. The lighter was not sold outside. It was all from the palace and Li Chengqi. Including the people who poured toilet water and glycerin, Zhuangzi could get more than 20 CUN per day on average. Including the reduced soy sauce, fermented bean curd, stinky tofu, and candles, Zhuangzi's average income was 100 CUN per day. There was also the income from bamboo weaving, which provided vegetables for Heavenly World. The income from the greenhouse tourism project in Zhang's village. However, no one came to buy the light bulbs. Obviously, they felt that they were not easy to use and always broke. They passed on the message that they would buy the light bulbs that could last longer. These didn't seem to be a lot. Zhuangzi also had a lot of people to support. However, Li Yi hadn't seriously made money yet. The pottery needed to be sold and the paper made were piled up in warehouses. He had to thank Gao Lisher for the lighters. He took a lot of them every time he came. Some people were reluctant to use them and thought that they could be lit whenever they wanted. In fact, Zhuangzi didn't have the manufacturing technology. After a while, the alcohol would evaporate by itself. Li Dongzhu, give me 2 more jars of stinky tofu. Recently, many people in the palace have asked for it. If we open a jar, it will be gone in less than a day. Gao Lisher wanted stinky tofu alone. People from all the palaces and halls in the palace asked him for stinky tofu to improve their relationship and asked him if he had any orders. The women in the palace were addicted to stinky tofu. They also found that eating stinky tofu and fermented bean curd could sometimes make their stomachs feel better. If there is too much stinky tofu, it won't taste as good in the palace. Li Yi was worried about the palace. It's such a big imperial city. A little taste is nothing to worry about. Gao Lisher waved his hand. Not long after, the gift for Gao Lisher was sent over. There were 50 lighters. He asked him to continue giving them away. When more people use them and find out that there is no alcohol, there will be a large income. Then there were 10 jars of fermented bean curd and 10 jars of stinky tofu, plus a small jar of braised food. There were no vegetables. The palace didn't lack vegetables. Li Dongzhu, I have a question. The weather will get hotter and hotter, and I will sweat a lot. I won't have time to bathe. Sometimes the toilet water can cover the smell, but... Gao Lisher didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Pearl powder is too expensive, right? Li Yi asked. Gao Lisher nodded, indeed. The pollen of the pine trees in the north of Hebei province is very good after it dries. Otherwise, there is another kind of powder that people use now. It is talc powder. Too much talc powder is not good for people, especially girls. Li Yi explained. He didn't want to use talc powder. It was spring, and the pine trees were going to bloom, including Fujian and Zhejiang. He could buy it from there, but there were many pine trees in the northeast. He could exchange it with the chitons. Gao Lisher understood, look for the chitons and exchange it for the flowers of the pine trees. Can we use soap? Yes, I will provide the soap. General Gao can exchange it. When I come back, I will make it. We will split it equally. Li Yi suggested. Okay, I will ask someone later. When the time comes, I will get the soap from you. Gao Lisher agreed. Chapter 270. Goodbye, goodbye, General Gao. Remember to arrange it quickly. Don't be late. Li Yi stood on the other side of the Baishui Bridge and waved goodbye to Gao Lisher and his entourage. I'll ask someone tonight. Gao Lisher was also anxious and agreed. Watching the entourage disappear from sight, Li Yi said to the palace maids and eunuchs, remember to remind me tomorrow morning to make a strategy for the northeast. Oh, chiton. Got it, Dongzhu. I heard that chiton people are not easy to talk to. They are very fierce, Tao Hong said. Fierce? They are suppressed by the Tang dynasty and the Turks. Today they come here and tomorrow they come back. How fierce can they be? Influenced by the climate and latitude, there are many good things there. Li Yi didn't care what Khitan people thought. He had a way to make them trade with the Tang dynasty. In addition to his big brother, there was also Gao Lisher's line. Gao Lisher hurried back to the palace and directly reported to Li Longji. Yes, it's spring. Since he is thinking about the things there, you organize people to do it. Li Longji delegated power. Gao Lisher took the order and prepared to find a professional to be in charge. At the same time, he could also inquire about information from Khitan. Spring had indeed come. The night in Chang'an began to turn dark. The ice lanterns were moved away, or they would melt into a pile of water. The candles were placed in the lanterns. Without so much refraction, they didn't seem bright enough. There were still many people going to the east and west markets to spend the night. Those with poor economic conditions naturally didn't sleep and made mud. It was agreed that in February, the Li family's farmstead would no longer accept any more ores. The other kills also received similar news. While there were still more than 10 days left, the people worked overtime. In their view, this was the last chance to make money. At night in the east and west markets, food was sold the most, followed by some dough figurines, clay figurines, and other small objects. There were also new storytellers telling stories at the tea stalls. The stall owners hired them and sometimes they would be rewarded. As for luxury goods, there was no one. They were probably afraid of being robbed when it was dark. Those selling livestock and poultry were also not seen. The smell of barbecue, frying, steaming, and all kinds of food drifted in the air. Li Qingqi took his wife, consort Yuan of Song, to the east market by car. They didn't enter the earthly paradise but went straight to the back. Madame Yuan was very happy. There was more money at home, and there were more daily necessities such as small mirrors and soap. What she got was an entire makeup box. They could eat cucumbers in winter, but they couldn't eat them every meal. Winter melons were out of the question. Ever since her man got to know that mysterious young man, the 5 princely residences had changed. However, his King's Song residence was the best. Whenever there was a new item, he would immediately bring it over. "Are you here to eat today?" Madame Yuan asked. "I don't want to eat. The food outside is not as delicious as the ones in the mansion. If you want to eat, go to the heavenly world and ask them to cook for you," Li Qingqi said as he took out a pen and paper. There was an electric lamp in the car. If it was burned out, he could change it. If it was almost out, he would go to Li Yi to get it. "I need to remember what the people in East City like to buy. Once the oysters are sold out, the next thing we can buy from the seaside is other seafood. Shrimps and dried shrimps are available now. Let's see the price and how many people buy them. For this kind of seafood, the other sea areas in the Coldwater Sea are better, such as the mussels recorded in Area and the clams recorded in Shenong's Materia Medica. The best place is the place now occupied by Khitan, followed by Laizhou and Dengzhou in Hunan province," Li Qingqi said to Madame Yuan. Madame Yuan's eyes were full of stars. Her man was so talented. He was talking about Area and Shenong's Materia Medica. "Are you going to trade?" Madame Yuan knew that Datang was going to organize a team to trade with Khitan. "No, go directly to the sea over there. Khitan doesn't have a decent navy. As long as we don't go ashore, they can't do anything to us." Li Qingqi didn't care about other countries' navies. Not to mention Khitan, other countries' warships were the same size, but the Tang dynasty's navy was stronger. According to his idea, he would transfer some navies to fish and then share the profits with his third brother. The navy would give him benefits. How dare Khitan provoke him just to fish for seafood? "Do you believe that I won't take a big Quantianhu from Brother Yi to attack you?" "Yes, the Quantianhu is more effective in naval battles. I have to talk to Brother Yi." Thinking of the Quantianhu, Li Qingqi felt that he had discovered a big secret. Madame Yuan asked with a smile, "Is the Quantianhu the little thing that flies out with a whoosh after being lit?" "The one we set off is small. Brother Yi has a big one. It can fly very far. When it explodes, it will blow up and make a hole in the ground. Li Chengqi gestured a few times. Can it fly from Zhuangzi to the imperial city? Madame Yuan asked again. Sure. Don't think about it. Li Chengqi was shocked. He lowered his voice, it's too far to fly there. My third brother has asked, but if it's transported into the city and fired around the imperial city, it's estimated that it can blow up a lot of places. It's so dangerous. If it's in Li Yi's hands, won't it? Madame Yuan was worried that Li Yi would rebel. It's best if it's in his hands. He's not that ambitious. Once he finds something powerful, he will tell us. Otherwise, why would the Qianyo guards be sent there? I'm afraid that someone will rob them. If they can't stop them, Brother Yi will have to exchange his life for something again. Li Chengqi, like Li Longji and Empress Wang, thought that if Li Yi went crazy, he would definitely have a lot of combat power. None of the equipment inside should be available in the mortal world. Since it could be exchanged for things that could save people, it could also be exchanged for things that could kill people. However, they couldn't let Li Yi exchange for things just because someone would rob them. What if he died? Oh. Madame Yuan nodded. Suddenly, she thought of something. Does it mean that if Li Yi wants to, he can shoot something from Zhuangzi to the imperial city now? I don't know. Li Chengqi shook his head. He didn't ask, and he didn't want to ask. At this time, the carriage stopped. There was a place that sold seafood next to it. Li Chengqi didn't have any oysters to sell. He froze the remaining ones and ate them slowly. The others also froze some of the oysters in their hands. Now, the price was higher. The bigger shrimps were skewered and fried in oil or roasted over charcoal fire. Clams and mussels were also soaked and fried. Then, they were put on a plate and eaten with sauce or mustard. Some were also fried with scallions. With the addition of scallions, the price was much higher. The closer it was to this stage, the less scallions were left. The carriage moved to the side. They couldn't block other people's business. Li Chengqi looked through the car window. His carriage was also fully protected. Madame Yuan also looked and said, there are a lot of people buying them. They can make money. Now, they are selling according to size. They don't differentiate between cold water and warm water. I have to ask Brother Yi how to differentiate between them. Li Chengqi had a lot of ideas now. He knew that he had to make something different from others to make money. Madame Yuan nodded to show her support. Yes, our family needs a lot of money. Although it's useless, we still have to give some to the people. Otherwise, if we keep so much money and can't spend it all, could it be that we want to? Chapter 271. On the 20th day of the first lunar month, the sky was gloomy. No one knew if it was going to snow or rain. The merchants in Chang'an received the news that starting in February, they would start to collect sanitation management fees. It's said to be paid once a month. It's not much. They only collect money from the shops. They don't collect money from the stalls or the cellars, someone said to the merchant next to him. Is it to sweep the streets? Isn't it always done? Why do they collect money? More merchants gathered to express their confusion. It's different. It used to be a fixed time for the garbage to be delivered. Now it's delivered several times a day. They can throw it away at any time. They even give a trash can. What's the difference? It's hot. The garbage will smell after a long time. I sell cloth. I don't have any garbage. But there's dust outside. They help to sprinkle water after sweeping. How do they pay? They measure the size of the shop. Your shop is twice as big as mine. If I pay 100, you pay 200, 200 is not much. I'm afraid it'll be more than that. The merchants were talking, but the officials in the court were silent. They pretended not to know and no one tried to persuade them. They knew how profitable it was to lift the curfew. The merchants were willing to pay as long as they were allowed to sell at night. Now they said they would pay more people to sweep the streets and sprinkle the water. Every square was a residential area. Some of them would do some small business in the temples or Taoist temples. Others didn't. They felt that if they hired more people in Chang'an, they wouldn't make any money. They would just use the merchants to support others and make the streets cleaner. There was nothing to persuade them. They had eaten a lot of vegetables in the winter, which were given by His Majesty. After the court meeting, Yao Chong went to Li Longji alone. "Your Majesty, how much money can you make by collecting sanitation fees and increasing the number of times you clean Chang'an?" Yao Chong was curious. In his opinion, if Li Yi came up with an idea, it wouldn't be so simple. "I don't want to compete with the people for profit," Li Longji said. Yao Chong. He took a deep breath to show that he believed it. Then he asked, "Then, is the money collected enough to hire people to clean the streets?" "It should be enough," Li Longji said with uncertainty. "Your Majesty, your humble subject serves your Majesty wholeheartedly. Let the people get used to it first, especially the merchants." Li Longji hurriedly explained when he saw that Yao Chong was feeling wronged. And then, Yao Chong had achieved his goal. Then, there are also businessmen who want to enter the city. They also have to pay the sanitation fee. If they pay less at a time, they won't accept empty carts. Li Longji finally mentioned the place where he could make the most money, which was the mobile vehicles. If he were to push a small cart or carry a shoulder pole, he would not be charged. Of course, those who came in by water were also taken in. Based on this calculation, a day's worth of money wasn't a small sum. The key was that the merchants were used to paying some money, so there wouldn't be much of a conflict when taxes were collected in the future. "I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Your Majesty." Yao Chong was convinced. He left Xingqing Hall and looked up at the sky. He felt that it was getting gloomier. I knew Li Yi's idea wouldn't be that simple. Yao Chong shook his head, took a deep breath, and returned to the Political Affairs Hall. "Brother Yi, looking at the sky, is it going to snow?" Li Qingqi came to have lunch with him today. The sky was gloomy, giving people a sense of oppression. There was also a slight breeze, which made people uncomfortable to breathe. The people who were eating did not have much of an appetite. Some of the villagers were sitting at the table in a daze, holding a book used to learn how to read and drink soup. Li Yi was in good health, so he didn't have much of a reaction. However, he sent oxygen bags to the older people in Zhuangzi. If anyone felt uncomfortable, they could take a few breaths to avoid having to be rescued after collapsing. He had an oxygen machine, so he only needed to use a little electricity. The rescue would require medicine, which was a big difference. "Brother, when you leave, take a few bottles of oxygen. I will give you a pressure reducer and oxygen bags. You can see how much oxygen is left in the oxygen bottle. If it's empty, send it back to the bottle and get another one." Li Yi did not answer the question of whether it would snow or not. He didn't know either. However, he knew that the probability of diseases in this weather was high. He couldn't help others, but he estimated that they could find a way to send his brother and the others to the palace. "Okay." Li Qingqi agreed. He thought of his father. He was old, so he could prepare one. He ate a mouthful of food and said, "I went to see the seafood in East City. I want to go to the sea area you mentioned. How can the cold water be separated from the others? The price shouldn't be the same. I can taste it. The seafood in the cold water area grows slowly, and the meat is more compact. At the same time, there is less sand. After you fish it up, don't directly dry it. You should put some salt in the shellfish and put it in a bamboo basket. They will spit out the sand in the clear water. Otherwise, it will be difficult to clean up the sand after they die. It looks like it will take some effort, but the price can be higher. It's good to eat cooked seafood as snacks." Li Yi explained the difference and processing method. He used to buy shrimps to eat. The shrimp lines in the warm water area were not removed, so it was uncomfortable to eat. However, the shrimps in the cold water were almost invisible. Of course, if they were too dry, the meat would still be compact. Li Qingqi repeated it to show that he remembered it. Brother Yi, can you bring back fresh seafood? Li Qingqi knew that the seafood transported from the seaside were all dead. He wanted to try the live ones. Use a big wooden bucket to fill with seawater or the ship's tank. Keep it all the way back. Or just fish it out. Use ice to fill it up. It's 600 miles urgent. Remember, it's best to breathe. Li Yi had never thought of eating fresh seafood. It was not like they were in another place. They could eat all kinds of seafood in Chang'an. There was cold chain logistics. Where could they find live seafood in Chang'an now? Forget it. Use a ship. Li Qingqi felt that a ship could be used. He specially made a big tank and filled it with seawater. Some of the seafood would die when they returned, but there would still be some fresh seafood left. There were many rich people in Chang'an. They could get back all the money by selling some of the seafood. If you use a ship, don't be too dense. At the same time, change the water frequently. In fact, I have medicine here, but it's not worth using it on seafood. Li Yi saw that his brother was tempted. If they could find a ship, they could give it a try. He also wanted to eat live seafood, especially the big sea crabs in autumn. The taste was not as good as river crabs, but there was a lot of meat. Otherwise, who would dare to eat dead crabs? Okay. We will try to ship the first ship back. We will eat them first and sell the rest later. We will still invest according to the dividends and profits. Li Qingqi decided to do business first. Li Yi had never taken the money. He was the one who invested the money. But he kept the accounts, including the money from selling the oysters. A part of it was included in the operating costs. As for the public relations fee, it was given to others for free. After dinner, Li Qingqi took 10 40-liter oxygen tanks and a lot of oxygen bags and left. He went straight to the palace and threw an oxygen tank to Baifu Palace. He had to use water transportation all the way here. Naturally, he would need to use water transportation. He also had to change the boat construction. He needed to tell Li Longji about this. Li Yi continued to write the 36 stratagems. He had finished 2 stratagems and was ready to let the students of Zhuangzi University copy it. Chapter 272. After inhaling this air, I feel like the sky has cleared up. In Baifu Palace, Li Dan was talking to Li Longji, who had rushed over to check on the situation. Li Qingqi was helping noble consort Lu arrange the oxygen bag. Yes, people need this air, Li Longji replied. He had inhaled it once and it was indeed comfortable. But Li Yi didn't let him inhale too much, saying that he was still young and shouldn't rely on it. Third brother, are you still busy in the first month of this year? Li Qingqi saw that Li Longji looked tired, so he filled an oxygen bag for him. Li Longji hesitated for a moment and held it himself. When his nose touched, it was indeed comfortable. He said, "It's all about the transfer of personnel. I don't know if they have made any political achievements, but it's written well." Li Longji felt helpless when he said this. There were always people who used official channels to send some ideas, problems, and solutions to problems to the Political Affairs Hall. This was called the Prime Minister's letter, which was written to the Prime Minister. The low-level ones couldn't be directly sent to the Emperor. Some said that they were in a good place, which meant that they wanted to be transferred. Some asked others to do it. Some said that they had a good idea, but needed money, so they asked for a grant. Others wanted to go to a better place to develop, so they told their superiors some ideas about that place. Send them there, they were better than the local officials there. What made Li Longji feel more comfortable was that Yao Chong didn't deal with the officials in the imperial court in the past few days. If he wanted to deal with the officials who were qualified to go to the imperial court, Li Longji had to give the order. Then, he would arrange for them to be transferred to a place far away from the capital. If their ranks were low, Yao Chong didn't need to go through the emperor to deal with them. So many officials were demoted again and again. Some of them didn't even reach the place before they were transferred, so they changed directions on the way. Tired and angry from the long journey, they died before they reached the place. Others stubbornly lived until they reached the place. Like Yao Chong, when they saw the place, they thought, "Can you adapt to the climate there?" No. So they changed the next year to another place with a different climate. When they reached the place, they were still alive. They were also a small official, and the people said that they were good. He didn't believe that he could change it again. After a few swaps, Yao Chong went down, but the other party was still as strong as ever. Since Yao Chong had gone down, they would naturally have a chance to come up. History was like that. Li Longji was in a good mood since he didn't see Yao Chong moving around during the first lunar month. He took a few more breaths and asked Li Qingqi, "Big brother, what did you ask in Zhuangzi today?" At this moment, Li Dan and noble consort Lu both looked at Li Qingqi. They had a good impression of Zhuangzi. The days they spent in Zhuangzi were much happier than the days they spent in Baifu Palace. As for the seafood, I wanted to go to the sea beside the Khitan Empire to fish. Brother Yi gave me a method to transport seafood. Nowadays, the inspection on land routes to that place was very strict. Most of them were privately traded by merchants, and they were very profitable. Important matters could only be communicated by ship from South Hunan Province, Denglai, and other states. The imperial court strategy was in the northwest because they had spent too much on the navy. If we can catch a large amount of seafood and send them back alive, the money we earn can naturally be used to subsidize the navy. Li Qingqi talked about the serious matter. He wanted to use the money he earned from fishing and trading to subsidize the navy. In the past, he wouldn't care about this kind of thing since it involved the imperial court's administration. At that time, he didn't know much about it. However, after interacting with Li Yi a lot, he learned a lot by chatting with him. Seeing that he could help his third brother solve some problems, he took action. "That young man is good." Noble consort Lu, who was inhaling oxygen, commented. If it was another young man who was praised by her, it would be amazing. Her words would spread out. Then, the local officials would have to pay attention to him. The young man didn't have to work hard himself. Someone would take the initiative to look for him. If it was Li Yi, no one would say anything. Naturally, no one would spread the news. He didn't need the help of the local officials. No one could even take the initiative to contact him. This young man doesn't need your help. In that case, let's give it a try. The navy is still a deterrent to the Khitan Empire. Li Longji agreed. The imperial court didn't need to pay for it. Third brother, I think the 36 stratagems will be finished tomorrow. I'll go take a look in the morning. During the chat, Brother Yi said that he wanted to write down all the stratagems in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms that he told you before. Li Qingqi mentioned another matter. He knew that he had to fight against the imperial court's teachings. Okay, that place is always reassuring. When Li Longji thought of Li Yi, his worries disappeared instantly. Li Dan and noble consort Lu smiled. As the person involved, Li Yi's worries came. It's not going to start again. It looks like dark clouds are hanging over the city. Is it going to be sunny at night? After finishing the 36 stratagems, Li Yi, who was preparing to continue copying the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, found that the air pressure had recovered. His breathing was lighter than before. He wanted to invite the people from the Ministry of Personnel to play with him after it snowed. It was spring now, and the soil was rejuvenated. The ordinary roads became muddy. There was no grass green, and no flowers bloomed. If there was a bigger snow and the scenery changed, he could make arrangements. If there was nothing, what would people see when they came over? Do I have to hold a poetry meeting in the greenhouse? Li shook his head. The greenhouse was a planned planting area. Unless some of it was torn down, there would be no space. Although it was said to be torn down, in reality, some of the crops would not grow in the future. It would be a pity if they were gone. If only I had a big boat. I could renovate it and use it as a flower boat. I'll see if I can buy one this year. I can't wait to build one. Li shook his head and threw away his temporary thoughts. He continued to copy the book in peace. After copying a few times, he suddenly smiled. Looking at the long paragraphs on the page, he muttered, "If I look at it on my phone, the screen will be full of dense words. This has to be forcefully segmented." Li was a little distracted. He thought of the main idea of the paragraphs that he had learned in the past. Those were paragraphs with hundreds of words. As technology developed, each and every one of them could drive a language teacher to death when he looked at it on his phone. His mood instantly improved. Until the next morning, the clouds inexplicably disappeared. "Brother E, it's not raining or snowing. The weather is good." Li Chengqi came over to help his third brother. "If there's not enough precipitation, there will be trouble in a large area. Especially the farmers, they will fight for water and the villages will fight with each other." Li thought of another situation. "What should we do?" Li Chengqi became serious. He had not seen the fights in the villages with his own eyes, but he had heard about it. The villages upstream of the river first released a large amount of water. When there was no water at the bottom, they brought tools to block it. The people upstream continued to open the river with tools, while the people on both sides began to fight with their tools. "Dig wells. Brother, since you have the Craftsmen's Alliance, you can mobilize them to dig wells outside Chang and where there is no river." Li proposed an idea. "The villagers have no money. We can't ask the craftsmen to work for free." Li Chengqi was now considering income. "Isn't it the Ministry of Work's business to ask for money?" Li suggested. "What if the Ministry of Works doesn't pay?" Li Chengqi was more realistic. "Don't pay. That's good. You can look at the plan first." Li smiled. Chapter 273. Li Chengqi didn't know what Li was going to do, but he was worried for Wei Zhigu. Wei Zhigu was the Minister of Works. This year, he had taken a lot of Li's medicine and survived tenaciously. He picked up a garlic eggplant and said, "Brother E, I'm here to get the 36 stratagems. I'm in the middle of copying. Take the original and I'll write another one. Ask the students to copy it first and take the copy." Li drank a mouthful of broth and said, "Make an extra copy. You can give me the original copy, but I'll keep it." Li Chengqi liked Li's handwriting. Li's regular script was ordinary. It was more than enough for him to write official documents and memorials. In terms of calligraphy, he was inferior to experts. Only the thin gold calligraphy that others had not learned yet was outstanding. "Okay." Li agreed. He didn't expect to make money by selling calligraphy. After breakfast, Li Chengqi dragged Li for a stroll again while the students were copying. Manager Songde, who had just sold a lot of things, hurried over. "Dongzhu," they asked if you're willing to sell ducklings and goose chicks. Songde reported. "Why don't you buy chicks?" Li Chengqi asked curiously. "Because they want to make a reservation. I've already handed over the incubation technology. Big Brother wants to help promote it. There are not many eggs now." Li said. Li Chengqi was puzzled. There are a lot of eggs being sold every day. Li shook his head. There are not many chickens and ducks in the square. When the eggs are transported from other places, the road is uneven and often shakes. Once the yolks and light green eggs shake violently, they can't hatch. Is that so? Li Chengqi noted it down. In the future, when others didn't know, he could, yes. The manager was used to admiring Li. What's the reason for the reservation? Li Chengqi felt that he had become stupid again. In a few days, the grass will grow to feed the ducks and geese. The chickens eat relatively less grass. When the river melts, the ducks will be put in to eat. As for the geese, you can only eat the fish and shrimps. When the geese are in the water, they won't catch fish. But when they are raised together with the ducks will eat them. When the geese see them, they will occasionally eat some small shrimps or something. Li continued to explain. Sometimes, the big goose in Zhuangzi would be fed some fish bone powder or crushed conch meat. The geese knew how to eat and did not refuse at all. In fact, they loved eating. They floated in the water with the ducks. The ducks caught all kinds of fish, and the geese learned. They couldn't eat the big fish, but they had to taste the small fish. If he raised a goose and there were no ducks, he could throw a pile of small fish and shrimps. The goose would just look at it and not touch it. It was similar to free-range wild pheasants and chickens in farms. He wanted to eat wild pheasants and small snakes as well as centipedes and caterpillars. He would definitely eat them when he caught them. Even if the dragonfly flew a little lower or slower, the chicken could still eat it. Farm chickens would hide and be afraid when they see it. Li Chingchi kept it in mind. In his opinion, this was also a matter of learning. Tell them to sell it. When the grass grows and the river is warm, give them a large number of young ducks and geese. When the water is warm, ask the ducks in Zhuangzi. Li laughed towards the end. Songda laughed as well. How do you ask the ducks? Li Chingchi was puzzled. When the ducks go into the water by themselves is when the water is warm. The ducks know when the water is warm, Li Yi answered. Li Chingchi, he suddenly thought of something and felt that Li Yi might not know how to do it. Hence, he asked, Brother Yi, do you know how the ducks hatch eggs? Chickens. In Zhuangzi, if the chickens are not useful in the future and can be hatched occasionally, they will hatch them manually, Li Yi said casually. Li Chingchi, it was not easy for him to get this information, but Songda tried to ease Li Chingchi's depression and said, Dongzhu said that when the chickens and ducks are incubated, they will not move for a long time. It will be difficult for them to eat and they will become thin. The chickens are better. Ducks like water. If they can't go into the water, their feathers will be bad and the ducks will be in a bad mood. I know. Li Chingchi was even more depressed. On the other side, one of the students was reading while the others were copying. They did not eat in the morning, so the number of words in the 36 stratagems was not small. The canteen offered to send them food, but they did not want it. They were afraid that they would be sleepy and affect their speed. The 42 students who were selected from this year's imperial examinations were not allowed to do so. If one wanted to copy Li Dongzhu's words, they had to queue up and look at their status. Otherwise, they were not qualified. Li Yi did not care about his eldest brother and let him wander around by himself. He returned to his courtyard to write the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Li Chingchi strolled around with his hands behind his back. He watched others work, watched the adults who were resting, and watched Wei Zhigu's carriage come over. Minister Wei, have you recovered from your illness? Li Chingchi went up to him and asked as he blocked the other side of the Ba water bridge. He warned him that if he felt that he could not die after recovering from his illness, he might die even if he did not fall ill. Is this a place where you can come and go as you please? Wei Zhigu got off the carriage. He was not wearing his official uniform. He smiled bitterly and said to Li Chingchi, I have no choice but to ask you something. Can't you ask in Xingqing Palace? Why do you have to come in person? Li Chingchi did not agree with this explanation. It was agreed that if there were any questions in the future, they would have to go through his third brother first. The others were not allowed to run to Zhuangzi. It was not that Brother Yi could not meet people, but they had matters to attend to in the imperial court. Wouldn't it be a waste of time if they ran? Yes, that was the reason. Eye disease is a personal matter. Recently, my vision has been blurry and I can't see clearly at close range. I want to ask if it can be treated. I want to see a doctor personally. Wei Zhigu puffed out his chest. What? I can't come in my personal capacity to see a doctor? Isn't there something made of crystal? Li Chingchi knew that according to Brother Yi, there was a magnifying glass made of crystal. I came to take a look. Wei Zhigu did not want to use that thing. He could not bring it back home. Wait, I'll go get you a few. You can try it. Li Chingchi still did not let Wei Zhigu in. He turned around and went to get something, accompanied by a palace maid and a eunuch to block the bridge. A moment later, Li Qingqi returned with a big box and a book in his hands. When he opened the box, there were glasses neatly placed inside. Some of them had individual lenses, while some were placed together. Minister Wei, try it on the book. Try it on your left and right eyes one by one. I'll adjust it for you after you're done. Li Qingqi said as he pointed to the individual lenses. Wei Zhigu was reluctant, but he still tried it anyway. He changed them one by one and finally settled on 2 lenses. Li Qingqi chose these 2 lenses, took off a bamboo frame and put them on. Try it again. He passed the glasses to Wei Zhigu. Wei Zhigu put it on his ears and nodded, "All right, this is good. All right, you can leave." Li Qingqi chased him away and gave him a pair of reading glasses. Wei Zhigu clenched his fists. If not for the fact that he did not dare to fight, he would have done it. In fact, the main reason was that he could not defeat King Song. Otherwise, would His Majesty behead him for this matter? I still have something to tell Li Dongzhu face to face. Wei Zhigu said. No, you don't. Hurry up and leave. Li Qingqi shook his head. No, you can talk to my 3rd brother. I knew that you would ask for a solution. Blurred vision is another excuse. Look at the lenses you chose, they don't even have a high degree. Do you think that I don't know? Chapter 274. Wei Zhigu stood still and emphasized, "It's an important matter for the people of the Tang dynasty." Yes, Minister Wei, hurry back for a court meeting. Li Qingqi nodded. It's about the water conservancy, Wei Zhigu added. Minister Wei, why don't you immediately summon the officials of the Ministry of Works for a meeting? Zhuangzi doesn't care about the water conservancy of the Tang dynasty. Li Qingqi still had something to say. Li pressed the well in Zhuangzi. The imperial astronomer said that there will be a drought this year, so Zhuangzi's well is good. Wei Zhigu explained the specific matter. He wanted the technology of the pressure well. Li Qingqi was not in a hurry to drive him away this time. He thought for a while and said, Minister Wei, go back. I'll tell you when I return to the palace in the afternoon. Wei Zhigu said, I want to ask you face to face. Li Qingqi did not say anything. Fine, I'll leave now. Wei Zhigu took the reading glasses and got in the car. Li Qingqi ran to the pressure well. The windmill had been removed, and the water was no longer continuously pumped to make ice. The pressure well was still used every day. Even if there was no continuous water flow after spring, it would not freeze. Due to the poor seal, if the well was not used for more than half an hour, the water inside would seep down. When it was used again, a basin of water would be poured in and the water would be pumped back and forth. The air would be expelled, and water would be pumped up again. The kitchen staff had just pushed away 2 large buckets of water. Li Qingqi stood there and pressed the well again and again, watching the water flow out. Brother Yi said that this well was specially made to prevent children from taking water from an open well. Why does Wei Zhigu want it? Li Qingqi seemed to be talking to himself. Jin Ju, the palace maid who stayed behind, said, I think Minister Wei is also afraid that children will fall in. The cub objected, that's impossible. Only Zhuangzi has this kind of well in the Tang dynasty. Did they all change it? Then why do you think he wants the well? Jin Ju asked the cub. Maybe a rich person likes it and made a connection. Shut up. Do you think you can lie about Minister Wei? Li Qingqi glared at the cub. He continued to press the well, but he could not understand. I should have asked Minister Wei. Li Qingqi let go of the cub. At lunchtime, Li Yi appeared. The kitchen used pickled vegetables and white meat to steam instead of boiling and stewing. The meat was placed at the bottom of the big boxes. Then, he added some ginger slices and a few star anise. On top of that, he placed some pickled cabbage. After pouring some water, he covered it and steamed it. The steamed pickled vegetables were not sour, and the soup was clear. At the same time, the shredded meat was not greasy. It tasted much better than the boiled ones. Actually, the best one was the soup. It was refreshing, just like the iced cold noodle soup in summer. Although it wasn't good for the stomach, eating it was very satisfying. Li Yi filled a bowl and chose to eat the steamed buns. If he were to take the rice, it would definitely be ruined. Just now, the Minister of Works, Wei Zhigu, came over. His vision was blurred, so I tried 2 lenses for him. Li Chengqi, who had chosen the same food, explained the situation. Is there anything wrong with your body? Li Yi was very concerned about the patient. Nothing. What's the difference between an open well and the pressure well above Zhuangzi when there's a drought? Li Chengqi finally asked the question that had been bothering him. There's no need to grab water. We can directly dig the aqueduct from the well to the other fields. Everyone can take turns to water. If it's an open well, naturally, the person who fetches the water will take it away to water the fields. We can't take turns to pour the water into the aqueduct. Relatively speaking, the pressure well can save energy. It takes the time to shake a bucket of water from the well with a pulley. The pressure well can generally fill 2 to 3 buckets of water. Orange is suitable for shallow wells. The water depth is too deep, so we need to set up a very high shelf. The pressure well is more useful at night and can be operated continuously. Li Yi explained to his elder brother. It was that simple. The pressure well was more convenient for everyone to coordinate. Alas! Li Chengqi sighed and drank the soup. Jin Juhua and Purple Jade lowered their heads and ate the pickled cabbage without raising their heads. There are still capable people in the Ministry of Works. Li Chengqi admitted that a professional was indeed different. He could actually think of such a problem. The Ministry of Works has been dealing with water conservancy for a long time. Naturally, we have to care about the people's livelihood. Otherwise, we would build a water conservancy project, Li Yi said with a smile when he thought of why his elder brother sighed. Can you give us the technology? Li Chengqi felt that it was indeed beneficial to the people when he thought that there would be less trouble in the matter of grabbing water. This technology is useless. The salt in Sichuan has always been better than the salt by the sea. Sichuan salt is expensive, while sea salt is cheap. Zhuangzi bought the sea salt and processed it himself. The salt well in Sichuan, whether it's the gas that can be burned or the brine, is a big business that makes money. I have a method that can be used in drilling. Small holes and deep wells. The pressure well in Zhuangzi was dug out and buried later. Because the water system around Chang'an is developed, the underground water layer is shallow. It's time-consuming and laborious to change it elsewhere. The well salt in Sichuan is shallow, the kind with big mouths. Li Yi hesitated for a while before asking a question. Brother Yi, you mean that you have a better way to dig a well, but this method can be used on well salt? Li Chengqi understood. Then he hesitated. Sichuan was far away from Chang'an. If he took out a good method, it would be convenient to dig a well. It's even more convenient to mine well salt in Sichuan. This money. Brother Yi can't earn it. One well after another, it's easier to find water, brine, and gas if you go deeper. You can extract gas, ignite the brine, and cook the brine. There are also some that have gas and brine. Every time you drill a well, it's money. With good well salt, you can buy things. This technology, Brother E, it's the kind of method that digs a big hole and then buries the pipe. Don't drill too deep. Li Chengqi decided that he couldn't lose out. In the past, all the people in the world could use farming tools. Digging wells, those places were not under his control. Izhou Prefecture was a good place. It was too difficult to get involved. Well salt, Sichuan brocade, saltpeter, and the climate. Almost everything in Sichuan could be found there. Li Yi lowered his head and ate slowly. He was weighing the pros and cons. As long as the people in agriculture had the conditions, they could do the same. They could increase food production and reduce labor intensity. Drilling technology was also beneficial to the people. However, even if they didn't have drilling technology, they could dig wells in every village. It would just take some effort to dig. The most beneficial thing was definitely the well salt. As long as it was taken out, it wouldn't take long for the well salt mining area in Sichuan to be filled with new wells. There was too much money, so much that he couldn't bear to part with it. If it was given for free, his heart would ache. Everyone in the room was silent. Even the palace maids and eunuchs understood what was going on. Dongzhu actually had such a powerful thing in his hands. If he took it out, it would be a large amount of Sichuan salt. The shining white Sichuan salt didn't have the bitter taste of sea salt. Of course, no matter how delicious Sichuan salt was, it was still inferior to Zhuangzi's salt. But that was another matter. Who could compare with Zhuangzi? The meal would eventually be finished. Li put down his chopsticks and drank the last mouthful of soup. He said to Li Qingqi, "Brother, how much power can we mobilize?" Li Qingqi gritted his teeth and thought, "As long as we are willing to pay, it's very big. Can we do it like Heavenly Earth? I want 10% of the profit. I really want it. I'm not leaving it for others to use." Li Yi felt that his mouth was a little dry. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Brother Yi, you mean?" Li Qingqi asked. "Yes. I want 10%. 5% is fine too. Just 5%, 1/20th. Li Yi lowered his request again. The profit was too big. It was too tempting. People would die. "Okay, I know what you mean. I'll go and discuss it." Li Qingqi felt that it was okay. "That's right, I'll pull in my third brother on the surface and the emperor in the dark. We brothers will split the money." "Third brother, don't you want money?" "But there's one thing I have to say first." Li Yi stretched out a finger. Chapter 275. After the meal, Li Qingqi hurriedly left with the blueprint and instructions for the pressure well. As soon as he entered the royal palace, Li Qingqi rushed straight to Xingqing Hall. The three prime ministers were present. Li Qingqi grabbed one of them and looked at his clothes and face before tossing the blueprint over. "Send this to Minister of Works Wei Zhigu." "Got it, King Song." The other party caught the blueprint and ran away without even looking at it. "Brother, you seem to be in a hurry." Li Longji heard from Yao Chong about the situation in the various prefectures, mainly the officials. Yao Chong had come forward with some ideas from the Ministry of Personnel. Li Qingqi didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Yao Chong and the other two. "King Song, is there something important?" Yao Chong didn't want to leave. "What do you think of earning 10,000 coins a day?" King Song retorted. "I earn 10,000 coins a day. Do you think 10 million coins a day is a lot?" Yao Chong glanced at Li Qingqi helplessly before turning to Li Longji. "Since there's something important, we'll take our leave first." He emphasized the words 10,000 coins, implying that King Song should brag as much as he could. The three prime ministers left. Li Qingqi ran to Li Longji and whispered into his ear, "Third brother, Brother Yi has a drilling technique that can drill very deep. Furthermore, the hole is small, about the size of a bowl. It shouldn't be a problem to drill 100 zhang. Then we'll dig a well." Well, is a salt well also a well?" Li Longji was smart. Recalling the 10,000 coins a day that his big brother mentioned, he immediately thought of the salt. Li Qingqi nodded. "Chang and sea salt, low-grade salt costs 15 coins a bucket, mid-grade salt costs 20 coins, and high-grade salt costs 30 coins. Hedong province's and Yi County's lake salt is close to Chang'an, so it's not much different from the sea salt. Izhou's salt, low-grade salt costs 20 coins, mid-grade salt costs 30 coins, and high-grade salt costs 40 to 50 coins." He gave a number. Based on market research, the salt in the Sichuan region was naturally cheaper. Even the best salt cost only around 10 coins a bucket, or even less. That was because it was difficult to mine salt there. One had to scoop the salt out of the well bit by bit, and the walls of the well would collapse. In addition, it was a long journey. When they arrived at Chang'an, the price would be expensive. If we dig a well, wouldn't Sichuan salt be cheaper? Li Longji thought of two questions. One was to lower the price of salt for the common people, and the other was to impact the market. He now understood. Brother E has a request. Increase the wages of those who produce salt, and at the same time, set aside a portion of the money for local education and subsidies for the people. If the others follow suit, they will have to give us a portion of their money. If they don't, we will seal their wells. Brother E only wants 5% of the profits. If it's really not the earthly paradise, I'll leave it for you. Li Qingqi stated Li Yi's request, which was to leave some benefits for the locals. Did he say how much he left behind? Li Longji's eyes were filled with Kai Yuan Tong treasures, flying here and there. 10% is enough. It's not like we're giving them money directly. We're using this money to educate the people. Only those who really can't live on can we buy things and send them over. Li Qingqi extended a finger. If others do the same, how much should they pay us? Li Longji had already turned many salt wells into his own. They were all his. Li Qingqi extended another finger, 20%. 5% of the salt that has been boiled. You need to send someone to keep an eye on it. Li Longji nodded. While you're at it, you can also check the accounts. Find out how much salt is produced, how many people are employed, and who has more money. Even if we can't earn 10,000 a day, we can still earn a few thousand a day. Li Qingqi was satisfied with this number. This money belonged to his third brother. It didn't matter if he took it or not. After all, there were many things to do to make money. Li Longji nodded and began to consider who to send. The people sent couldn't accept bribes or corruption. Then, he would continue to send people to investigate openly and secretly. However, other benefits must be given, otherwise, the people's hearts would be unstable. Third brother, do you agree? Li Qingqi asked. He still didn't know how to dig a well. What's wrong with making money? Li Longji took a deep breath and felt comfortable. I'm leaving. I'll talk to Brother E tomorrow. Li Qingqi said as he went out from the back and went to Baifu Palace to see his father. Yes, this is the one. This well is good. It's a pipe made of bamboo and can be coated with glue. It's easy to handle. Wei Zhigu got what he wanted, the blueprint and instructions. He knew that Li Yi's well in Zhuangzi was made of iron. He wanted to find someone to replace it, but the material used to make it was bamboo. The bamboo pipes were connected together and surrounded by soil. There was no need to worry about leakage. The top was sealed with leather and the big-bellied bamboo was coated with glue. Naturally, wood could also be used. This solves a big problem. It's cold in the north during winter, so you have to wrap hemp rope around it to keep it warm. In order to prevent the frozen soil from squeezing the bamboo pipes below, you have to use sand and stones to protect it. Wei Zhigu continued to read the instructions and considered the north during winter. Wei Zhigu put down a stack of papers and took off his reading glasses. He muttered to himself, I hope the imperial astronomer makes a mistake and doesn't cause a drought. At the same time, Li looked at the sky and said anxiously, if they don't even give me half of the profits, should I hand over the technology? Dongzhu, you can't. His Majesty is easy to talk to. If he doesn't give you any benefits, you won't bring out better technology next time. Tao Hong advised Li Yi. She knew who His Majesty was. Is that so? Actually, I don't care about the money from the salt wells. I have ways to make more money. I just feel like I'm losing out. I don't care if you give me half of the profits, but I'm willing to donate it if it's my money. Since you're bringing out new technology, Big Brother's well drilling team should change their technology. We can't just rely on manpower. Li Yi decided to expand. Drilling required dozens of tools and hundreds of operations. If a good salt well could be dug in Sichuan, it would be able to form a huge rich family in 100 years. The Song dynasty, the Ming dynasty, the Qing dynasty, and the Republic of China. However, no matter how big a family was, it would be ruined after a national disaster. The only exception was that one in Shandong, a fence-sitter who used cultural and educational advantages to harm the common people. They smuggled, sold information, provided convenience to the enemy, and set a trap for their own country's army. Don't mess with me, or I'll take care of you. Li Yi thought, and his mood became better. With him around, the Tang dynasty would be stable. It was difficult to let the common people have heating, but it was easy to kill some people. What do you want to eat tonight? I can cook for myself. Li Yi turned his head and asked the palace maids and eunuchs. Dongzhu, can we have one each? Cui Lu asked mischievously. One ladle per person. Make a big bump, and I'll treat it for you. Li Yi waved his fist. The 8 of them gathered together and whispered. Finally, they reached an agreement. Dongzhu, let's eat something simple. Snow bean paste, Tao Hong said. Okay, dessert it is. Li Yi agreed. There weren't many steps, but the control of the oil temperature was a little higher. Li Yi didn't dare to cook in the kitchen of the cafeteria. He was afraid that the children would see it. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to rest tonight. He went to his courtyard to cook, made a big basin, and brought it out. Li Lang, are you making it for us? Xian Yen was standing in front of him, and there were a group of girls around her. Yes, you guys eat first. I'll go make some more. Li Yi looked at the number of people and then looked at the bun in the basin. He found that 1 bun per person wasn't enough. Chapter 276. In the end, the group of women from Nanku village did not cause Li Yi any more trouble. They went to the dining hall to eat. The men in the village consciously changed to other halls in the dining hall. Even those who were not married did not watch from the side. It would be difficult for them to find a wife in the future. Li Lang, we're here to stay for a few days. Ever since the performance on the Lantern Festival, there have been more people coming to play every day. Xian Yen sat across from Li Yi in a single room and explained the purpose of her visit. Isn't it good to have more people? Li Yi cooperated and asked. There's no time to practice and rest. Many of the tributary students who came to the capital came to us to show off their talent and wealth. Xian Yen had a, look on her face. Li Yi understood and said, if you hide, aren't you afraid of losing your reputation? If we hide elsewhere, people will forget about us. If we hide in Li Lang, we're not afraid. Who doesn't know about the Ba Shui Li family Zhuangzi? Every time we meet Li Lang, there will be good songs and songs. They will think, is there a good performance again? Xian Yen winked at Li Yi. No. Li Yi shook his head. If you have the ability to crack your eyelids, I can sew them up for you. I can't do anything else. There should be food and accommodation, right? Xian Yen asked with a smile. It's free. Li Yi was generous. Next time, if I have to find someone to set up the stage, it will still be you. That night, the group of women went to the bathhouse to bathe and stay. For them, tonight was the most relaxing time. Li Yi drew and wrote under the light. The tools for digging the well were made by the craftsmen in the village. Among them, the most important was the round blade file. The blade naturally referred to the blade that was sharpened. The word file was used as a noun and also as a verb. It meant to grind something protruding or to grind something. If the word file was used, it could be thought of as a saw. A circle was compared to a straight line. A kitchen knife was a line. A circle could be thought of as a kitchen knife rolled up. The bottom was the blade, and the top was the back. One end of the cylinder was a saw. When it spun, it would destroy the mud and stones. Li Yi's tunneling machine was similar to this, but it was more complicated. Use the round blade file to drill the hole down. After a certain depth, add a connecting rod at the back. If the mud couldn't come out, they would take it out and fill it with water. Then, they would use the water from the well in Li Yi's farmstead, which had a structure similar to a water bucket with a leather pad at the bottom. As for the single valve, once it entered the muddy water, the leather cushion would be lifted up. When it was lifted up, the muddy water would press down on the leather cushion, preventing it from leaking out. When he drilled out of the brine, he smashed the bamboo pipes down one after another. This protected the surrounding area and prevented it from collapsing. In Li Yi's time, the people who graduated from the 9-year compulsory education could definitely come up with something like this if they put a knife to their necks. If they really couldn't figure it out, it wouldn't be a pity to kill them. It didn't exist in the Tang dynasty and only appeared in the Song dynasty. Then, it continued to be improved during the Ming and Qing dynasties. It was also used during the Republic of China. Later, they entered the museum. When they were traveling, they could see people slowly making brine salt and then making it into salt. If they wanted to buy it, a small packet was very expensive, and it didn't even have iodine added. The technology Li Yi wanted to take out was naturally, from the Song dynasty. He didn't want to take out the improved technology. In case someone caused trouble, he must immediately take out new technology to knock them down. The Song dynasty's technology is enough. The key is this round blade file. According to the information, Zigong's well is the best. Where is Zigong? Li Yi thought and checked the map. Found it. It was called Gongjing County. To the north was Weiyuan County, to the east was Yi County, and to the south was Yirong Mountain. This place is still very far from Yizhou. It belongs to Rongzhou. The local tributes are silk, bamboos, and tangerine. Is tangerine used for eating tangerine powder or rope like hemp? It should be rope. There is also Li iron, which is iron billet. This is good. It can be used to make drilling tools. Then there is mandarin, Sichuan mandarin. Sichuan mandarin is good for making tangerine peel. Medicinal herbs. It can be used to send mandarin oranges to Chang'an. There must be a lot of them. I have to let Big Brother take over. These things are quite good. It can be used to benefit the local people. Otherwise, when the people see the salt and natural gas, it will be strange if they don't cause trouble. If it were me, I would be jealous. Li checked the map while drawing. Surprisingly, they didn't affect each other. The next morning, everyone woke up before dawn to wash up. Then, they ran to the place where the students lived before, which was the temporary house where they took a break during ice skating. Some played musical instruments, some stretched their bodies, some practiced singing, some read, and some practiced their eyes and smiles in front of the mirror. The farmers knew how hard everyone from Nankou were from the military band. Now, they didn't disturb them. Li Yi knew better. One by one, their eyes were captivating. It seemed so casual, with a little smile or resentment. In fact, it was specialized training. It had become instinctive. Even so, they still adjusted the details. Each of them had a makeup box as payment for the performance. Now, they practiced against each other. After Li Yi woke up, he cleaned himself up. When it was time for breakfast, the girls used their skills on him. Li Yi was indifferent. Li Lang, if you don't like us, there are still good men in the square. Xian Yan's body moved slightly, revealing her curves. Then should I chase you all out and find a man? Li Yi revealed his perfect 8 teeth. Xian Yan playfully stuck out her tongue. Li Lang, what good food do you have for breakfast today? Go take a look yourself. It's not your first time here. Li Yi didn't give her any face. Okay. Xian Yan energetically skipped away to look for food. With the increase in the manor's money and the increase in the number of people coming from all over the place, breakfast became more and more abundant. There were rice noodles, soy milk, steamed buns, wontons, several types of porridge, soup, deep-fried dough sticks, pies, steamed buns, fried boxes, oil tea, fried cakes. There were some that didn't exist in this era. Li Yi took them out and ate them. Which of these things couldn't be eaten? They were all good. Therefore, he didn't choose any of them. He poured himself a bowl of yellow wine and took out the braised food he made. He wanted to eat like this today. He didn't care if he got drunk in the morning. Some of the big families of Nanku wanted to eat with him, but when they saw him drinking alone, they tactfully left and warned their maids not to disturb him. No one came over to drink with him. These girls could see that Li Yi needed some peace and quiet. "Brother Yi, you're drinking so early in the morning? It just so happens that I'm also hungry. I'll go get some side dishes." Li Qingqi appeared. He glanced at Li Yi and turned around to find a tray to put the side dishes. He came back, put down a bowl of wine, and sat opposite Li Yi. "It's done. The other side has agreed. We can write a written agreement." Li Qingqi said the good news. Li Yi revealed a smile. "Just now, I was thinking about what to do if the other side didn't agree. Now, big brother, you can drink slowly. I'll eat a bowl of noodles." Li Yi's heart fell. He didn't want to drink anymore and eat braised food. "Don't, brother Yi, I want to drink. You have to accompany me." Li Qingqi couldn't take it anymore and pulled Li Yi. Chapter 277. "Brother Yi, can you estimate how much money we can make by digging salt wells in a year?" Li Qingqi successfully stopped Li Yi and asked. "How many salt ponds and wells are there in the Tang dynasty now?" Li Yi asked another question. He wanted to see how much salt they could provide. "There are currently 9 salt ponds and 276 salt wells." Li Qingqi provided the data. This was different from the information Li Yi saw. It was much less. However, Li Yi understood after thinking about it. After the Tang dynasty started to collect salt taxes, they would definitely increase the salt ponds and wells. The data did not record the second year of the Kaiyuan era. At this time, there was not so much. Chang'an mainly relied on lake salt from Shaanxi and sea salt transported from Cao Cao. Sichuan salt was slow and difficult to travel by land. Generally, they would go through the Yangtze River and make a big circle. From the Yangtze River to the Grand Canal, ships could carry more goods. Compared to land transportation, it was more cost-effective. "Are the people in the coastal areas safe?" Li Yi asked another question. "There have been no wars in recent years. The consumption is not much. It's not bad." Li Qingqi was not very clear about this. The cost of boiling the sea for salt is too high. The salt price in the wells of Sichuan will drop again and again. His Majesty agreed to cooperate, but the officials in the imperial court may complain. After Li Yi confirmed the matter, he began to move forward. Li Qingqi listened and nodded from time to time. He did not say things like, "Do they dare?" or "Kill them if they don't agree." "So, we have to collect salt tax. His Majesty's money is private money, and the salt tax is public money. I think that the new well drilling method will make a lot of money. If Sichuan produces too much salt, it will be difficult for the coastal salt pans to survive. The new salt tax in Sichuan will make the salt price stable. It will be beneficial to the country and can also appease the officials." Li Yi explained the situation seriously. Cooperating with Li Longji would make money for Li Longji and his brothers, including himself. If too many wells were dug, the salt would be produced too quickly. What about the people at the seaside who specialized in cooking salt? Should he use his salt drying skills now? It had not reached that step yet. He had to move forward steadily. According to the information, the coastal areas were not very stable. Li Longji had made money. All the officials looked. "This money. Oh my God. The country has no money, Your Majesty, what do you want to do?" After collecting taxes, the collected taxes would be given to the Ministry of Revenue. Other places would then ask the Ministry of Revenue for money. Everyone was happy. Li Qingqi was confused, or rather, dumbfounded. "You can play like this? Wasn't the salt tax a commercial tax?" The officials would definitely not agree to it for the sake of their own interests. But salt was so profitable, and the court had no money. The officials needed money, so it was normal to collect taxes. The officials needed support, and they could not ask His Majesty to take away all the money. Little brother E, are you serious? Li Qingqi felt that he had to re-evaluate his little brother E. In the past, brother E was so gentle, always throwing out his skills. If someone bullied them, they would merely return the favor. They had never been ruthless. If anyone asked him if he had any good ideas, he would promise to tell them without asking for anything in return. The only time he made the most impressive move was when he taught Pei Yaoqing to write the 10,000 people's statement and pushed the Minister of Revenue, Zhong Xiaojing, against the wall. That was the most vicious time, directly dealing with the minister. As for the matter of the merchants, it was just a small matter. If there was another difference, it would be the difference between official learning and clan learning. This was still in the slow stage. There was only one new book, and the other books were being compiled by others. As for the matter of salt, it was definitely not as simple as it seemed. The major events of the world would follow. Li Yi was calm. If we don't work hard, how long should we wait? The opportunity just came. If Minister Wei didn't ask me, I wouldn't have remembered. It's too fast. Li Qingqi said as he took a sip of wine. 10,000 years is too long. We can only seize the moment. The Kaiyuan era must be a flourishing era, and it must be a real flourishing era. Li Yi copied first. Good, the Kaiyuan era. Li Qingqi was very supportive of this. As he spoke, he picked up the wine bowl, opened his mouth wide. He paused for a moment and took a small sip. He couldn't drink too much. He had an empty stomach in the morning. Even the rice wine couldn't stand this bowl. Brother, this is the only bowl. You can't drink too much. I still have something to talk to you about later. Li Yi advised first. In the past, when he drank, others would advise others to drink more, but he would ask others to drink less and control it. He couldn't drink too much. Sometimes, when he invited someone to a meal, the other party wouldn't drink enough and would be unhappy. However, he gave more in other aspects, so the other party would forgive him. After a long time, when they drank together, those who were unhappy before became very happy. They found that they could relax when drinking with Li Yi. Even if they had a wife at home, when they heard that their husband was drinking with Li Yi, they wouldn't give him any face. If he encountered those who had a particularly high alcohol tolerance, Li Yi would drink with them, but he wouldn't eat. He would drink white wine, go to the toilet, take a bottle of water from the bar counter, drink it and spit it out. This way, the stomach acid would be diluted and wouldn't burn his throat and esophagus. He would continue to accompany them until they were almost drunk and then persuade them to stop. He couldn't eat. His body would react when he found that food had entered his stomach. He would secrete bile and gastric acid, and vomit would be uncomfortable. This was a habit that Li Yi had developed. He would not let others drink too much, and he would not let himself drink too much. Previously, when he drank with Li Longji, he did not control it well. He was still not used to his young body. Now that Li Yi was familiar with his body, he drank slowly with his brother and talked about how he would earn a lot of money in the future to develop and help the people. Brother E, others always like to drink. Why can't you drink? Li Qingqi ate a mouthful of cucumber with garlic paste and asked about his life. It's meaningless. It's easy to get into trouble when you're drunk. If something happens, you have to go to the hospital. If you go to the hospital, you have to trouble the doctor. If you drink too much, I have to inject metidoxine, omeprazole, and naloxone into you. At the same time, I have to help you induce vomiting. It's so tiring. Li Yi reasoned with his brother. He was a medical student, and as a resident doctor, he was most afraid of people who drank too much during his night shift. The group of people drank a lot, and one of them was drunk. It seemed that they couldn't make it. How should he give the doctor's orders? Who should sign it? Would those who drank too much during the resuscitation cause trouble? What if someone took out a knife when they did not say a word? If that's the case, drinking with Brother E is more reassuring. Li Qingqi also noticed the same thing. Then, he gave him a look and lowered his voice. Brother E, don't you like any of those people? Li Yi felt that his brother drank too much, even if he only drank a few mouthfuls. Brother, they are partners. Rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows. Li Yi found an excuse. Then, when they go back, what good songs or poems do you want to give them? Li Chengqi asked again. Can I give them endorsements? Li Yi could not think of who to copy and what to copy. He felt that it was better to continue working with them. No, I can't give them salt. Not to mention one bag, I can't even give them a few bags. Li Chengqi waved his hand. Brother, you're right. Brother, try this braised foie gras. It's big, and it tastes like it's poked with holes. Li Yi did not explain. Brother Yi, speaking of braised foie gras, I made it according to the seasonings you gave me. After braising a few chickens, the taste is different from your zhuangzi. It's fishy. Li Chengqi always had questions. He did not understand. In the past, when he asked the great scholar told him not to think about these useless things. When it comes to Brother Yi, there is no such thing as useful or not. It only matters whether you ask or not. The pot is small and there is no pressure. Unless you make it into a dry pot, otherwise. Brother, you can't just put it in and cook it directly, right? That needs to be soaked in blood first. One is to heat it up, which is to put it in cold water and boil it until the blood foam comes out. Then, it will be braised. The other is to soak it in cold water until all the blood is soaked out. Then, it will be braised. Li Yi felt a little guilty. Did he not tell his brother all the steps? I see. When I go back, I will teach them a lesson. They must be trying to save trouble. Li Chengqi realized the situation. Brother, did you tell them? Li Yi asked. Yes, I specifically asked the people in your zhuangzi kitchen. Just like what you said, I went back and told the people in charge of cooking. They agreed, but in the end, Li Chengqi gritted his teeth. Li Yi remained silent. He did not want to plead for mercy. He told you the steps to cook, but you don't want to do it. When you were working in the workshop, did you also play tricks on the safety regulations? You are the best. In the past, when his car was not in good condition, he encountered such a problem when he was repairing it. His chest was full of burned muscle nodules, and he could not breathe properly. When he spoke, he would cough. In summer, because his chest could not sweat, he would always wipe water on his chest. The mechanic told him that there should not be any open flame next to the oil. Smoking was even more forbidden. That mechanic felt that even if he threw a cigarette butt into the tank filled with oil, it might not be able to burn. So, when the waste oil flowed beside the tank, he smoked and threw the cigarette butt into the tank. Boom! Chapter 278. After eating breakfast, Li Chengqi hurriedly left to tell his third brother about this good idea. In the palace, the 36 stratagems were placed on Li Longji's desk, and the Minister of Works, Wei Zhigu, was there asking for money. Wei Zhigu didn't ask the Ministry of Revenue for money. He went straight to Li Longji, and the Political Affairs Hall had someone deliver a document. Last year's winter solstice, the capital office, Guanyi Circuit, Hedong Circuit, Hunan Circuit, Hebei Circuit, and Shannon Circuit have had little precipitation. Fearing a drought, the Ministry of Works requests that the water level drop to clear the river channels and dig wells for the benefit of the people. This subject has obtained a method to prevent the people from fighting for water. Wei Zhigu rambled on, meaning that he wanted money and that the Ministry of Works needed to work. When Yao Chong and the others heard him say, "This subject has obtained a method," they curled their lips. Shameless, you think you've obtained a method? You specifically went over to ask for it, but King Song stopped you. Li Longji didn't show any disdain. He knew that Wei Zhigu had only asked for the technology to create pressure wells. What was truly amazing was the new well drilling technology. In many places, the wells had to be dug very deep. Large holes had to be dug down bit by bit, or the earth had to be lifted up by a crane to fix the walls of the well. Putting aside the time and effort required, It was easy for the well to collapse and be buried. What they needed now was money. The national treasury didn't have much money, and they had to be on guard against the Southwest at all times. They could only fork out a portion of the money they earned. In the past, when they didn't have money, they could only stare at each other. Now that they had money, the way they looked at the officials, "Yao Qing, do you have a plan?" Li Longji didn't want to fork out the money himself. "Your Majesty, the left treasury doesn't have much money left. Why don't we recruit the people of other regions?" Yao Chong suggested finding the people of other regions to work for them. "Rent money, rent money, rent money." Li Longji stared at Yao Chong with wide eyes. "Are you trying to trick us? We're transferring the people of other regions to work here. You're paying for the travel expenses. The people don't work in the spring. You're forcing them to use money as a substitute, and then you'll have money, right? This matter, we'll discuss it later." Li Longji didn't agree or disagree. He didn't lack money, but he didn't want to take it. It was just like how he didn't want others to ask Li Yi for things. "Everyone, take a look at this book. Is it suitable to be sent to an official school?" Li Longji took the initiative to change the topic and let the eunuch distribute the books, one for each person. Everyone began to flip through the book. There was actually a table of contents. At the very front of the table of contents was written "Victory Strategy." The first plan was indeed to deceive everyone. The second strategy was to besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. The third stratagem, after the 6 stratagems, it was changed to the enemy battle stratagem. The 7th stratagem was to create something out of nothing. The 8th stratagem was to sneak in. Then, there was the attack strategy, the melee strategy, the joint attack strategy, and the defeat strategy. Just looking at the battle strategies listed in the table of contents and the names of the sub-strategies below was enough to make the hearts of several people surge. The 4 of them were reading. Li Longji was also sitting there and reading. He was looking at the 4 of them. At this moment, he had a bad taste. He wanted to see the minister's surprised, shocked, and helpless look. This is the only way to make them work hard. Don't think that all of you are very powerful. Let me tell you, you are far from it. If you don't work hard, I'll do the same to anyone else. You guys want, what was it again? Yes, use your subjective initiative. Yao Chong and the others were not in the mood to care about what Her Majesty was thinking. They were engrossed in the book. They found that this book was not only about military warfare. It could also be used in officialdom and business. While they were reading, Li Qingqi rushed in. He glanced at them and ran to Li Longji's side to continue whispering in his ear. "Third brother, this is the situation. I went to Brother Yi's place." Li Qingqi began to talk. He went to get the blueprint, but it turned out that the blueprint was not done yet. The real thing was still in the process of being built. He hurried back to talk about the important matters of the world. Li Longji, who was listening, widened his eyes, narrowed his eyes, smiled, opened his mouth slightly, clenched his fists, clapped his hands, and did all kinds of expressions and actions. However, he did not make a sound. The 4 people who were reading looked at the 2 people in the book from the corner of their eyes. They listened attentively but did not hear a single word. They were anxious. What happened now? Zhang Shua looked up at Yao Chong. Yao Chong looked up at Zhang Shua at the same time as if they had a tacit understanding. Zhang Shua's eyes said, "Something big is going to happen." "Yao Chong, you don't have to tell me." Zhang Shua, "Ever since King Song went to Zhuangzi, I've been on tenterhooks all day." "Yao Chong, aren't you on tenterhooks just because he's not there?" Zhang Shua, "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" "Yao Chong, I'm afraid of you, okay?" At this moment, Lu Huaishan turned his head and looked over. "Don't fight. There's a strong enemy nearby. Think about the strategies in this book and see which one is more useful to deal with that young man." Zhang Shua raised 2 fingers. "First, the honey trap." Yao Chong shook his head slightly. "No, those beauties in Nanka didn't move him at all." Zhang Shua gestured downward. Honey trap. Lu Huaishan gave him a look of disdain and glared at him. Be serious, don't mess around. Zhang Shuo raised 3 fingers. Sowing discord. Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan sneered together. You'll get yourself into trouble. Ahem. Wei Zhigu suddenly coughed, giving the 3 of them a fright. Ahem. Li Longji followed suit and coughed. The 3 of them were startled again. Just now, Wei Qingyan was talking about the Ministry of Works digging wells. Yao Qing said that Zhuo Jin didn't have much money. We want to live frugally and take out money to get water for the people. Seeing the 4 of them looking over, Li Longji brought up the topic of discussion. The 3 prime ministers looked at each other and felt that something was wrong. His Majesty was so easy to talk to and even took the initiative to pay. As for the part about living frugally, they could automatically ignore it. Your Majesty's love for the people should be a role model for the ministers of the world. Wei Zhigu quickly flattered. Who cares what happened? In any case, he had money. In the past, whenever there was a disaster, the imperial court didn't pay for it. Usually, it would order the local government to provide relief and reduce the rent. Only when the imperial court was building water projects would they use extra money to hire people. Zhuo Jin's money was used to pay the salaries of officials and the army. Very little of it fell into the hands of the people. On the other hand, Zhuo Jin's money was the tribute and treasures sent by the local government and used by the imperial family. Zhuo Jin's money was the income of the imperial estates and used by the palace alone. Now that His Majesty was willing to fork out his own money, it was good. As long as he opened his mouth, they could still ask His Majesty for money in the future. Yao Chong and the other 2 also thought of this problem when they were feeling uneasy. If there was a first time, there would be a second time. However, they didn't believe that His Majesty didn't know about it. Then why did His Majesty still? Their gazes fell on King Song, who was standing at the side as if everything had nothing to do with him. Third brother, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. I'll take my leave first. Li Chengqi left these words and ran away. The 4 heads turned as he moved until his figure disappeared outside the hall. They turned their heads and looked at Li Longji again. Li Longji's expression was solemn. I heard that in Chang'an, the salt that the people eat is different. Although sea salt and pond salt are cheap, they don't suit their taste. Shu salt is delicious, but its price is higher than the other 2. Is that true? Yes. The 4 answered at the same time. I heard that the salt wells in Shu are not enough, so the price is high. I can't bear to see the people living a hard life eating salt. Therefore, I'm willing to live frugally and take out some money to dig wells in Shu to benefit the people. Li Longji threw out the most important thing. The 4 looked at each other and saw that something big was going to happen if they lived frugally. Your Majesty, it's not easy to dig salt wells. Even if you throw money in, you might not get out. Yao Chong kindly advised. As long as there is a slight possibility, I'll do everything I can. Li Longji looked as if he was going to risk everything. Chapter 279. 4 important officials left the hall. 3 of them were worried, while the last one waved his fist. The one waving his fist was Wei Zhigu. He could finally do something good for the people in his position in the Ministry of Works. Ever since he got sick and took the imperial physician's medicine, the heavenly world sent him medicine. Wei Zhigu decided to help Li Yi. He felt that Li Yi liked the people, and his position in the Ministry of Works was just right. Otherwise, he would not want to see Yao Chong. He used to be the Prime Minister, but because of Yao Chong, he was suddenly promoted to the position of Minister of Works. Wouldn't it be awkward for them to see each other? Fortunately, political figures were thick-skinned, including Zhang Shuo. Zhang Shuo was about to be punished. He had tried his best to stop Yao Chong before. Yao Chong came up. Zhang Shuo should have been dismissed, but he was still there. Wei Zhigu felt that his life was saved. There was nothing to worry about. Even if he was in the Ministry of Works, he could still share His Majesty's burden and do things for the people of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, he thought of a way. If there was a drought, he would dig a well. If there was no drought, the well would be placed there. It would be convenient to draw water. The Ministry of Works did not dig wells for the people. They dug wells themselves. The imperial court needed to dig wells and recruit the people. That transfer would be used here. The people would either provide labor or money. This year, Wei Zhigu worked hard. If you want money, I will fight for the people. He was full of energy. He strode back to the Ministry of Works to make a plan, see how it was done, and how much money it would cost. Zhang Shua and the other two walked slowly. The political affairs hall was close, so there was no hurry. Lu Huaishan lowered his head. He was only in charge of small things and did not care about big things. Zhang Shua kept shaking his head as he walked. Yao Chong frowned. Zhang Shua and Yao Chong both had a strong desire for power. As the Prime Minister, it would be strange if they were happy when things were out of their control. His Majesty was obviously hiding something. The person who came up with the idea was playing with a group of beauties in Zhuangzi in the east of the city. Doji, do you think His Majesty can find salt wells in Shu-Di? Could it be that he took over other people's existing salt wells? Yao Chong provided an idea for Zhang Shua to think about. Yuanji, you should ask Li Yi if Li Yi has the confidence to persuade His Majesty to dig a well in Shu. Will he ask His Majesty to occupy other people's salt wells? Zhang said that he wouldn't fall for it. I wouldn't think that way. I was upset because I couldn't control Li Yi. However, I still believed that when Li Yi made a move, it was absolutely extraordinary. Lu Huaishan couldn't stand it anymore. Li Yi must have a new technology that's better than drilling wells. He's not willing to give it away and wants to take a share of the profits. Yes, it's possible. Zhang Shua believed that Lu Huaishan was right. Humph. Not for the sake of the world, but only for his own personal gain. Li Yi's heart is worthy of death. Yao Chong coldly snorted and said. Lu Huaishan and Zhang Shua ignored him and quickened their pace. Yao Chong helplessly muttered behind them, we recruited so many workers and finally got some gunpowder. Then something happened and Li Yi and Zhuangzi took over. Why can't the others think of a good idea? This won't do. This old man will urge them to dig a well. What if there really is a new way? After muttering to himself, he turned around and didn't return to the government hall. He didn't believe that so many good craftsmen couldn't compare to a young man. You guys are the professionals in construction. That young man's main profession is medicine and he's written several medical books. Li Yi, who had caused Yao Chong a lot of mental damage, was accompanying his older brother who was charging over on a horse. Fortunately, they were close enough for one horse to charge once. Otherwise, Li Qingqi would have to change horses. The horse didn't complain. It happily drank water, ate grass, and stir-fried bean powder. It even added pepper. Brother Yi, I've contacted the palace. The matter has been confirmed. The Minister of Works, Wei Zhigu, wants to find people to dig wells. Li Qingqi wanted to organize people to work, but the Ministry of Works didn't want them. What should he do? The Ministry of Works doesn't have enough manpower, so they have to find other people. This is a public project of the Tang dynasty, so it needs to be bid. Chang and used my method to buy things. Bid and look at the quantity, quality, and price. The Ministry of Works should also do the same. Ask someone to give the price, number of wells to dig, time to dig, and maintenance in each area. Li Yi came up with an idea. Once he put his mind to it, he would definitely come up with a complete plan. Yes, yes, yes. Li Qingqi nodded repeatedly. He asked again, and then. And then. Big brother, don't you have 3 craftsman alliances? Others can't compete with you, so you have to act like you're competing with each other. Divide the areas. Let's see who will give up and who will fight in which area. In the end, you can take the opportunity to recruit the people of the eliminated bidding organizations. You have to control the overall situation. Don't let the three alliances know that they can cooperate with each other. You have to instruct each area individually who will submit what bidding documents. Li Yi was very experienced in this. He had participated in this before and even cooperated with others to make up the numbers. The purpose of making up the numbers was to let the officials see if there were enough people and compete with each other. In the end, those who failed to compete with each other would give him some benefits. For example, the officials would announce a project and set the number of companies to participate. 4 of them would accompany each other, and each company would give the other 4 companies benefits. Of course, the responsible officials were not stupid. So, there would be obstacles. We don't care how you play, but there is a line that cannot be crossed in the end. Okay, I will remember it. Yes, if we don't bid, who knows how His Majesty's money will be spent? What if there are people who are greedy? Li Qingqi planned to go back and tell his third brother that the benefits would be left to his own family. He hoped that the people sent by his third brother would arrive at Shu County quickly without any obstructions. Then, he could claim the area first. Li Yi thought for a while and said in a low voice, "Big brother, if you win the bid, remember that the 3 alliances will give some benefits to the Ministry of Works. This is the rule." Okay, good rule. Li Qingqi agreed on the surface. But secretly, he thought, rules? Brother Yi, we are the rules. Do you think I will give them money? If they dare to touch us, we will not spare their lives. Especially those who are sent to supervise the lowest level, they will not get any benefits. Li Yi emphasized again. Okay. Li Qingqi agreed. It was impossible to give them money when the time comes. There was braised meat during the meal. After eating, he could bring a few caddies of braised meat back home. Brother Yi, you are reliable. Li Qingqi praised from the bottom of his heart. With Brother Yi's way of doing things, even if he did not meet him, he would not be bad. Li Yi smiled and did not say anything. Reliable? Haha, that means he has suffered too much. Dongzhu. Song De came over. Dongzhu, the craftsmen have made 3 sets of the dozens of things on your drawings. They said that Dongzhu is a great talent. Song De said with an expression of pride. You flatter me. Li Yi said politely. Then, he turned his head and said with a smile, tell them not to praise me in the future. It can't be helped. I am so outstanding. I have made up for it. Made up for it? Song De did not follow the rhythm. What's the main dish for lunch? Li Yi did not insist and asked about the food. The fire is strong at the beginning of spring. Stewed pork ribs with radish and stir-fried spinach. Tell the farmers that they must eat it. Song De followed the rhythm. Big brother, are you in a hurry to go back or stay for lunch? Li Yi asked when he saw the food was ready. Let's eat. No matter how anxious I am not in a hurry. I can learn from Brother Yi. Li Qingqi still had questions to ask and chose to stay. What's more, where can they go to eat? Chapter 280. During lunch, Li Qingqi drank by himself. Li Yi didn't drink because he had to learn from the cadavers in the afternoon. After spring, the new cadavers wouldn't be in good condition, so they had to cherish the cold weather. Li Qingqi wanted to find a few people from Nankou to drink with him, but no one paid attention to him. Brother Yi, when the Craftsman Alliance succeeds, do you think other people will learn to form alliances in other places and enter Chang and to develop? Li Qingqi took a sip of wine and asked a very deep question. That's why the imperial court will regulate all kinds of alliances in the future. If you want to form an alliance, you have to report it. Whoever forms the alliance and how much money they have will come up with a new set of laws. Li Yi also went deeper. The Craftsman Alliance would naturally be managed by the Ministry of Works. In the future, the Ministry of Works would have more power. The Agriculture Alliance included the farming and farming industries, as well as the fruit and timber industries. The agriculture would naturally belong to the Agriculture Temple. The business tax would be confiscated, but the Craftsman Alliance had existed for a long time and didn't have a separate department to manage it. When the business tax started to be collected, the department would naturally have to be set up. Is it that troublesome? Li Qingqi had never thought of such a problem, but he knew it wasn't easy to increase or decrease the laws. If possible, we have to start now. The people who fix the laws have to observe, ask, and ponder. If the laws don't keep up, there will be chaos. Especially now, the families and local forces, plus the imperial relatives like you, will definitely take the opportunity to fish for a lot of benefits. For example, in Chang'an, you control 3 alliances by yourself. They compete with each other and maintain a monopoly. It shouldn't exist. If there's only one alliance in a place, how can the others survive? Li Yi explained his original intention of establishing the 3 alliances, which was to give the craftsmen the right to choose and a chance to survive. The 3 alliances restrained each other. Even if the craftsmen didn't join any alliance, they still had a chance to survive. The 3 alliances formed a tripartite force. Who would dare to exploit the craftsmen? Unless they joined forces. However, the controller didn't allow them to join forces. Whoever dared to propose it would withdraw. Without the law, relative fairness could only be achieved through human actions. Li Qingqi looked at Li Yi in surprise. At this moment, he realized that his brother Yi had already known what would happen. He took a deep breath. Brother Yi, if there are really craftsman alliances from other places coming to Chang'an to snatch jobs, what should we do? Strengthen the after-sales service and talk about the after-sales service separately. Tell the people of Chang'an that the things made in our alliance will be repaired for free. If an outsider were to find a job, would they be able to guarantee that they would be able to repair it at any time? Do they live in Chang'an? Then annex it. Li Yi was not polite at all. His tone was normal, but his words were full of killing intent. Li Qingqi's murderous aura surged as well. That's right. We won't allow anyone else to come in. We'll poach any alliance that comes in. But what if they have the money to poach our people? There's a contract. Li Yi reminded. He didn't need to say more. Now, even the hired tenants had to be contracted. Moreover, the Yaman's judgment was quite interesting. After signing a contract, for example, for 10 years, and then realizing that they were at a disadvantage, the person who was hired was at a disadvantage, he would sue. When the Yaman judged a case without specific laws and regulations, they would help the person who was at a disadvantage, unless the defendant's social network was too big. That way, they could create a ruckus. Once they create a ruckus, the censorate would find an opportunity to impeach him. Who cares if he was right or not, they would just impeach him first. Li Qingqi had learned a lot from Li Yi and was now displaying his intelligence. Other alliances have signed long-term contracts with the craftsmen. If we increase the benefits of the craftsmen, we can encourage other craftsmen to sue as well. I will put pressure on the Yaman. The other alliances will either give the same benefits, or the contract will be invalid. Li Qingqi felt that it was fine. How could they give out benefits so casually? If they increased the cost, what was the use of an alliance if they couldn't make money? If the other party had an official behind them, that would be even better. They would be impeached. Was it okay for an official to interfere in the economy? Only this prince could do it. Li Qingqi felt that he had learned something. It was good to chat with Brother Yi. Everything could be solved. Brother Yi, do you think I should set up a few alliances for the farmers? Li Qingqi was thinking about a new business deal. Give the authority to the agriculture temple. Big brother, can we hold on? Li Yi was worried. The craftsmen were not managed by the Ministry of Works. The ordnance supervisor and the Ministry of Finance were only in charge of their own craftsmen. The craftsmen outside belonged to the people and were free. Farming was different. How could the farming alliance make money? Collect rent? Why should other people join your alliance? It should be possible to recruit a few more people. Li Qingqi said. Don't worry about the agriculture temple. It's easy. Usually, after the summer and autumn grains are harvested, other than paying the rent, the people will sell the rest of the grains. At that time, the people who collect the grains will have to lower the price. The people have no choice. If they sell the grains at a low price, if they encounter a disease, the stored grains will be gone. They can only buy the grains at a high price. The alliance will help them raise the price. The alliance has money and can buy the grains at a high price. It can also be temporarily lent to the people in the alliance. The grains are not allowed to be touched. At the same time, we will research better farming tools and mineral fertilizers for the people in the alliance to use. Others will always be a step behind. We will specially guide the planting of greenhouses in the winter. The sales will be unified. Li Yi explained what the Agriculture Alliance should do. It was to steal the Agriculture Temple's business. Yes, 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 yes. Li Qingqi raised his head and drank a cup of wine. He rubbed his hands and said, "Brother Yi, you are right. The Agriculture Temple is incompetent. Let's go and do something. Let's see if they still have any face left." Li Qingqi poured wine for himself. "Big brother, the main thing for now is to do something, not to slap anyone's face." Li Yi advised. "Yes, the main thing is to do something and slap their faces." Li Qingqi felt carefree. So what if they bullied the Agriculture Temple? What can they do to me? Li Qingqi, who found something interesting, drank 100 grams of wine by himself. He wanted to drink more, but Li Yi stopped him. 100 grams of wine would not delay the work. After dinner, Li Qingqi hurried away with a lot of things and drawings. Li Yi slowly walked outside. After digestion, he went back to sit and rest for half an hour and began to study. In the evening, Li Qingqi brought the dishes from Earthly Paradise to Baifu Palace. Li Longji and Empress Wang were there. "Third brother, I got the things. Today, I had dinner with Brother Yi. We talked about the alliance and the new laws." During the dinner, Li Qingqi told everyone about his conversation with Li Yi. He talked about how the Workers' Alliance was reasonable and how the Agriculture Alliance operated. After listening, noble consort Lu said with a look of lingering fear, "Fortunately, that child was in our Tang dynasty. If he was in Khitan, Tubo, Turkic, yes." Li Longji looked at his brother gratefully. If it weren't for his brother, he might not have been able to see Li Yi again. He didn't say that he would kill him with the strength of the whole country if he showed up in other places. Because he knew that if Li Yi was in Tubo, the military forces of the Tang dynasty would probably be wiped out by Li Yi's Tubo. It took time for the army to march. Would Li Yi take out the good gunpowder immediately? The military forces of the Tang dynasty didn't know how powerful gunpowder was. If they ran into it, Li Dan said, "Zhuangzi, strengthen the security in the future. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. Those who go to the market and buy are limited to one place." He was afraid. Li Yi was not only a great help to the Tang dynasty, but also a great help to his health. The air on a cloudy day was very comfortable. When the weather became warm, he would enjoy more sunshine. He would also go to the hot spring with the imperial concubine. He wanted to live a few more years and see the prosperity of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 281. Empress Wang had been listening with a smile. When she heard that her father-in-law wanted to strengthen the defense, she made a suggestion. "Give more sulfur and saltpeter to Uncle. Uncle knows how to make powerful weapons. There are a lot of saltpeter in Sichuan. Chang'an is full of saltpeter in medicine shops or Taoist temples." "Exactly." Li Longji agreed. "Give it to her." Once the powerful weapons were developed, they could be used in the military of the Tang dynasty. At least the winged knights had to be equipped with them first. At the same time, the weapons were in Zhuangzi. If someone wanted to play tricks, they could still fight back. "Tomorrow, I'll go to the football field outside the city and try to use the new tools and methods to dig a well. According to the manual, this is only a part of it. If you want to dig a salt well, you'll need a bigger turntable and windmill. With the help of the wind, you'll have to push hard at the same time. The connecting rods will be connected one by one. If they break, there'll be a special tool to grab and buckle them up. Li Chengqi was very excited when he talked about the new equipment. How deep can the well be dug? Noble consort Lu was very curious about the well. The main reason was that the idea was Li Yi's. If it were another craftsman who came up with the idea, she would at most nod or say, It was not worth her attention. Brother Yi said that it's easy to dig within 1,000 feet, but difficult after 3,000 feet. Li Chengqi said the number as if he was presenting a treasure. In the Tang dynasty, the wells that were hundreds of feet deep were already considered heaven-defying. Ah! People are in danger. Noble consort Lu was still not clear about the new well. It did not need people to dig it. In her impression, a well was dug with a pulley on top. A person would dig into the well and reinforce the surrounding wall as he dug. When digging, the soil would be lifted up by baskets. The soil was hard, so it was easy to dig with some water. It was also easy to collapse the wall. If they did not throw water, how long would it take to dig 1,000 feet? Would the people inside be able to breathe? No one went down. There's only a hole as big as a bamboo tube at the top. The principle is, Li Chengqi began to explain to everyone how a hole as big as a bowl could be dug 1,000 feet deep. After listening to him, noble consort Lu was indeed surprised. There's actually such a miraculous skill in the world? Longji, you've really picked up a treasure. Li Longji smiled and nodded. Yes, I know. Lu Ban is so powerful, but he didn't come up with such a good idea. In order to elevate Li Yi, Li Dan used Lu Ban as an example. Lu Ban is a carpenter. Li Chengqi spoke up for Lu Ban. As if uncle doesn't know how to do carpentry. Empress Wang disagreed. Yes, there's nothing that brother Yi can't do. Li Chengqi did not want to argue with his sister-in-law and quickly replied. Turning his head, he said to Li Longji, we have to occupy this place first. Otherwise, if someone else occupies it, the imperial family won't be able to snatch it away. Don't worry, big brother. Li Longji indicated that he had arranged everything properly. He was the most anxious person. Money. With money, he would have a large number of private soldiers. The private soldiers that were truly under his control would be raised with his own money. Seeing that the Tang dynasty belonged to him, he could mobilize the soldiers, but so could others. Otherwise, there would be no such thing as before. And now, the winged knights did not listen to anyone except him. Even Brother Yi could not mobilize them, but they were afraid of Brother Yi. He always sent people to check on them, give them things, and write letters back. When the weather warmed up, he would send the winged knights to take turns to visit home, or send a convoy to pick up their families to stay in Chang'an for a few days. What is it? Li Dan did not know. Father, it's like this. Li Chengqi started to blabber again. A few thousand coins per day. Li Dan's breathing became rapid. Li Longji looked around and found an oxygen bag. He ran over and took it for his father. Li Chengqi opened the first aid kit next to him and took out the medicine for heart disease. He was ready to feed it to his father and swallow it under his tongue. It's okay. I just heard that there's too much money. Li Dan took in the oxygen and waved his hand. Noble consort Lu also inserted an oxygen bag into her nose. She smiled and said, You really can't bear to see money. Did you give the young man any benefits? Yes. Uncle wants 5%. He only provides the technology and ideas. We will take care of everything else. Empress Wang nodded. She was not surprised. She was used to it. She was just happy that her family was rich. Knowing that there would be a lot of money in the future, the Baifu Palace was filled with a happy atmosphere. On the other side, the craftsmen were eating slowly in the land of hundreds of works. Each of them looked sad. Minister Yao was not satisfied. He said that he wanted to develop a new well drilling method. What new method can there be to drill a well? It's just digging, digging, smelting. The stronger the tool, the faster the digging. A craftsman thought of the key point. Impossible. Smelting is smelting. Drilling is drilling. If smelting is important, why did Minister Yao say to drill a well? Another craftsman disagreed. It's better to make gunpowder. Once it's ignited, it will all be sent to the Li family Zhuangzi. Say, if we burn something, will we be able to reach the Li family Zhuangzi? I don't dare. If we don't get there, we will be in trouble. I heard that there is meat for every meal there. It's not just hearsay. Now, we are eating cucumbers, spinach, celery, and eggplant. They eat that to have good skills. What are we eating? Look at what we are eating. There are salted vegetables and sand in the rice. The craftsman complained. Suddenly, the food tasted even worse. Are you eating or not? If you continue to complain, there won't be any salted vegetables tomorrow. The person in charge of getting food shouted at the craftsman. Give me a portion. A voice sounded. Who are you? When we were getting food just now, how can you eat this kind of food? There is good food over there. The manager's over there, the person in charge of getting food trembled. Yao Chong was back again. He came in the afternoon and left. Dinner was again, give me a portion. Yao Chong squinted his eyes and repeated softly. After saying that, he ignored the other party and scooped rice for himself. He put the salted vegetables on the rice and found a place to squat down and eat. The person in charge of getting food ran away to find someone. This matter was too big, and he could not handle it. The craftsmen around were dumbfounded and looked at Yao Chong. Pfft! Yao Chong turned his head and spat out a grain of sand. He continued eating, his eyes red. He was not upset that the craftsmen were not eating well. He was just sullen. He had given them the money and said that they would have meat every day. Other than that, they would have to get some salted vegetables and pickled radishes. In the end, the craftsmen were eating this and complaining about him. They were all subordinates. Would Li Yi's people dare to do this? Who would dare to have sand in their food in Zhuangzi's cafeteria? Li Yi did not care about the daily affairs and left it to Songde. He wrote books and thought about new things. As the Prime Minister, his words were useless. You are too greedy. You don't care about me, the Prime Minister. That's right, what can you use to compete with others? What did the craftsmen in Zhuangzi eat? What did they wear? What did they live in? Oh, they also eat salted vegetables for breakfast. They also eat rice for a change of taste. The more he thought about it, the more he thought about it. Yao Chong carried the bowl and turned around to leave. A group of people guarded him. Prime Minister Yao, I know my mistake. Prime Minister Yao, let me go. Don't stop me. Prime Minister Yao, tomorrow, there will be meat tomorrow. Behind Yao Chong, 9 managers in charge of various jobs ran over. They were stopped by the guards and shouted. Yao Chong acted as if he did not hear them and walked away. The craftsmen laughed. The managers and the people in charge of getting food looked at him like he was a dead man. Chapter 282. I heard that there are many corrupt officials in the capital. Now that the Tang dynasty is in its golden age, how can the court be corrupted because of some petty thieves? I ask that we start with the capital and strictly investigate all the officials, so as to correct His Majesty's power in the court. Early the next morning, Yao Chong, who ate sand yesterday, began to ask for people to be dealt with during the morning court. He did not only want to deal with the 9 people. Even if the 9 people were confiscated, what was the use? Yao Chong's words were no longer effective, so he had to kill some people. I second the motion. Zhang Shua followed and looked at Lu Huaishan. I second the motion. Lu Huaishan also supported. The Baigong matter was handled by 3 people. As a result, embezzling, the political affairs hall wanted face. Okay. Li Longji expressed his support. Anyway, it was Yao Chong who proposed it. Why didn't you say it before? You ate sand yesterday and felt uncomfortable, right? The other officials did not say anything. Everyone knew what Yao Chong experienced yesterday. Therefore, the rectification movement of the Tang dynasty began before the first month of the third year of Kaiyuan. The yamen runners, deputy county magistrates, county officers, registrars, and other officials of the two counties of Chang'an wiped their cold sweat. They were grateful to Li Yi. It was Li Yi who found them jobs to attract investment and get rewards. The money they received was legitimate. Otherwise, they would use their positions to get other benefits, and they would be the ones to be dealt with. Li Dongzhu is a good person. This was the crowd's cry. Dongzhu, the people who bought soy sauce and other things today, said that the place where Yao Chong and the others worked on the Baigong matter, there was corruption. Yao Chong went to take a look last night. The craftsman ate salted vegetables and rice with sand. Yao Chong scooped the rice himself, and sure enough, there was sand in it. They started to investigate and arrest people early in the morning. It was scary, and the people who were arrested were unlucky. This time, the bad officials were finally afraid. After selling the things, Song Delay reported the news he heard. Li Yi held the completely healed and lively little fellow who was about to walk on the ground. He nodded when he heard that. One of them has been caught red-handed, and the other is on the wrong side. Otherwise, it would be fine. But this official, if you investigate like this, you won't be able to find anything. When the baby heard Li Yi's voice, he blinked his big eyes and looked over. He thought that Li Yi was talking to him, so he shouted, "Ah, check. The day you burn 100 days will be the day you grasp the weak. I will definitely seize the time to teach you how to say a few words and how to take 2 steps." Li Yi told the child that he was waiting. The child was buried more than 8 months old, and the day he turned 1 year old was also the 100th day of his death. He wanted to raise the child until he was healthy before returning him. When the child was 100 days old, people would be more superstitious, and it would be easier to accept. Of course, there would always be superstitious people. Now, big brother, third brother, sister-in-law, and some other people were also obsessed with him. When it came to treating illnesses, no matter how powerful the medicine was, others would still be able to accept it. This was the era of curses, and the Imperial Physician Department was a serious subject. For example, hospitals, treatment rooms, operating rooms, radiology departments, and so on, plus a spell room. After the patient entered, he would first perform a dance and then stick a talisman on his forehead. This guaranteed that he would be beaten. However, if it was a patient who was still superstitious, he would reveal his identity and say that he was someone's disciple. The other party would believe him, and no one could persuade him otherwise. There were people who believed that injecting disinfectant could cure illnesses. What else was impossible? On the child's 100th day, he told them according to Wang Xing's method. He said that he would punch the king of hell and not fight back, and that he would walk with his feet on the ground. The black and white impermanence's faces were full of tears. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Not convinced? Not convinced? Come to Zhuangzi and let me show you the equipment. Have you seen it before? Are you confused? Are you dumbfounded? Li Yi thought and laughed. He. The little guy saw him laughing and felt that there was something funny here, so he laughed as well. Li Yi turned his head and kissed him. The little guy laughed even more happily. Songde thought about what Dongzhu said. Looking at the baby's smile, he suddenly sighed with emotion. Children are so good. They can be happy for a long time because of a little thing. So let more children be happy, and you and I will be happy too. Songde, promote some people. The prosperity of the Tang dynasty must be credited to you and me. Li Yi said to the supervisor. Songde was excited. Got it, Dongzhu. After saying this, he turned around and left in high spirits. Li Yi's words made him change from a sad state to a happy state. Li Yi didn't say, Success doesn't depend on me, but success must depend on me. People of the Tang dynasty hope to be remembered forever. Next to the first new football field of the Tang dynasty, Li Qingqi instructed the craftsmen to build a frame. The frame was like a millstone. On the frame were sails and windmills, which rotated parallel to the ground. When the wind blew, it could drive the millstone when it rotated. In this way, it could rotate in any direction of the wind. With the drill and connecting rod, there was no wind. Li Qingqi waved his hand, and the craftsmen understood. Each of them stood at a position and pushed it by themselves. Someone was responsible for watering the hot water. When the ice thawed in spring, the outside melted first, but the inside was still frozen. It was difficult to drill the mud without watering it. Even if they drilled through the frozen soil layer, they still had to water it to soften the mud below, reduce the wear and tear of the round blade file, and speed up the process. There was a heavy weight on it, and the round blade file was always grinding the mud. Seeing the more than 2-meter-long round blade file going down, the craftsmen were surprised. Fast, too fast. It was frozen soil below. How long would it take to dig? As he spun this thing, it began to fall. The wind blew. Everyone spread out and watched the windmill rotate automatically. Perhaps there were no stones in the mud here. In less than half an hour, the whole round blade file went down. Add the connecting rod, someone shouted. Someone above loosened the hoop and brought up a 2-meter-long rod. They continued to drill and couldn't stop watering. It's soft mud here, so it goes down quickly. But it's still amazing. How can a person dig such a big hole? One of the craftsmen said excitedly. His companion next to him shook his head. God, I can't imagine how much the shopkeeper spent to hire the person who figured out this thing. What if this thing is used to drill salt wells in Ijo? A smart person asked. It's confidential. I can't say. The old craftsman warned. Don't think that you're the only one who understands. At this time, those who didn't expect it also understood. That's right, this method was the best for drilling salt brine wells. Li Qingqi listened and pursed his lips, but didn't say anything. This technology was prepared for salt wells. Brother E hesitated for a long time that day. You spread it outside? After the news is confirmed, you can spread it to Shu County. Shu County has already used this method to drill many salt wells. Oh, natural gas is also fine. Yes, it's called natural gas. Salt brine needs to be boiled, and natural gas can be burned like the methane in a biogas pool. Li Qingqi thought about it as time passed. When it was almost noon, the person who was watering down the connecting rod suddenly shouted, "It's under the water. There's water coming out from below." How can there be water if it's under the water? Li Qingqi didn't understand and turned to ask the person next to him. The water in the well is lower than the ground. Of course there's a fountain. The water coming out of the pipe is the fountain. It turns out that the water is always full. If it goes down, it means that there's nothing below. Either there's a hole below, or it's connected to the water underground. The person next to him explained. So, the well is finished. Li Qingqi couldn't believe it. The mud is soft. This is Chang and around the 8 rivers, and the water level is high. If you drill in another place for 2 or 3 days, there might not be water even after 3 to 5 days, the person next to him explained. You know a lot. Li Qingqi asked, puzzled. I'm a craftsman in Zhuangzi. Li Dongzhu asked me to come over and take a look, the other person replied. Li Qingqi looked again. Sure enough, the clothes were different. Chapter 283. The craftsman alliance that Li Qingqi was in now was very fast. The craftsman's clothes were already very beautiful. However, compared to the Li family Zhuangzi's clothes, they were much worse. Although they were both made of canvas, the craftsman's clothes were finer and more comfortable to wear. Moreover, the sleeves of the craftsman's clothes were much longer and could be rolled up and buckled. After rolling up and buckling, the sleeves became shorter. When the sleeves were long, it was to prevent something from splashing and hurting the wrists. When rolled up, it was to prevent something from rolling up the sleeves. Then, he would adjust it himself. There will be some meat stewing in the pot when we eat later. I will try my best to get more meat for you. Li Chengqi was closer to the craftsman of Zhuangzi. No need. We have a carriage coming over with 6 craftsmen. There are casseroles in the carriage. When it's time to eat, we will sneak in and eat. The craftsman pointed in a direction. Li Chengqi looked over. Sure enough, there was a 4-wheeled carriage parked there. There was also someone waiting beside the carriage. It was the coachman. Where are the others? Li Chengqi looked around. There was no one. Above. Above is the most important. Dong Zhu is afraid that some craftsmen will think that they know how to do it. If they don't do it well, there will be an accident. The craftsman pointed up again. He looked down on the other craftsmen in front of him as if they were at the top of the food chain. It wasn't that he looked down on skills, but he looked down on discipline. It was a mess. A group of people who didn't cooperate well and shouted back and forth. Some people were clearly in the wrong but still wanted to take the blame. There was no such problem in Zhuangzi, not in Zhuangzi. Everyone would assign tasks before starting work. Who was in charge of which area, who was the commander, and who was the deputy commander. If there was a problem with the commander, the deputy commander would correct or record it. As long as there was no danger, the other craftsmen had to follow the commander's instructions. If there was danger, they could directly avoid it. Later, there would be other people to investigate. Otherwise, even if they were wronged, they had to do it and then report it to the higher-ups. In the beginning, there were many special situations. Now, there were basically no problems. Everyone cooperated smoothly and performed their own duties. Then, he looked down on them. You can't do it. You lack teamwork. Li Chengqi looked up. Sure enough, the craftsmen of Zhuangzi were in the key positions above. He was relieved. He never had the thought of comparing the craftsmen of the Alliance with the craftsmen of Li family Zhuangzi. I'll join you guys for dinner later. Li Chengqi wanted to get more minced meat for himself during the meal, but when he saw the car, he changed his mind. His current identity was that of an inspector of the Alliance. Other than the confidants in charge of the Alliance, no one else knew his identity. He did not need to be close to the people, nor did he need to share will and woe with the craftsmen. The blacksmith nodded vigorously, indicating that there was no problem. What kind of casserole did you bring today? Li Chengqi knew that Zhuangzi and the other craftsmen were around. After relaxing, he started to crave for the casserole. It's the same. Chicken stewed with mushrooms and monkey's head mushrooms. The 6 of us discussed among ourselves and told the kitchen, and the kitchen specially made it for us. White rice. There's also tofu mixed with scallions, eggplant with garlic, cucumber strips with garlic, and some dog meat mixed with coriander. The blacksmith replied, gulping as he spoke. Brother E, didn't you say that you don't like eating dog meat? A dead dog? Li Chengqi was puzzled. We don't eat dogs that died of old age or accidentally. This is a dog from the Zhang family's village. It bit its owner. Dong Zhu checked it and said it was not sick. Ah, it was sick. It was a class disease, so it was strangled to death. We brought it back to eat. The blacksmith explained the situation. What is a class disease? Li Chengqi heard of this disease for the first time. Dong Zhu said that dogs are animals with classes, just like wolves. The difference is that dogs have a long sense of identity with humans, for example, for a lifetime. When they feel that you are stronger than them, they will always listen to you. Even if you beat them to death, they will not dare to resist. But when they feel that they should be above you, they will bite you to make you listen to them. Dong Zhu said that all dogs that bite their owners must be dealt with, and those that are obedient should not be beaten all the time. It's meaningless. The blacksmith explained to Li Chengqi about dog rearing, which he learned from Zhuangzi. Alas! Li Qingqi did not know what to say. Of course, he was not feeling sorry for the dogs. He just felt that the gap between him and Brother Yi was too big. He had been learning all the time, but he found that he needed to learn more and more. Don't worry, the dogs in Zhuangzi don't bite their owners. Dongzhu has a way to train them. They are very obedient. The blacksmith thought that this relative of the emperor cared about the dogs. Then, Li Qingqi became even more depressed. Okay, put the bamboo tube down and connect it firmly. Align the tenons and grooves. The blacksmith of Zhuangzi shouted. It was the first time that the other blacksmiths encountered such a fun thing. They were at a loss. Bamboo tubes of similar thickness were put down one by one. They had a tenon structure, and a little twine was added to stabilize the tube. Fix the support and attach the main body of the pressure well. The blacksmith shouted again. The glued tube was connected, and the support below was stabilized. The others assembled the components of the pressure well, added water, and led the water out of the well. Done, done. The small hole is a success. One of the blacksmiths cheered. The other alliance blacksmiths jumped up and down. They were witnessing history. With such a thick hole, they could drill all the way down and there was a well. They knew what this meant. It was more than 10 times faster than the well they dug, and there was no danger of it collapsing. If they drilled on the ground, the bottom would be damaged. At worst, they could just find a new place and they would be fine. The blacksmiths in the blacksmith village smiled, but they soon calmed down. It was normal for the technology provided by Dongzhu to reach such a level. The one who gets Li Yi will get the world. Li Qingqi muttered inexplicably. Then, he shook his head and laughed self-mockingly. If I were the emperor, I would be too busy. Li Qingqi admitted that he was not cut out to be the emperor. His third brother was indeed better than him. At least he knew how to use people. Previously, his third brother was also very anxious. How would he deal with the situation if he became the emperor? Therefore, he used Yao Chong, a veteran, to watch and learn at the same time. He was biased towards Yao Chong. The day he learned was the day Yao Chong would be crippled. Unfortunately, Brother Yi came out. Yao Chong's status would be lowered, but the time he would be crippled would be prolonged. Li Qingqi understood this very well. He felt that Yao Chong should thank his brother Yi. Go and buy some cooked food. It's not far from Shi City. Let's eat it. Li Qingqi did not want to think too much. He decided to let the alliance's blacksmiths who participated in the drilling have a good meal. Then, he turned around and entered the car with the 6 blacksmiths. He did not want to eat cooked food bought from Shi City. There was a casserole in the car. Just as he entered the car, another car that looked different drove over. The rented car is not comfortable. Zhang Shua complained in the car. Drilling a well. Good ability. Yao Chong did not care about comfort. He had already sent someone to investigate and obtained a result. Now, he wanted to see it with his own eyes. Lu Huaishan lifted the curtain and looked at it. He shook his head. It's really a pressure well. They are able to extract water. Li Yi, you are really a heaven-defying genius. I know. Zhang Shua spoke again. King Song is not lying. He is going to the Shu lands to drill a salt well. Drilling a well, drilling a salt well. Good. What a good plan. We are going to use it now. Yao Chong smiled. He was convinced. He was really convinced. Is he trying to deceive everyone? Lu Huaishan had another idea. Chapter 284. The 3 of them finally understood why King Song was sneaking into Xingqing Hall and whispering into His Majesty's ear. What left the trio even more depressed was that King Song was speaking the truth. 10,000 cutlasses a day. The speed at which he dug the well was frightening. Even though the water was shallow and the soil was soft, it was still much faster than digging by humans. Furthermore, the deeper they dug, the better the drilling method was. I wonder if we can make it in time. Zhang Shuo was the youngest among them, so he was more anxious. It's too late. Lu Huaishan told him the truth. Yao Chong nodded. Li Yi is serious this time. The good places in the Shu lands must have been occupied by His Majesty's men. It's not a bad thing. His Majesty has money, so he has to use it in times of trouble. The problem is that I still don't understand how to dig the well. The mouth of the well is so thick. Can it be done by drilling? Zhang Shuo was no different from an idiot when it came to drilling. He wanted to know how to extract the soil from the well. Lu Huaishan and Yao Chong were the same as him. They didn't understand. And the more they didn't understand, the more they were afraid of that young man. Zhang Shuo didn't want to think about the technique. He said, His Majesty has benefited too much. The officials should advise him against it. Doji, don't think about it. It's impossible. Today, Li Yi has officially made his move. He won't leave any loopholes for you. Otherwise, he would have a comprehensive plan. Do you believe me? Lu Huaishan liked to deal with small matters. He valued the details the most. He could feel that Li Yi wasn't willing to do his best. It was as if he was hesitating and didn't care. When it came to digging the well, King Song ran back and forth. Every time he ran back and forth, His Majesty's attitude would change. This meant that Li Yi was following up and paying attention to the details. He realized that Li Yi would never do anything twice. He would always solve it in one go. He would answer whatever you asked. It was very simple. He didn't ask for anything. It was as if he was chatting casually. Especially when he was eating, he was so relaxed. Even when others bullied him, he would still return the favor. This time, Li Yi had been following them. Thinking about the benefits of the well salt in the Shu lands. In that case, would Li Yi give others a chance? When a person who could solve the problem with just one move made consecutive moves, who could go against it? I can't accept it. Zhang Shuo told the truth. As the Prime Minister, he had no idea what was going on. Before he could react, the dust had settled. Yao Chong rubbed his temples. If two armies were to fight, and one side was Li Yi, the enemy would have already lost. I haven't even seen him yet, but his power has already been formed. Yao Chong also understood that the situation could not be reversed. Since the other party dared to expose the secret, naturally, the situation could not be changed. At this moment, he realized that he was somewhat glad. He was glad that Li Yi had appeared as His Majesty's younger brother. His Majesty didn't want to lose Brother Yi and gain a capable minister. Therefore, no one in the court would come and replace him directly. So he said to the two of them, we must protect His Majesty's appreciation of talent. The so-called protection was that everyone helped to keep the secret. They couldn't let Li Yi know who his eldest brother, third brother, and other brothers were. Let him continue to be Zhuangzi's Dongzhu. If His Majesty wanted to go, then go. Do you want to do something to Zhuangzi from other aspects? Zhang Shuo looked at Yao Chong. Without waiting for Yao Chong to speak, Lu Huaishan interjected, this old man won't participate. This old man's house is still under repair. If this old man touches it and the news spreads, how will the world see this old man? This old man won't bear the infamy of eternity. Lu Huaishan withdrew. He didn't want to play with them anymore. At the same time, he took out a card, a Celestial World membership card. He flashed it and then put it away. Forget it. Yao Chong compromised. He also had a card. What was the matter with the card's benefits? Did it need to be said? Sure enough, the mouth of the one who eats is short, and the hand that takes is soft. Zhang Shuo lowered his head. He gave all the benefits that should be given, including food and benefits. What did the other party say? When dealing with the other party, did he think about the consequences if the matter was exposed? The commoners outside watched, and His Majesty above watched. After communicating with each other and comforting themselves, the three of them looked at the pressure well together. It was time to eat, but there were still people pressing and pressing there. When the water flowed to the ground, it first created a hole due to the drop. Then, it started to meander into the distance according to the terrain. The commoners found that there were many people here and came to watch the show. They saw such a big windmill that was the size of a house. The onlookers kept asking. Some of the alliance's craftsmen couldn't keep it a secret and explained it, but they didn't say it clearly. The commoners, however, knew that the pressure well was directly drilled out. There was no need to dig. Is this the method given by Li Dongzhu of the Baishui River? A commoner asked directly. The other onlookers nodded one after another, expressing the same question. Why do you have to talk about him? A young craftsman felt a psychological blow and asked gloomily. Talk about you? I know you are the apprentice of the Wang Si family, the eldest disciple. Your mortise and tenon work is not bad, but can you make this? The commoners didn't give him face and directly pointed out his identity and strength. They also questioned him. Little 7, time to eat. Craftsman Wang Si was at the side and said to his eldest disciple. Wang Si, say something. Is this something that Li family Zhuangzi took out? Someone didn't agree and asked Wang Si. Yes, Li Dongzhu's skills are outstanding. Wang Si had nothing to hide and admitted it. See, I told you. Only Li Dongzhu is willing to take out such a good method for everyone to use. Unfortunately, my family doesn't have a daughter. The person who said that before spoke up once more. What's the point of having a bunch of daughters? The news of Piaonkong Square has spread. Xinyan and the others all ran to Zhuangzi. Do you think Li Dongzhu can handle it alone? He is young and strong. One change a day. If it was me, you guys continue speaking. Be careful that someone tells Li Dongzhu that Li Dongzhu is angry. Huh. It's already noon. In the blink of an eye, let's eat. Isn't that right? I was so focused on looking at the well that I didn't even hear my stomach growling. There is a new method of digging wells. My second uncle's village is not far away. I heard him say that the well water is getting deeper and deeper. He wants to dig a new well. How can he find someone to dig it for him? I didn't say anything. It has nothing to do with me. I did say that I was joking. Li Dongzhu will definitely not bicker with me. In an instant, the people who wanted to make up stories about Li Yi dispersed. It's time to eat. What should we do? Lu Huaishan asked his two colleagues. Recently, he had been taking care of his health. In the morning, he drank goat's milk, ate eggs, steamed buns, and pickled vegetables with celery leaves. He ate until he was 60% full. Now he was hungry. Yao Chong looked at the group of people dispersing and said, "This method is really good for dealing with drought. Drilling deeper is faster than digging. I just don't know what to do in winter. The weather is cold, the water is frozen, and the soil is also frozen. Will the bamboo tube be crushed? No, the place that can be frozen can be replaced with iron. The frozen soil and the exposed part will be fine." Yao Chong was now thinking about the people's livelihood. He was just sad that he could not subdue Li Yi. At the same time, he wanted to have the final say in the imperial court. He still attached great importance to the people's livelihood. This was also mentioned by Li Yi and Li Longji. Today, he understood that the new well drilling technique was most useful in dry areas with low groundwater levels. Chapter 285. Lu Huaishan complained that he was hungry, Yao Chong was calculating the usefulness of the new technique, and Zhang Shua was in a daze. A beautiful carriage passed by and stopped at a place for a person to get out. He didn't bother with the group of craftsmen eating and walked to the well alone to see someone pressurizing the water. The well had just been drilled and the water was still muddy, but it would clear up after a bit of pressure. There's actually a good way to drill a well. This old man came a step too late and drilled a hole the size of a bowl directly into it. Bamboo tubes are used to protect the walls of the well. Good idea, good method. The person walked around the well and came to a craftsman eating dried radish stew. Are you going to drill a new well in the afternoon? Yes, one on the other side. 2 more tomorrow for 4 wells. The craftsman ate a mouthful of yellow rice as he spoke. The person turned back to the carriage and called for the driver and a servant to bring out the charcoal brazier and add more charcoal. A thin copper pot was placed on top of it and the cooked mutton and green onions were poured into it. The driver and servant didn't eat with them. The 2 of them held a bowl and waited until it was ready. In another rented car, Zhang Shua lifted the curtains and looked out. He saw it. He said to Lu Huaishan, "Huaishan, there's food." Old Wei just came and set up the pot. Where? Lu Huaishan poked his head out and got off the carriage. Yung, you're not going. Zhang Shua was also hungry and wanted to eat Wei Zhigu's food. Why not? Yao Chong didn't care about the past. How could a thin-skinned person become the prime minister? The 3 of them walked over. Zhang Shua glanced at it and said, "Get in the car and eat. Don't eat outside. This car of yours is proof of your identity. I'll wait for you to come over." The villager will come out of the car in a moment and tell Li Yi. I didn't bring much meat. Wei Zhigu was helpless and asked someone to carry the food into the carriage. The inside of the carriage wasn't as spacious as outside. I'm satisfied with some soup. Lu Huaishan was indeed hungry. Wei Zhigu's carriage was large. When they got in and saw the meat and other food, Lu Huaishan looked at him with disdain. We're eating your food and you're still lying to me. Your family has no money and you're always hungry. I'm afraid you can eat too much. Wei Zhigu joked and seemed to be in a good mood. The 4 of them sat down and waited for the soup to boil. My family's new house will be ready in half a month's time. We'll meet up for a meal there. Lu Huaishan was still thinking about the house. He was different from Wei Zhigu. His family was big, but they didn't buy him a house in Chang'an. Wei Zhigu's grandfather was Wei Zheng, Li Shimin's mirror. After his death, he was pushed onto the tombstone, and Li Shimin repaired it. The house they lived in was the ancestral home. Otherwise, how could it be so close to the imperial city? His sons were all married and became officials. He spent his own salary, and with the addition of his ancestral property, he lived a good life. Therefore, even if he didn't go to the celestial family, his family would still have mutton to eat. Zhigu, have you seen the new well drilling technique? Lu Huaishan scooped some sauce into his small bowl. It was leek sauce, waiting to be dipped into the mutton. I only saw the well. Who would have thought that it would be so fast? It only took a morning to finish. Wei Zhigu had a distressed expression. If Li Yi said that he could dig a well in an hour, I would believe him. Zhang Shua didn't like leek, so he scooped vinegar and soy sauce and added chopped green onions. Yao Chong, on the other hand, added a little of each condiment, such as sesame oil and garlic paste. When he was done, he said, "How do we get the new technique? We can dig a well or a salt well." Salt well? Wei Zhigu was stunned for a moment before realization dawned on him. Salt well from the Shu lands, my god. With this technique. Don't think about it. If His Majesty is right, he has already made arrangements. You want to dig a well and get it directly? Zhang Shua asked. I'll ask His Majesty for it. Wei Zhigu didn't say anything about going to Zhuangzi. King Song is here. Ask King Song. Lu Huaishan suggested. All right. Wei Zhigu readily agreed and ordered a servant to invite King Song. The servant whispered a few words into Li Qingqi's ear, and Li Qingqi carried a small clay pot over. He had already eaten it, so he couldn't throw it away. When he entered the carriage and saw the 3 prime ministers, Li Qingqi wasn't surprised at all. He put down his clay pot and asked, Minister Wei wants a new drilling technique. Can it be leaked? Wei Zhigu was nervous. But it can't be kept a secret unless it's a specialized construction team. Li Qingqi was amicable. On behalf of the common people, Minister Wei, you can't represent me, but I can give you the technique. However, does the Ministry of Works think that it costs less than others to dig wells? If not, why should the Ministry of Works dig wells? With my third brother's money, he can dig 3 wells for others and 2 wells for the Ministry of Works. How can one less well be accounted for? Li Chengqi asked a very realistic question. With the same amount of money, the amount of work done would make a difference, right? How can others save more money than the Ministry of Works? Wei Zhigu argued. Other people can come up with new techniques, but I don't see the Ministry of Works coming up with any. Li Chengqi said. As expected, Wei Zhigu panted, feeling depressed. Li Chengqi continued, what kind of work do you think the Ministry of Works can compare to the craftsmen of Liyi and Zhuangzi? Maybe it's dredging, but... Wei Zhigu said with uncertainty. Minister Wei, have you forgotten about the method of using water to flush sand? Li Chengqi reminded him. Last time, you asked a small official under the Ministry of Works to go to Zhuangzi to ask how much technology they got. Don't you know? There has to be a comparison. You can't just say that it's faster and cheaper. Wei Zhigu was unconvinced. Minister Wei, look, if we divide the area where the well needs to be dug, piece by piece, every piece, Li Chengqi began to explain the method he learned from Li Yi to Wei Zhigu. Each area would be subject to a bidding process. If the Ministry of Works had their own construction team, they could participate in the bidding. Whoever offered the lowest price, the best quality, and the fastest speed would naturally be chosen. If they couldn't do it, they would have their money deducted. Good, this method is good. Lu Huaishan picked up a piece of mutton and agreed. Isn't it too complicated? Wei Zhigu didn't want to agree. He still didn't know the cost and time of digging a well. The Craftsman Alliance had already started fighting. If they continued to fight, they would gain experience. How would the Ministry of Works bid? If they were too slow, their money would be deducted. Whose money would be deducted? What does Prime Minister Yao think? Li Chengqi asked Yao Chong. Not bad. Yao Chong told the truth. The money was paid by Her Majesty. If the Ministry of Works wanted to steal, it would be very difficult to catch and kill people. Zhang Shua didn't wait for Li Chengqi to ask and took the initiative to say, I agree. Wei Zhigu lowered his head and thought. He sighed. It's indeed a good idea. But who's going to watch over it? The Ministry of Works. The Ministry of Works will send people to each area to check. Of course, there will be other people secretly watching. If the Ministry of Works works with the construction team to fake it. Li Chengqi didn't finish his words. When will the new method be spread? Wei Zhigu was ready to learn. Today will do. If others are willing to watch, they can come in the afternoon. The drilling will continue tomorrow. The tools will be placed at the side. You can watch and learn. Li Chengqi was generous. Come, I'll teach you. When the 3 prime ministers heard this, they looked at each other and confirmed that it was too late to send people to the Shu lands. After the meal, Wei Zhigu sent someone to the Ministry of Works to call for more people. The 3 prime ministers returned to the Political Affairs Hall to work. Li Chengqi quietly asked his subordinates to pull the other 2 alliances over. The smelting technology needs to catch up. Good steel should be used on the blade. Li Chengqi thought of the drilling knife. If the knife wasn't good, it wouldn't be able to drill. Chapter 286. As more and more people were learning drilling techniques, the first day of February came, which was March 14th according to the Gregorian calendar. The 3 craftsman alliances formed by Li Chengqi had learned how to drill and were drilling for free in the east and west cities. Since the toilets in Chang'an were latrines, the feces would seep down. Day after day, year after year, the water would also seep down when it rained. Some things with feces would go down deeper and deeper. There were many rivers in Chang'an, so there was no need to dig deep wells. The feces would naturally pollute the well water. However, there was soil underground to filter the feces. At the same time, People got used to drinking the feces and developed antibodies. People who came to Chang'an often fell sick because they were not acclimatized to the environment. Firstly, the minerals in the environment were different, and secondly, the bacteria were different. In order to practice, Li Qingqi wanted to drill 10 deep wells in the east and west cities, the kind that was 300 feet deep. Wind, human, and animal power took turns to drill. Many people came to watch the fun, which made the food stalls in the east and west cities happy. The people from the Ministry of Works learned and recorded. The carpenters and blacksmiths who belonged to the imperial court were working hard to make the parts. The other craftsmen who did not join the alliance could only watch. The wells were too big and had too many parts. They could not make them even if they worked for a year. The key was that they did not have the money to build them. The drilling platform was as big as a 2- or 3-story house. These craftsmen signed the contract too strictly. We can't take them away. A merchant who came to sell things from Shu stamped his feet anxiously when he saw this. Especially the sellers who transported the salt here, they knew where the new well drilling method was most suitable. They had found the people in charge of the 3 alliances and promised a lot of benefits, but none of them agreed. They had also found a craftsman, but the other party said that he could not do anything. They found a group of craftsmen, but they all refused. The craftsmen's homes were in Chang'an, and they had signed the contract. The most important thing was that the Imperial Medical Department started to train more doctors. The curriculum of the official school included medicine. Students who studied it seriously could have more chances to survive. Those who did not want to study and only wanted to take the imperial examination could only fight for one path. Li Yi had provided 7 medical books so far. The Compendium of Materia Medica took the longest time to write, and the other books on common diseases were copied from the thinner ones. A large number of medical staff gave free diagnosis to people in order to get medical books. They only sold medicine for money. Living in Chang'an seemed to be more secure. The salt merchant of Shu then contacted the Ministry of Works. Unexpectedly, someone helped to contact Wei Zhigu and passed the invitation to him. Wei Zhigu took a look and asked him to exert pressure on the 3 alliances to at least produce some people. Out of the kindness of his heart, he asked someone to reply, "A drought is coming. Everyone who digs a well should first help the people get water." The people from the Shu lands continued to look for people. Those who didn't know about the alliance had no choice. Those who knew didn't dare to agree. King Song's alliance was different from the other kings. If other kings set fire to a residence and no one died, His Majesty would also punish them. If King Song was the one who set the fire and no one died, His Majesty would personally fork out money to compensate for the loss. Perhaps he could even tell King Song, "Elder brother, let's build a house outside the city for you to play with. After it burns down, we'll build another one, and then we'll light another one." The Shu lands were prosperous, and the Shu merchants were rich. However, they realized that it was not easy to meet the officials in the capital. They did not see any officials above rank 4. Scattered officials could be seen in Pyongkong Square and occasionally in Heaven on Earth. "It's here." After crossing the river, we found out that there is a young man in Zhuangzi called Dongzhu Li. He gave us the drilling method. A group of merchants asked around and finally confirmed that Li Yi was the inventor. Furthermore, the craftsmen in Zhuangzi were very skilled. They were prepared to work together to negotiate with Li Yi. At the Baishui Bridge, there were many horses and shacks by the bridge. People came and went on the bridge. Looking from this side of the river, the houses there were connected together. Zhao Guan and the others are just cowards. They heard some rumors and still believed it to be true. How can someone in Zhuangzi make Pyongkong Square work together to reject someone? Someone in the group said that they had found someone from the same hometown who was here last year. This year, he hadn't prepared the goods to go back. In the end, they found one and said no. Li Yi would not go with anyone, and the craftsmen in Zhuangzi would not leave either. They spent the new year on the road. The merchants in Shu lands did not believe it. They felt that with their financial resources, there was nothing they could not do. Wasn't he just an imperial physician, a rank 4 official? How could they throw money at him? Let's go together. Let that young man see the beauty of our Shu lands. Someone was ready to cross the bridge. The beauty he was talking about was the fabric of the clothes he was wearing. Shu brocade was indeed a good thing. Stop. A group of people was about to cross the bridge when a few people stood out from the shack next to them with crossbows in their hands. Don't point it at me. What if it loosens? The merchants avoided them. They did not want to stand in front of the crossbows. They recognized the clothes of the people who came. They were the Qianyo guards. Why didn't you guard His Majesty and run to the shack at the bridgehead? You want to go over? What are you doing? A non-commissioned officer came out with a big meat bun in his hand and asked. Before they even finished their breakfast, they ran over to change shifts as soon as the city gates opened, replacing the brothers who were on night duty. Before the city gates opened, Zhuangzi sent many meat buns, porridge, and pickled vegetables. The brothers who went back directly took the buns and ate 2 bowls of porridge. They could share the buns with their families when they returned home. The newcomers were eating when a group of people came over and interrupted their meal. I'm looking for Li Yi. I have something important to discuss with him. The merchant who spoke before stood in a direction that he felt was safe and answered. Is there a document from the Honglu temple? The person took a bite of the bun and asked in a muffled voice. We are not outsiders. We are from Shu lands. Where can we find something from the Honglu temple? The merchant said angrily. No. No document. We can't go over. The person swallowed the food in his mouth and refused. Why? We can go around it. How can they go through it? Another merchant came forward and said. They can, but you can't. You can't go around it. If you dare to swim in the river, we will shoot you. The non-commissioned officer sneered. Harder to enter than the inner palace? The merchant was unconvinced. You speak as if you can enter the inner palace. The non-commissioned officer sneered. You, let me do it. Another person came forward and used his body to block others. He opened his hand and there was an irregular dark yellow ball in his palm. He gestured for the non-commissioned officer to take a look and winked. The non-commissioned officer smiled and went forward and grabbed the ball in his palm. Wait, send someone to ask Li Dongzhu if he agrees to meet you. Search him first. You can go in after the search. If he doesn't agree, you can go back. The non-commissioned officer finally came up with a solution. Whether it worked or not, the gold would not be returned. They had an agreement with Zhuangzi that they would stop irrelevant people. If the other party was sincere, they would report it and the non-commissioned officer would split the benefits among themselves. Li Yi knew that they worked hard, so he gave them 4 meals a day. Money was not suitable. What was the use of meeting them if they did not have the money? If they had the money, why would they be reluctant to pay a report fee? That was even more impossible. The non-commissioned officer immediately ran over to find someone and asked. The merchants from Shu lands were not happy. Instead, their expressions became serious. There were 1,000 bull guards guarding the bridge. Dongzhu was not simple. After a while, they saw 5 people appear on the other side of the bridge. Their hearts sank. One of them was 1,000 bull guard. The other 4 were 2 palace maids and 2 eunuchs. This was the imperial plantation. Wasn't the imperial plantation in the north? Chapter 287. Why are you all here? Qing Song walked in front of the Shu merchants and looked them in the eye. The Shu merchants felt a lot of pressure. Eunuchs were the same as palace maids. Would Dongzhu, who could use palace maids and eunuchs, be an ordinary Dongzhu? My name is Yang Huanjin, a salt merchant from Shu. I have an important matter to discuss with Li Dongzhu. The merchant who spoke before calmed down and replied. All of them? Qing Song asked again. Yes. Yang Huanjin replied. Choose another one to go in with us. Only 2 people. Qin Song gave a condition. Why does Li Dongzhu have eunuchs? A merchant came over and asked. Is this something you should ask? If you have the ability to know, you already know. If you don't have the ability to know, do you think you can ask and tell? Qin Song didn't give them any face. What were merchants? Ask Yao Xiang if he dared to come over and order them around. Eunuch is right. Then should I go in with Brother Yang? The person who stood up asked. My name is Qin Song. Qin Song said his name. So it's Supervisor Qin. I'm Huang Xianrong. The second merchant said his name. Shopkeeper Yang, Shopkeeper Huang, please. Qin Song changed his tone and invited them in. Please wait for a moment. Brother Huang and I will go in and talk to Li Dongzhu. Yang Huanjin turned around and said to the others. He and Huang Xianrong followed the eunuchs and palace maids. Tao Hong and the others walked in front at a steady pace. They were specially trained to walk. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong felt the atmosphere and looked around. There was no February this year, so the rice seedlings had not started. The ice in the field had melted and was put away together with the fertilizer. When it was cold at night, it would freeze and frost would appear. When the sun came out during the day, it melted again. The plowed ridges gradually changed as the water in the soil melted. The winter in Shu was not as cold as Chang'an. Even now, there was still green in Chang'an. There was not even a blade of grass in Chang'an. There was a long way to go from the Ba River to Dongzhu's courtyard. As they walked, Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong heard a clear child's voice. Cold against heat, day against year. Kuju versus swing. The Dan Mountain against the clear water, the light rain against the light smoke. Guotai rode the boat, the half-drooping plum rain, Shan Tao rode the horse, the overturned apricot blossom sky. The 2 of them looked at each other. Have you learned this before? Then, the 2 of them received an affirmative answer from each other's eyes, no. Supervisor Qing, the poem recited by the children in the manor is. Yang Huanjin asked. Shopkeeper Yang, are you talking about the rhyme books that Dongzhu wrote for the students to memorize rhymes? Initially, I didn't want to teach the children first, but one day, a child overheard it and cried, saying that it was fun. He wanted to learn, so I taught him a little every day. Pine Tree casually explained the situation. I heard that the 3-character classic was also written by Li Dongzhu. Huang Xianrong recalled the words of Zhao Guan and the others from his hometown. Dongzhu said that he was bored, so he wrote one for his child. Right after you've learned enough. This is not a big deal. Pine Tree was still as casual as before. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong felt a strong sense of malice. The land of Shu produced scholars, but no one said that they were bored and wrote the 3-character classic. Did this eunuch do it on purpose? Did he think that there was no one in the land of Shu? Walking forward, the 2 of them saw the busy and leisurely figures of the villagers. Those who were not working were strolling around with their hands behind their backs, or reciting something in their mouths. Although the clothes they wore were not as gorgeous as the brocade of Shu, they were not ordinary silk. Some of the clothes worn by the workers were patched, while others were new. Can the poor and rich people in the manor get along? Huang Xianrong saw the villagers greet each other and was puzzled, so he asked casually. There is no such thing as rich or poor. Those who are not working take a break and change into their daily clothes. Those who are working have different jobs. Patched clothes are rough work. Cui Lu kindly gave an answer. Their Zhuangzi was the same. She did not say that the monthly salary was different. Those who were strong would get more monthly salary for rough work. Everyone's money was in their accounts, and they had nowhere to spend it. If they wanted to make jewelry, they would ask what materials they needed. The gold and silver manor had them. According to the capital, they would ask the off-duty craftsmen to make it for them. There were specialized craftsmen in charge of meticulous work. The craftsmen in Zhuangzi did not ask for money. They treated it as practice. Even if the Dongzhu said that they could take money, no one would stretch out their hands to help. Huang Xianrong did not know that the palace maids had so many psychological activities. He looked at the villagers' expressions and was somewhat envious. The people he found were usually not so happy. How could they be happy working for others? After walking for a while, a large open space appeared in front of them. In front of the open space, there were courtyards next to each other. The courtyard in the middle was bigger than the others. There were 2 vertical banners outside the door. On the right was written, "I have tasted all kinds of herbs, I have no regrets." On the left was written, "I have refined 1,000 herbs for peace." The words looked like the branches of plum blossoms. There was a special kind of beauty. The door in the middle was different from the doors of other houses. Other people's doors were willing to be painted vermilion, but this door was white. There was a red cross in the middle. The words were blood red. When the door opened, the words would separate. "Dongzhu, Shu Shang has arrived," Tao Hong shouted. 10 seconds later, the door opened silently. There was no creaking sound. This kind of silence made Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong feel awkward. Where did the movement go? Then they saw a handsome young man in a white coat, 2 eunuchs, and 2 palace maids standing in a square. 8? There were 8 palace maids in one zhuangzi. "Dongzhu, this is shopkeeper Yang. His name is Huanjin. This is shopkeeper Huang. His name is Xianrong." Tao Hong introduced. Cui Lu said, "This is my family's Dongzhu. I have long heard that the land of Shu produces talented people. I did not expect the 2 of you to be so refined. It is really better to meet you in person than to hear about you." Li Yi clasped his hands and bowed, praising them. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong were stunned. The clothes should not be very good, but for some reason, when worn by the young man in front of them, it was so pleasing to the eye. If Li Yi knew what they were thinking, he would definitely tell them that this was the temperament of a doctor. The people who bought fresh food in the mall also wore white coats. It was different from the appearance of a doctor in the hospital. The people in the mall wearing white coats were passively accepting the request, but the doctor wearing white coats was a kind of responsibility. Just like some people wearing suits and ties, the moment Li Yi wore a white coat, he was solemn and dignified. So when Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong saw the young man, they felt that he was different from others. "Say something," Cui Lu reminded in a low voice. "What are you 2 doing?" "Greeting each other." "Oh, I did not expect Li Dongzhu to be so handsome." Yang Huanjin was the first to react. Huang Xianrong followed closely. "I did not dare to think. When I first saw Li Dongzhu, I felt that his talent was extraordinary. You 2 flatter me. Please come in." Li Yi stood straight and said. He did not bow or wave his arm. If he was not sick, a doctor's waist could not bend. If he was sick, there was no harm in kneeling to treat him. When they entered and went to the living room, Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong, who had seen countless big scenes, were somewhat at a loss. The eunuchs and maids stood in place, and then Li Yi personally made the kung fu tea. One after another, it seemed to have a rhythm. His movements were soft and firm. The key was that they did not know how to drink it. It moved around. Did it not need to be boiled? And what kind of tea is this? A small wine cup. Li Yi finally poured 3 cups of tea and said with a smile, "You 2 came because of the salt well method, right? Other than the salt well, do you 2 want to make a fortune in other aspects? I have 2 prescriptions here." Chapter 288. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong glanced at each other. They had traveled extensively and seen many things, but for a moment, they didn't know what to say. There were 2 other things outside the salt well. That. Were they talking about the salt well or the other 2? After a moment of hesitation, Yang Huanjin replied, "Li Dongzhu, why don't we talk about the well first?" "That's fine." Did you come here because you couldn't find anyone? Li Yi knew very well. Li Dongzhu said what we were thinking, Huang Xianrong added. Could they make it just because they had the blueprints and instructions? It would be very difficult and would take a long time. It would be best to bring the real thing back and have a group of craftsmen try it out. However, the journey was long, and it was better to bring experienced craftsmen with them. Did you go through the official channels? Li Yi inquired about the other party's situation. The two didn't want to say. Why don't you discuss it with the imperial court and see if they can send someone from there? Li Yi refused. When I asked you, you wanted to keep it a secret. You want to get benefits from me? The imperial court can't send anyone. We've already sent a message to the Minister of Works. The minister replied that it's too difficult. Huang Xianrong said something that was both true and false. The false one was that Wei Zhigu had refused, not that it was difficult. Oh, you went to Old Wei. He can't give you any manpower. Old Wei is digging wells for people because of the drought. The various weapon workshops in the palace are making use of the time to make tools. Li Yi kept calling him Old Wei, telling them to stop pretending. You think you're amazing just because you can get in touch with the Minister of Works? I'm more familiar with him than you are. Sure enough, the two of them were stunned. Old Wei? Yang Huanjin was unconvinced and said, we also know that. We're not looking for a way to get in touch with Minister Liu. Old Liu? Old Liu can't do anything about this. Old Liu is looking forward to the completion of the new house. He's busy with small things. The Ministry of Works won't go to Ziwei province. Li Yi told them again that Lu Huaishan couldn't help them either. After saying that, he drank his tea. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong felt even more pressure. God, who was this young Dongzhu? Staying in Zhuangzi, how could he know about the affairs of the minister and the prime minister? The two of them followed suit and drank a cup of tea. Li Yi refilled the cup and sipped the kung fu tea in small cups, pouring it out when it got cold. What about Prime Minister Yao and Prime Minister Zhang? Huang Xianrong wanted to inquire about them. Old Yao is busy catching people and killing people. Old Zhang. What has old Zhang been busy with recently? Li Yi suddenly asked when he was talking about Zhang Shua. Dongzhu, Prime Minister Zhang is keeping an eye on the Sinangxi temple. Isn't it spring? Tao Hong immediately cooperated. Just say something. How would she know what Zhang Shua was doing? Yes, it's the beginning of spring. The compost used to cover the piles is all in the fields. Some parts of the piles aren't done yet, so someone has to help light a fire to cook the smoke. Speaking of which, Chang'an can't be compared to Shu's land in this aspect. Shu's land is still green in winter, which is really enviable. Li Yi began to change the topic, saying that Shu's land was good. If the two of them continued, he would continue to talk about how good Shu's land was. Anyway, he was not in a hurry. The place where they cooperated with to dig the salt well should have just arrived. Or not yet. It was tiring to negotiate with businessmen, so it was better to talk to officials. When meeting officials, all they had to do was to give them ideas, and both sides would cooperate. The businessmen were here for profit, so they would follow the usual business practices of negotiation. Yang Huanjin and Tao Hong understood. Although the other party was young, he was very steady in his actions. Li Dongzhu, about the well digging, can we work together? Yang Huanjin asked, letting Li Yi name the price. A full set of blueprints and samples, in exchange for 5,000 pounds of well salt. Li Yi named the price. Li Dongzhu, you see, now that the east and west cities are using it, as long as people see it, they will be able to learn it. In addition, there should be blueprints in the palace. Your blueprints and things are obviously dispensable. Yang Huanjin bargained, telling Li Yi that he and the others had a way to get the blueprints. The real thing was there, and they would know what was going on with just a look. Comparing it to the blueprints, it was simple. Huang Xianrong agreed, that's right. Therefore, the blueprints and instructions are not worth much. Ah. You can get it? Hee hee. Sorry, if that's the case, how many shoe peppers did you collect last year? How many can you transport? Also, shoe mustard, I only want mustard heads. Li Yi had an embarrassed look on his face as he said that he wanted to buy something else. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong, that's it? The well digging was over. What shoe peppers and mustard heads were he going to buy? Li Dongzhu, wait a minute. I heard that the craftsmen in your village are very skilled. Can I borrow a few dozen of them? Yang Huanjin hurriedly stopped him and got down to business. There are no craftsmen, only blueprints and the real thing. Also, shoe beans are not bad. You should have collected a lot last year, right? Can you transport more of them over? Li changed to another item and bought it. Because of the climate and environment, Sichuan's broad beans were better than other places, just like all kinds of pepper. Li Dongzhu, I can pay a high price to borrow some craftsmen. 100 coins per person per day, as long as they leave Zhuangzi. Yang Huanjin gave a price. Money? 100 coins per day for a craftsman. There are many good craftsmen in Shu as well. Why don't you bring them over, and I will pay 300 coins per person per day. Li Yi replied with a price and a request. Since 100 coins is not enough, how much do Li Dongzhu suggest? Huang Xianrong followed Li Yi's words and asked. We will not lend them to outsiders, unless the imperial court forces us to do so. If there is an emergency and we need a large amount of military resources, everyone in the village will not hesitate to help. Li Yi shook his head. He would not lend them. Zhuangzi was a treasure. Can we borrow just because we have official documents? Huang Xianrong asked. Yes, official documents from the imperial court. Li Yi nodded. Li Dongzhu, I have a loan order written by Wanyan County Magistrate. Li Dongzhu, take a look. Yang Huanjin was happy. He took out a book from his sleeve and handed it to Li Yi. Li Yi took it over. The book could be opened like an accordion. Li Yi took a look and handed it back. This is not enough. It says that we can borrow some craftsmen to help us make weapons. It did not say where we can borrow them from, nor where we can borrow them. It's true that your ships and carriages are damaged and need to be repaired. But now that there are 3 unions of craftsmen in Chang'an, it's not easy for you to find people. Therefore, you went through the channels and got an ambiguous item from the hands of the county magistrate. Li Yi knew what was going on. It had nothing to do with the salt well. We can borrow the craftsmen from your village. Why don't you ask Wanyan County Magistrate Guan to come to Zhuangzi and talk to Li Dongzhu? Yang Huanjin started to threaten. What he meant was that if he could get the help of Wanyan County Magistrate, he must have some background. If Wanyan County Magistrate Li Yuanhong comes personally, I can still talk to him. But I don't have time for this Guan County Magistrate. I am busy. Brother Yi, are you there? It is not easy for me to come here. He said that he had discussed with you about picking tea. That's why he let me in. There were shouts coming from outside the courtyard. Judging from the content of the shouts, he was obviously complaining. Brother Pei, why do you have to be like this? Who would stop you from coming in? Li Yi shouted outside and nodded to Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong. He stood up to receive the shouts and both of them followed. When they reached the door, both of them saw the person standing there. Their hearts sank to the bottom. Chapter 289. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong saw Pei Yaoqing, the Chang'an commander. When they thought about the way Pei Yaoqing addressed them, they realized that the title of Wanyan County's deputy was not enough. The Chang'an commander entering Zhuangzi was also stopped. He called Li Yi Brother Yi. Li Yi called Pei Yaoqing Brother Pei. Brother Pei entering Brother Yi's Zhuangzi was stopped by the Qianyo guards. The relationship between the two was so complicated, Zhuangzi was too mysterious. Zhao Guan and the rest only told us part of the story. Yang Huanjin whispered to Huang Xianrong. Huang Xianrong nodded. His fellow countrymen did not lie to them, nor did he lie. Everything was true, but there was something he did not say. But he had warned them that they could provoke anyone. At most, they would join forces and fight or negotiate with the other party. But they must not take the initiative to find trouble with the Li family Zhuangzi. It was strange. Now they knew, no, they should have known before. There was no time to cross the bridge. Li Dongzhu, regarding the tea-picking matter, I have already coordinated with some people, but many people have not picked tea before. The tea you asked for is different from usual, so I came to ask. Pei Yaoqing was just about to call him brothery, but when he saw that there were outsiders, he immediately changed his words. He was obsessed with calling him brothery. As long as there was no one else, he would call him that. When His Majesty warned him that day, he also called him that. I know that these two people are from Shu, and they came to discuss the hu bean, shu pepper and mustard seed. Li Yi explained the situation. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong wanted to correct him. They did not want to sell anything, they wanted people. Li Yi turned his head and said to Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong, how about this, the two of you go back and think about it. If the blueprint is feasible, we can still do other business. In that case, we will go back first. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong cupped their fists at the same time and bowed to Pei Yaoqing. They looked unhappy as they left. Brother Yi, are they here to ask for someone? After the two left, Pei Yaoqing said to Li Yi. That's right. I don't know what they're thinking. They want to bring people back to dig salt wells, but they're targeting me. Zhuangzi's craftsmen can't be lent to others. Li Yi shrugged. There were too many secrets on Zhuangzi, including gunpowder. Can't you see that there are so many soldiers from the imperial court blocking the way? There was nowhere around them that they could come over. Not even the officials. God knows if you've been bribed, including Pei Yaoqing. You're right. Brother Yi, why are you entertaining them? Pei Yaoqing knew a lot about fireworks. Just like the melons and grapes in the Turkic Khaganate, they are different from other places. Some of the local products in Shu are also better. I want to make something to eat. Li Yi wanted to make pickled vegetables and bean paste. He didn't have any chili, so he made bean paste with rattan pepper and dahongpo. Sichuan's broad beans and various kinds of Sichuan peppers were better than other places. There were many kinds of Sichuan peppers, and Li Yi felt that dahongpo was the most suitable. He first made broad bean paste and pepper paste, then put them together to ferment. Pei Yaoqing didn't know the details, but he knew that Li Yi's food was guaranteed to be delicious. Brother Yi, since that's the case, why do you have to look for them? There are many merchants in Shu. It's prosperous and there are many people coming out to transport goods. Pei Yaoqing suggested. I didn't think about it at first, but they happened to come. Last year's broad beans are not suitable for making things, but I want to make something that can be made. Then I'll bring those broad beans and make fennel beans for the children to eat, and for the adults to eat as snacks and drinks. I'll sell some while I'm at it. Li Yi explained. At the mention of fennel beans, he thought of the jade ribbon beans and felt a craving for them. Brother Yi, what do you want the tea to be like? Do you have to divide it into grades when you pick it? Pei Yaoqing didn't care about the process. He just wanted to eat it when it was done. Pick the buds, the more tender the better. They will continue to grow. Don't pick too hard. Don't touch those that haven't sprouted. Bring them back on the day you finish picking them. I'll pay you one at a time. When there are more leaves, pick them too. Now, don't pick the leaves. They won't grow after you pick them. There's no photosynthesis. If someone fights with me and offers a higher price, then impossible, no one can compete with Brother Yi. Someone saw that you were collecting tender tea and thought it was profitable. He wants to stop you. I'll take care of it. Pei Yaoqing didn't wait for Li Yi to finish his words and gave a guarantee. He was doing this for the sake of many people. If someone interfered and Li Yi stopped collecting tea, how could those people continue to collect tea? Keep collecting. If they could, they would sign the contract. If they didn't, the government had 100 ways to deal with them. Since that's the case, I'll write a set of things about selecting and picking tea. There's a kiln of pottery that's about to be produced. Brother Pei, help me send it to everyone according to the name list. Li talked about the exchange of pottery. When it was done, he would provide the people with clay. In fact, he could delay and sell it first and then slowly give it to them. Even if the people were unhappy, there was nothing they could do. Then, he wouldn't be able to collect his lifespan. Under the guise of benefiting the people, he would make a lot of money and the people would complain. It would be strange if the system gave him lifespan. Pei Yaoqing nodded, I'll send it. Speaking of which, why doesn't Zhuangzi burn porcelain? There's no need for it at the moment. Pottery is enough for daily life. Burning porcelain is more complicated than burning porcelain. It's a multi-purpose kiln. I'll modify it in a few days. It'll specialize in burning cement and laying cement. At the same time, I'll leave a dirt road for people who don't have the money to nail their livestock. Li waved his hand. Zhuangzi didn't need to burn porcelain. Pottery was enough for Zhuangzi. He didn't need to worry about the children being beaten. Porcelain was much more expensive than pottery. The selection of materials, the process, and the temperature control of the kiln. He remembered that when he was young, the plates and vats of porcelain were broken. If they didn't break, there was a special sawing job. After half an hour, Li Yi wrote down how to collect and store the tea he wanted. The pottery he was going to send back was loaded into the cart. Then Pei Yaoqing refused to leave and insisted on staying for lunch. Of course, he didn't say it out loud. He just expressed his intention. The main ingredient for lunch today was loaches. They were reared when they were cleaning the river in late autumn. Last night, they took some from the pond and added some salt to clear water to make the loaches spit out. The main dish was naturally loach stewed with tofu. The loaches were killed first, cleaned up and cut into pieces. They were first stir-fried, then added in water and tofu. Li knew that he would slowly add warm water and then put in cold tofu. The loaches would drill into the tofu and become loaches drilling into the tofu. However, he didn't say it out loud. After killing the loaches, he stewed them. He adhered to the principle of killing but not torturing. Just like how he used the method of destroying the marrow to kill the frogs. He knew of a country that had a way of eating frogs. They ate them raw. The frog was still alive. Its head was placed there and it watched others eat its flesh. In the end, the head and the other bones were made into soup. He could also do this. When he made fish, the head was still alive and the body was already cooked. The scalpel was faster and the nerves were preserved. But why did he have to do that? This wasn't a medical animal experiment. Chapter 290. The shoe merchants who had already left did not eat as they could not eat. They went to a restaurant and asked for a private room. Everyone sat down to discuss matters. I'm not afraid of being laughed at. When I went in and came out, I forced myself to stay calm. When I spoke, it was too scary. Huang Xianrong said to the other merchants. He felt that his mind was blank. Yang Huanjin was drinking beside him to calm himself down. He felt that in that situation, being able to speak was a success. Huang Xianrong continued, 4 beautiful palace maids and 4 quick-witted eunuchs stand in the so-called positions. The young man, Dong Zhu, Li Yi brewed tea. No, he brewed tea with hot water. It was like dancing. I've never seen it before. I kept telling myself not to be afraid. Just treat it as if it was all fake. But when I spoke, I still felt guilty. Later, I took out the document written by the county magistrate and wanted to rely on it. In the end, Li Yi did not admit it and said that Wannian magistrate Li Yuanhong personally came. After that, did you see Chang and magistrate Pei Yaoqing? When he was outside, he did not know that the two of us were there. He called Li Yi brother Yi. Huang Xianrong talked about his experience with a trace of pride. He went in and drank the tea personally brewed by Li Yi. Can't we borrow the craftsman? Some shoe merchants were not satisfied with the result. Take out the membership card of Heavenly World and treat the county magistrate to a meal. Someone suggested. Everyone felt that it was feasible. First, someone ran to the second floor of Heavenly World to ask if there were any seats in the buffet. The result was that there were none. Then, he asked the third floor and there was one that could seat 10 people. He quickly booked it. When he came back, he contacted the county magistrate Guan Bai. The county magistrate had not eaten and was busy. He was busy counting the identities of the poor so that he could cooperate with Pei Yaoqing to pick the tea. Heavenly World was in the East City, which happened to be under the jurisdiction of Wanyan County. Guan Bai agreed. He did not have the membership card of Heavenly World and no one would give it to him. It was not that they did not want to give it to him. The one who was willing to give him 100 chins was too shameful and did not want to give him 1,000 chins. 1 million chins was enough for a deputy in the capital. 10 million chins. No one would agree. Thus, he brought along a clerk that he liked the most, mainly because this clerk's family was an official. There were 2 deputy district magistrates and 6 businessmen. There were 2 empty seats at the table for 10 people. One was for relaxation and the other was for the deputy magistrate to call someone over. The merchants chose the representatives, and the others chose the ones outside, the kind that they chose themselves. He booked a large room somewhere else and ate while waiting. When the dishes were ordered, the complimentary cold plates were served first. At the same time, the wine was served for the guests to drink first. Chang'an is indeed different. This year, it is even better than the past. This is the merit of Guan Xiaofu. A businessman began to flatter according to the procedure. Guan Bai did not feel that way. He was indeed very hard-working. He cooperated with Chang'an, which did not belong to his county, to keep Pei Yaoqing busy. Of course, he also received the benefits. It was said that His Majesty was very satisfied. The commoners also became more stable. They all had an income, and there were fewer people who did bad things. The Yamen didn't have much work to do. Minister of Finance, there's something I don't know. Chang'an is governed by 2 counties. I heard that Pei Ming's mansion was the one who made the arrangements last year. Is Li Ming's mansion willing to do so? Some businessmen started to stir up trouble. I am on your behalf. Guan Bai looked at the other party and laughed, "Ha, we are all working for His Majesty. As long as the commoners are living well, it doesn't matter who comes up with the idea." He knew what the other party was thinking. He also felt uncomfortable at first. Why should Chang'an cause so much trouble? Later, when he received the benefits, what else could he say? Especially the commoners. After the curfew, they stopped making trouble. They were more stable than a few years ago. The underground forces in Pyongkong Square were still well behaved. During the Lunar New Year and the 15th day of the Lunar New Year, the obedient underground organizations earned a lot of money. The disobedient ones held on. When their subordinates received little benefits, some of them ran away and did not want to work with you anymore. Minister of Finance, you are right. But I have a heart-wrenching matter today. Do you remember to give me a document for the recruitment of craftsmen? Huang Xianrong drank a big mouthful of wine. He seemed to be in a bad mood. Yes, but it was not written by the magistrate. It was a private matter. Guan Bai explained the situation. At the same time, he was proud that his words were effective. Someone said that you are not good enough. In the past, he did not have time to deal with you. Someone who has zhuangzi. Huang Xianrong continued. Guan Bai knew that the other party wanted him to stand up for him. At the same time, he was angry. My words are not effective. Yang Huanjin added, he also called Minister Wei of the Ministry of Works Old Wei, Prime Minister Old Lu, Old Yao and Old Zhang. Which zhuangzi is it? Maybe I did not take good care of it. In the future, I will take good care of it. Guanbai's words were filled with killing intent. Guanbai, how do you want to take care of it? At this point, a voice was heard from another room. Who is it? Guanbai asked angrily. Three screens were pulled open, revealing the people on the other side. There were 4 of them. 3 of them were sitting and 1 of them was standing. It was obvious that he was the one who pulled the screens. He did not recognize the rest of them. It was an old man. Guanbai stood up at the same time as the documents he had brought. He bowed his head. Minister Liu, Minister Yao, Minister Zhang and Minister Wei, I did not know you were here. Guanbai did not understand what was going on and hurriedly apologized. He was too loud and had disturbed the people eating. Hua la, the other 6 merchants stood up amidst the chaos. The 3 ministers and 1 minister were eating at the side. Let me ask you, how do you want to take care of it? Lu Huaishan asked again. Which Zhuangzi? Guanbai was not stupid. He could tell that Minister Lu's tone was not right. He turned around and asked the merchants. The one east of Ba River. A merchant said. Before he could finish, Guanbai asked, the Li family Zhuangzi? Li Yi, Li Dongzhu? Yes, that's him. He was disrespectful to you, the 3 ministers and Minister Wei. Another merchant nodded. Guanbai took a deep breath. He wanted to cry. How could he have known that this group of people would take the documents he had written to Li Yi? Old Yao, that brat Li Yi called you Old Yao. Did you teach him a lesson? Lu Huaishan smiled and turned his head to ask. Yao Chong also smiled. That brat is still so kind to me. Is it Old Wei? Old Zhang? I'm not old. I'll go back and ask him why he called me that. At the very least, I'll have to eat 3 meals with him at Zhuangzi. Zhang Chong said with a calm expression. Wei Zhigu sighed. I think I'm still young. I'll go with Doji. What about you, Old Lu? This old man is old. Old Lu will be Old Lu. Speaking of which, I still have to thank Minister Guan for taking care of. Lu Huaishan said. I didn't know. Minister Lu, I'm innocent. Guanbai was sweating profusely. What he wanted most at this moment was to throw these 6 people down the stairs. Are you tired of living? Didn't you see the Qianyo guards when you went over? Didn't you know there were palace maids and eunuchs? Any official in Chang and who had some connections would know what was going on. With a clatter, the screen was pulled up layer by layer. Lu Huaishan didn't want to say another word. Eating was more important. After eating, he would go home and see how the construction of the house was going. A voice came from the other side. I'm the one who suffered a loss. I'm not old. I'll remember this. I'll go back and find Li Yi to make up for it. Keep your voice down, the walls have ears. Another voice rang out, and then there was no more sound from this side. Give me the document I wrote. Guanbai stretched out his hand. Yang Huanjin hesitated, but still took the document out of his sleeve and handed it over. Guanbai took it. Didn't you say it was to repair the boat? You're taking it to the Li family Zhuangzi. Didn't your fellow villagers tell you about Ba Shui Zhuangzi? Why are there always people who aren't afraid of death? After saying this, he turned around and left. What was there to eat? If they continued to eat, it would be their last meal. The document followed. Before leaving, he turned around and gave the 6 people a thumbs up. You're amazing. Chapter 291. The 6 businessmen naturally could not continue eating, even if the food smelled really good. What should we do? Someone asked after they had walked a long way outside and the 6 of them stopped. Li Yi said 10,000 caddies of well salt for the blueprints? Another person asked. 10,000 caddies is not enough. How much salt are we transporting this time? Give us 5%, Yang Huanjin said helplessly. 5 million caddies. The person who asked earlier felt his heart ache. They spent the new year outside and the 15th day of the first lunar month. A few big salt merchants transported 15 million caddies of salt to Chang and by water. 15 million caddies of salt from the governor's office and the surrounding areas was enough for them to eat for 1.5 months. They ate less now, but it was enough for them to eat for about 4 months. When there were more vegetables and wild vegetables, everyone would use salt to pickle all kinds of things. Some were eaten during normal times, and most were eaten during the winter when there were no vegetables. They were all pickled vegetables and salted vegetables. It was just like the two countries in the Korean peninsula during Li Yi's time, both north and south. Of course, the people in Chang'an were relatively wealthy and knew how to make salted vegetables for meat. This included cured meat, salted eggs, etc. On days when there was less meat, they ate hard, drank water, and ate salty things. Li Yi's northeast was like this. They could not lack anything. When the older generation ate, they could not lack salted vegetables and pickled vegetables on the table. Yunnan, Sichuan, Guizhou, and other places were like this. Salted vegetables were not unique to the northeast. It was just that there were too many salted vegetables in the northeast. The spicy cabbage in the Korean peninsula was called kimchi, but the real kimchi was from Sichuan. The difference between the two was huge. They were not the same thing. A northeasterner went to South Korea for a vacation and wanted to buy some kimchi to eat at home. In the end, when he saw the spicy cabbage over there, he was shocked. "You call my spicy cabbage kimchi? Northeasterners do not recognize it. We only recognize Sichuans. 5 to 6 yuan per caddy." Sometimes, the spicy cabbage was only 2 yuan per caddy at a special price. Here, I am spending more than 40 yuan to buy it. Do you think I am stupid? At this time, there were no chili or spicy cabbage in the Tang dynasty. There were many kinds of pickled vegetables, not just cabbage. So, there was a lot of salt used, and the salt was not pure enough. 15 million caddies of salt was more than 30% of the profits. 5% of the profits for free. That wasn't just 5%. 5% of 15 million caddies was 1.5 million caddies. 30% of the profit was equivalent to 9 million caddies of salt. 1.5 million caddies of salt was nearly 17%, which was more than 15%. Here. A shoe merchant gritted his teeth. He knew that he had offended someone. Ever since Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong failed to reach an agreement, he had offended Li Yi. As expected, Li Yi kept calling the prime ministers old or something. He had also heard from his fellow townsfolk that the prime minister was magnanimous and that he could win people over with virtue. Thus, on the 2nd day of February, the dragon raises its head. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong once again arrived at the Ba River Bridge with the others. The members of the Qianyo guards had changed, so they didn't know each other. Everyone ate steamed dumplings, stuffed mutton with scallions, and drank mutton soup. He also sent 2 bolts of Sichuan brocade to the Qianyo guards for them to divide among themselves. He didn't try to hide it anymore. He had said the same thing. Just give it to him directly. There was no need to put on an act. The 4 people from the palace came to pick them up again. On the way, they didn't hear the sound of children reading. The content they heard yesterday was too shocking. Why is it so quiet today? Huang Xianrong wanted to ease the pressure, so he asked. Today is the exam. They will take the exam according to what they learned. Dong Zhu said that there will be a small exam every 5 days and a big exam every month. He wants the children to get used to the exam. Cui Lu trembled when she said this. Because she also had to take the exam. Dong Zhu had thought of this. She would study in Zhuangzi and give the books when she returned. Then, she would take the exam when it was her turn. If she failed a certain subject twice in a row, then Dong Zhu would find Gao Lisher to replace her. Knowing so many secrets, once she was replaced, the result could be imagined. When the two of them saw Li Yi in a daze, Li Yi was buried in writing and answering questions. Li Yi discovered the secret. He asked the system for the exam materials, medical content. Then, he looked at the questions and answered. There were no fill-in-the-blanks, choices, right or wrong. It was all dialectical. He first read the relevant books, then wrote on paper and compared it with the correct answer. Wasn't it just an exam? Learn. He was different from others. Others only needed to pass, but he had to pursue full marks. Otherwise, he would tell the patient that he was 60% confident during the surgery. A success rate of 60% depended on the surgery. The appendix, or assisted childbirth, had a success rate of 60%. The other party turned and left. 6%, no, 6%. The other party still left. Li Yi was strict with himself. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong did not know. Just as they were about to speak, they were stopped by the eunuchs and palace maids. They led them to the side to make tea, snacks, and dried fruits. Li Yi finished another question and compared it with the correct answer. He nodded. It was okay, not bad. He did not need to write every word the same. He put down the pen, rubbed his wrists and eyes, turned his head and said with a smile, "Have the two of you discussed with the others to cooperate?" "We bought the blueprint, 1.5 million caddies of salt." Yang Huanjin's voice was a little hoarse. Li Yi narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment and said, "Let's talk about the other two things." "Li Dongzhu, please speak." Yang Huanjin put on a look as if he was being cheated. "I want 200,000 caddies of hu beans, the same price as Chang, and buying them in bulk. I want as many shu peppers as you have, especially de Hong Pao, the same price as Chang, and buying them in bulk. This year's mustard lumps need to be dried in the shade first, then shipped over. 500,000 caddies, the same price as above. As for the salt well you want, don't look for me. I only have a small part in this, a very small part. As for who took the big part, I believe you can give me 150 times the price of my original blueprint. You should know something, right?" Li Yi offered benefits. Although the price was the same, his demand was huge, and the other party still had a lot of profits. At the same time, he also provided a piece of information that money could not buy. Who would dig the salt well there? Li Yi was just used to business negotiations, but he was not willing to take advantage of the people of Shu. He was not willing to take advantage of anyone. If he had the ability to make money, why should he bully others? He was not from Sichuan, but he had a high opinion of Sichuan. According to history, Li Longji ran to Sichuan during the Lushan rebellion. At that time, Li Longji was in a sorry state, but the people of Sichuan still protected him. Later, the Tang dynasty fell, and the Song dynasty appeared. During the northern Song dynasty, the people of Sichuan were still at the front. The Mongol army had to run around Sichuan, or else they would be beaten. In the end, they were still beaten. That was how the Mongol Khanmanga died. When the Ming dynasty came, there were still white poles in Sichuan. During the war, the flag of the Sichuan army fluttered in the wind. Whenever China was in danger, that place with many ethnic minorities would use countless lives to support the Central Plains. But that place was still so beautiful, and so beautiful. In history, the Shaanxi merchants were unreliable, the Lu merchants were unreliable, the Min merchants were unreliable, the Liao merchants were unreliable, the rich merchants in each place were unreliable. And the Shu merchants were reliable. No matter what the Shu merchants did, when the country was in danger, they would stand up. There were even people who said that if Shu did not lose, China would not die. Chapter 292. Li Yi knew history. That was why when Li Yi took 1.5 million caddies of salt, he felt that there was no problem. However, he had to return the same amount of profit to the other party. He also told the other party that there was nothing he could do about the well salt. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong didn't know what Li Yi was thinking, but they felt Li Yi's sincerity. He bought a lot of things, threw out a lot of money, and revealed an important piece of information. The two of them weren't stupid. They were very smart. They were able to call the Prime Minister and Minister Old Wei, Old Yao, Old Zhang, and Old Lu. They were also brothers with Pei Yaoqing. He said that there was nothing he could do about the well's salt. Was there a need to say who was behind it? This piece of information alone was worth 1.5 million caddies of salt. Li Dongzhu, since that's the case, the two of us will go back. After getting the news, Yang Huanjin was ready to leave. Don't, you haven't taken the map yet. It's useless for you to see it. You can't take out the map from the imperial court. Whoever gives it to you, will die. You still have to take it from me. It's very detailed, including how to solve the problem. 1.5 million caddies of salt. I'll sell it to you for 30 coins per caddy. 45 million. It's not a loss at all to get this technology. Besides, we have more cooperation in the future. I won't let go of the Shu lands. If you have any difficulties, you can send your trusted aide to ask. Li Yi was calm. The map and the description were very important. They could only see a part of it. How would they solve the problem if something happened? Could they see it? Nothing happened now. It was impossible to bribe the imperial court. Yao Chong was arresting people. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong were not so nervous this time. However, when they heard Li Yi's offer, the two of them did some calculations and understood that as long as they spent some money to transport some items over and sell them to proprietorly, they would be able to earn back 1.5 million caddies of salt. Why didn't he say that they would continue to transport salt? The production of salt was limited. There were few wells and ponds. This was the salt they had saved up. The next time they came, there would be less salt and other things to replenish. Li Dongzhu is benevolent. Yesterday Yang Huanjin wanted to express his apology. Li Yi waved his hand. There will be more benefits in the future. Everyone can earn money together with the higher-ups. However, if the Tang dynasty goes to war, we won't have enough baggage, so I hope you can wait. The Shu lands will not shirk their responsibility. Before Li Yi finished speaking, Huang Xianrong expressed his stance. Li Yi smiled. He believed it. He felt that it was quite interesting. There were many ethnic minorities in Sichuan. Normally, it should be chaotic. However, every time the Central Plains came out, the Shu lands immediately followed. If the Central Plains did not give up, the Shu lands would not compromise. After the war in the Central Plains, when it was time to recover the territory, it was easy to come over from Shu County. It was unlike some other places where they still had to fight hard. He wasn't from Sichuan, so he couldn't figure out what was going on. But he had to admit that the people there were very friendly, different from the ethnic minority areas in ancient times. Perhaps it was because the civilization and the beautiful land had its own pride and did not acknowledge the other berserkers. Don't go. Let's have lunch together. I have something good. I'll give each of you 2 caddies of chili sauce. Just 2 caddies. Do you have Wang River Inn now? It's the inn beside the Shu River. It's similar to the Yellow River Inn. Li Yi did not let them go. He decided to take out the chili sauce for lunch. There were no chili in Shu lands now, but it did not mean that the locals did not like to eat spicy food. There were also chili sauce in Hunan and Hubei. Oh, it was now called Shannon Road and Shenzhong Road. No. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong shook their heads. They were in a good mood. They did not expect Li Dongzhu to be so easygoing. Yesterday, they were the ones who made a mistake. They wanted to use their power to suppress others. In the end, the young man Dongzhu said a few words of truth and suppressed them. You guys can make one. I have a couplet. It's very interesting. The first couplet was, Wang River Inn, 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 Wang River Inn. The The second couplet was, moon reflection well, moon reflection shadow, moon reflection well, moon reflection shadow 10,000 years, moon reflection 10,000 years. Then go and use it as a gimmick. Make both the inn and the well. You can earn more money. In the future, I will have a place to look for you guys. Li Yi said to the two of them. He knew that the people in Shu lands loved literary talents. It was the same as the people in Suzhou. In this era, it was even more prominent. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong's eyes lit up. They felt that this was good. Li Dongzhu, did you compose this on the spot? Yang Huanjin asked. Li Yi shook his head, no, I copied it. Huang Xianrong expressed that he understood and asked with concern, have you killed them and buried them? You guys know about it too? Li Yi was depressed. He wanted to say that he was really copying. Why did they treat this as a joke? Chang'an has spread. It said that Li Yi killed people and copied thousands of works. Countless talents were buried by the river. Yang Huanjin said. Who the hell made this up for me? I'm really copying. You guys believe it, right? Li Yi emphasized. Yes, you'll copy it as you chat. Li Dongzhu, I want to despise you. You're a literary thief. Huang Xianrong cooperated with an I really want to despise you look. Okay, you guys are good. Li Yi expressed that he was convinced. Who was he talking to in the beginning? It was just a word of grudge. In the end, it was an unintentional word that spread among the people. Every word became a classic. Lunch. The chicken in the dry pot was fast. The drumstick meat was not very tasty. It was too thin. Then, it was dipped in chili sauce. This was the flavor. Brother E, do you still have this sauce? Why is it so spicy? If you bring it to us, you can definitely sell it for a high price. Yang Huanjin was sweating profusely. He said while wiping his mouth with the bamboo paper on the table. Li Yi did not touch the dish at all. He was also afraid of spicy food. It was mainly because he drank white wine. Drinking white wine and eating such spicy food, one mouthful was simply too much. Today's main dish was braised chicken. There was a special pot that was made into a dry pot. The dry pot was actually stewing the vegetables bit by bit. It was different from dry stir-frying. At that time, Li Yi was very smart. It took at least 2 hours to cook the vegetables in the dry pot. What should he do? Stir-frying, adding oil. The temperature of the oil was very high. When frying, add a little bit of water. After that, put it in a small pot or a small jar. That was the dry pot. So, when he bought a dry pot of potato chips, he found that there was a lot of oil at the bottom. First, the potato chips were dipped in oil. Then, they were stir-frying with other ingredients and placed in a container. Even if you know about it, what else can you do? The dry pot now was different. It was indeed stewing for a while. Later, the fire would be lowered slowly. The taste of the soup entered the ingredients. Dipped in the spicy black bean sauce, Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong were sweating profusely. Sichuan was as humid as Lingnan. Fortunately, Lingnan was still hot, and the humidity could dissipate. The heat in Sichuan was also stuffy. Without chili, everyone ate other spicy food to relieve the heat. After eating chili sauce today, Yang Huanjin wanted to eat more. It would be best if he could eat it every meal in the future. Li Yi was holding a braised pork trotter in his hand. He looked up and said, Sichuan pepper oil has the same effect. It can be used as a variety of Sichuan peppers. He had achieved his goal of inviting the two of them to eat. Since they wanted to eat, they had to plot the land to grow it. Planting all kinds of Sichuan peppers required a lot of land. This was to promote the new fertilizer method and increase the lifespan of the plants. Or should I exchange for chili sauce for the two of you? Chapter 293. During the meal, Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong introduced the scenery of Sichuan to Li Yi. Li Yi had been there before, but at that time, it was full of buildings, especially Chongqing, which was the most interesting. When he finally climbed up, he found that it was the first floor. Now, there were not so many buildings there. It was all mountains. Except for the city in Izhou, which was relatively good, the other places were very dangerous. Many people died every year when they cut down trees and put them on rafts. If they did not put them on rivers and relied on land transportation, more people would die of exhaustion and accidents. The road in my place is not very good. Usually, we go to Chang'an by water and take a big detour from the south. Yang Huanjin took a sip of wine and lamented the difficulty of traveling. Huang Xianrong said, I heard that Li Dongzhu has a lot of good ideas to build a road to Sichuan. No, I don't. Li shook his head. He could not think of any ideas to build a road from Sichuan. There were now official roads, plank roads, mountain roads, and small roads. Many years later, if the road was good, it would still be dangerous to drive, unless it was a railway. The road would collapse and the roadside would be mudslides. With that kind of mechanical equipment and the need for population development, it was difficult to build a good Sichuan road. Not to mention now, the population was small and could not afford to build it. It's better than now, right? Huang Xianrong still hoped that Li Yi could do something magical. In a few years, depending on the situation, maybe we can build a normal road and directly blow up the mountain rocks, instead of digging, burning, and pouring water now. Li Yi thought of using gunpowder to blow up the road, but it was still difficult. When the Tang dynasty encountered a big rock, they would either go around it or burn it. When it was hot, cold water would be poured, and then the rock would explode layer by layer. I'm looking forward to it. Huang Xianrong did not want to think about it after a few years. After the meal, Li Yi gave each of them a small jar of chili sauce. He also gave a set of drawings and small models and dozens of normal tools to Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi began to empty the warehouse. 5 million caddies of salt was not a small amount. Li Yi did not intend to sell it. He had a use for it. Li Dongzhu is not the kind of person to bully others, Yang Huanjin said to the others after returning to the meeting. Everyone nodded. In any case, they had already given out 1.5 million caddies of salt. Come. Let's discuss the matter of planting Sichuan pepper. Let me tell you, Huang Xianrong began to explain how many things Li Yi needed to buy and how to plant them in the future. As long as those things were planted and supplied for a long time, they would be more profitable than selling salt. Hu beans, mustard greens, and Sichuan peppers were not worth much in the Sichuan region. There were many of them. If they were shipped to other places to be sold, they wouldn't be able to make enough money for labor and shipping. For example, during the Spring Festival this time, as soon as they entered Chang'an, the employees and helpers took a lot of money to spend at brothels and secret places. Big businessmen and managers were rich. When they entered Pyongkong Square last night, there was suddenly no one to welcome them. He couldn't find any women inside. It was rumored that the women of Pyongkong Square found excuses to refuse someone who had offended Li Yi. This time, they didn't even find excuses. They just didn't want to receive them, even if they had money. Let's go and have fun tonight. The news of 1.5 million caddies of salt must spread. Yang Huanjin decided to bring everyone to have fun. Let's arrange for the other salt first. If the local salt merchants try to lower the price, we'll make it clear that no one is allowed to lower the price. Someone suggested. They were worried that someone would use the excuse that they had offended Li Yi to lower the price. Or they could say that with the new well drilling technology, Sichuan salt would be cheaper in the future. The real war had begun, and negotiations were difficult. On the other side, Zhuangzi and Li Qingqi rushed over in the afternoon. When they saw Li Yi, they laughed. Brother Yi, you must have made a lot of money this time. It's just a fair exchange. I didn't bully anyone. Li Yi shook his head. He knew about the rumors about him. The Prime Minister was magnanimous and won people over with his virtue. Yes, our brother E has always been easy to talk to. It's just 1.5 million caddies of salt. How long does Zhuangzi plan to eat? Li Chengqi was worried. The amount of salt brought by Sichuan last time was enough to feed the capital for several months. 1/20th of it was enough for a small county to eat for half a year. In a few days, Zhuangzi's affairs will be settled. A lot of salt will be taken away. We need to hire people from Changfen. Li Yi told them his plan and was about to set off. It was more than 1,000 miles in a straight line, and with the winding roads, it would be good if they could reach their destination in a month. Are we going to the east of Taihang Mountains? Why don't we use water transport? It's faster. I'll contact you and you'll pay for it. Li Chengqi had already guessed the situation. When he heard that his brother had a boat, Li Yi thought of something. Brother, if we use a boat from the Ba River? No. Li Yi said halfway and rejected his idea. The Ba River was connected to the Wei River, and the Wei River was connected to the Yellow River. If they wanted to go from the Yellow River to Hunan and Hebei, they would have to go through Sanmen Gorge and Xiaolangdi. The road was too dangerous. Brother E, is the drought there the worst? Li Chengqi asked. Yes. The problem is not the drought. It's the people, from the top to the bottom, the officials and the people, who are ignorant. Li Yi was sure that the drought had not changed. What's the use of you going there? It's dangerous. Why don't you stay on Zhuangzi and arrange for someone else to go there? Li Chengqi advised. He did not want Li Yi to go too far. Firstly, he was used to having Li Yi in Zhuangzi. Secondly, it was a matter of safety. Brother, do you still remember the children's performance during the Spring Lantern Festival? Help spread the news there and publicize the news of that couple. Li Yi did not mention whether he would stop or not. Instead, he mentioned the performance. Li Chengqi heard this and laughed. There's no need for me to spread the news. It's already spread like crazy. The more it spreads, the more strange it becomes. Strange is good. Li Yi smiled. Since everyone was so superstitious, he would spread the news. Since that's the case, I'll get in touch with the water transport company for you. Li Chengqi agreed and rode away without further delay. When he arrived at the palace, the sky was a little dark. If he goes out, the winged knights will give him 500 yuan. He will take care of the expenses along the way. Doesn't he still have 10% of the profit? Give him a chance to spend it. Li Longji knew the situation and said to Li Yi with a smile. Uncle is timid. He's afraid that His Majesty will remember that there is still 10% of the profit outside. Empress Wang laughed. She already knew that the money given by Earthly Paradise was accounted for by Li Yi alone. Then, the copper coins and silk were also stored in a special warehouse. He looked like he was ready to be pulled away by others and did not dare to move at all. Li Dan also sighed. This is the safest way to do things. He knows when to advance and when to retreat. Noble Consort Lu said with pity, that child is also very pitiful. He's young, but he has to take care of Zhuangzi and many people. He's always worried about the cooperation. I wonder if he will keep the salt alone this time. Li Chengqi said, I guess Brother E will use it to do something big. Others are greedy for money, but Brother E is not willing to save a lot of money. Arrange the water transport. I hope he will go and come back quickly. Don't delay for too long. Li Longji glanced at Empress Wang's belly. There were more than 2 months left. What if? Chapter 294. The pottery is here. The pottery is here. Everyone, come and get it. When the sky was dark at night, cars entered the city one by one. Someone shouted as they passed through the streets. After the people of Chang and mixed the mud, they fired the kilns one by one. When they were done, they sent a batch over. Li family Zhuangzi was the closest, so it was the most convenient. The other counties were further away, so they had to be careful of the bumpy roads. The people came out unhappily to get their things. Many people were grumbling. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have swapped with the kills in Wugong County. They always come at night. It's not easy to pick the deformed pottery. It's a waste. Throw it away and let us use it. The other counties followed suit. Only the official kills and Li family Zhuangzi's pottery are good. There are also waste ones. Li family Zhuangzi gave us the waste ones. Evil. We won't buy anything from them in the future. The people who delivered the goods didn't say anything. It had nothing to do with them. They were only responsible for delivering the goods. Some of the embryos would crack and change shape during firing. They couldn't accept the cracked ones, and the deformed ones were brought over. Li Yi also gave Zhuangzi's deformed pottery to them. It was an extra gift. Zhuangzi didn't need it. It was a pity to throw it away. The bowl wasn't so round, but it could still hold water and rice. After the pots were burned, they piled up and turned into a box. The people were still very willing to accept it. They could hold water and feed chickens and ducks. The official kills were so shameless that they smashed it. The other counties pretended not to know. They were earning money from the official kills. The people were dissatisfied, but they knew they couldn't do anything about it. There was a large group of people who were rich enough to open ceramic kilns. When the news reached Li Yi's ears, it was during breakfast the next morning. A merchant who came to buy things said that the Wugong County's kilns gave out too many defective goods. Originally, 1 out of 10 people was bad. Now, 1 out of 4 was bad. Dongzhu, the people in the city say that we are benevolent. Songda was in a good mood. Others didn't give good things, but Zhuangzi gave good things. After gaining a good reputation, people would praise him whenever he went out to greet him. What they're doing is breaking the rules. We can't let them do as they please. Otherwise, if the kills in the other counties see this and imitate them, the commoners will be unhappy with the imperial court. Li Yi seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to Songda. Dongzhu is right. Should we ask Chang and to take action? Songda thought of solving the problem through official means. We didn't sign any contract back then. We just mentioned it. How can the Yamen interfere? Li Yi shook his head. He felt a little disappointed. How could human greed be like this? Since they had agreed on an exchange, they would not suffer any losses in the kiln and would even make a profit. In the end, they were insatiable, and the pottery they sent became worse and worse. Pottery required a low firing temperature and did not require glazing. Why would they do something that would damage the reputation of the imperial court? Dongzhu, you have to sign it next time. Songda was also angry. We'll talk about the future in the future. Tell the kiln to prepare a kiln of porcelain. I'll give you the new glaze formula. Li Yi said to Songda. Songda was not surprised. Dongzhu wants to sell porcelain? How can I have time to sell porcelain? The kiln still has bricks and cement to burn. I'll make a prototype for others to see. If they think it's good, they can buy new uranium from me and use it themselves. I'll only sell the mixed glaze, not the formula. If they have the ability to use the glaze to calculate the formula, I'll announce it. No one can monopolize it. Li Yi did not believe that those people could easily analyze the ingredients of the mixed glaze, unless they had advanced equipment. Songda did not understand. Dongzhu wanted to burn porcelain and sell the glaze. What did that have to do with other people giving the commoners broken pottery? Li Yi looked at the manager in a daze and said with a smile, if you want to buy, turn the broken ones into good ones. For every broken one, make up for 10. I, Li Yi, came up with this idea. Whoever wants to destroy it, I'll deal with them. Wugong County, right? They're excluded. Their broken pottery will be replaced by other people who want to buy it. Li Yi stated his purpose. Today, he came up with an idea and someone destroyed it. Tomorrow, he came up with an idea and someone would cause trouble. Wasn't this the same as the reform? The reform was good, but the people implementing it were not good. He wanted to teach the others a lesson. Whoever didn't do as he said, he would make sure that whoever didn't do as he said would be ruined. Problems could not be spoiled. If they collapsed, they needed support. Just buy the kiln. Otherwise, don't think about using that kiln to burn porcelain to make money. Otherwise, there would be new materials, little by little. Songda vigorously nodded twice. He did not even eat rice. He took 2 buns and chewed as he walked. He went to tell the other side to prepare an empty kiln. When Dongzhu came up with the new glaze, they would burn it for a few days. Li Yi ate slowly. He had a lot of glaze formulas that he did not have now. Glaze was actually color. Different glazes would show different colors after firing. There were also mixed glazes. It was getting more and more difficult. Li Yi's craftsmanship was very high. Except for special colors, which could not be fired, everything else could be done. Now, the price of pottery was not low, not to mention porcelain. 1 copper coin to buy a beautiful porcelain plate with a beautiful pattern? Dream on. At Li Yi's time, a wholesale price of 5 cents. He could get as much as he wanted. Countless factories rushed to sell and even took the initiative to lower their prices to get orders. 2 yuan was not enough to buy porcelain plates and bowls that were cheated, so one could imagine how much the cost would be. According to the analysis of the data that had been unearthed, taking out the glazes of Middle Tang, Late Tang, and Songshi was enough to attract a lot of people. Now, there was a Tang Sankai. However, that was used for burial. The monochrome glaze could be used to burn porcelain. It was not burned to look like a burial object. It was just drawn on the porcelain plate. That was for the living. After sleeping for a night, the people who saw the ill-shaped pottery in the morning got angrier and angrier. They felt that they would not be happy for the rest of the day. A set of 8 bowls. Why did one of them look like that? How did they complete a set? If 2 of them were smashed, 6 of them would be a set. They might as well give them to others. They would see who had the same pottery as them and send it to them. They shouted that if they did not buy the ceramics of Wugong County, they would go on a march. When they met someone, as long as that person was willing to talk, they would say bad things about Wugong County. At first, they only talked about the pottery. Later, it seemed that there were no good people in the county. The people of Wugong County argued in Chang'an and almost fought. Why did they attack their territory? Wugong County continued to send bad pottery to Chang'an. It was getting worse and worse. They probably brought all the pottery that they did not have time to smash. As for whether the people who got these pottery would buy their things in the future, they did not care. You all used mud to exchange. Did you have the money to buy them? A few days later, the Li family Zhuangzi appeared in Chang'an with a lot of porcelain. They went directly to the East Market. Many people began to watch. What good things did the Li family Zhuangzi take out? The team came out again. Today, I'll show you the new porcelain from the Zhuangzi kiln. Songda was in charge of leading the team. He shouted with a loudspeaker in his hand. At the same time, he opened a car and showed the porcelain inside. There were light blue, dark blue, gray, green, grayish-green, light green, and other colors. Some of them even had transitional colors. The onlookers were surprised. They had never seen porcelain of such colors. Chapter 295. The color of the porcelain was about the same. It was probably because of the thickness of the glaze. Also, something unclear happened during the burning process, causing the color to change. Steward Song, did Li Dongzhu figure it out? Someone came over and picked up a bowl. He looked at it against the sun, looked at it with his back to the sun, and touched it with his fingers. Why can't it be Dongzhu? Can't it be what I thought? Songda asked. You, bah! This person spat out rudely, causing the surrounding people to laugh. Look at the color of the porcelain. If you like it, leave your name and address, and I'll send it home. Songda waited for everyone to stop laughing and shouted with a loudspeaker. Can't you just leave your name and address? Someone shouted. Who knows if what you leave is real or fake? Songda did not agree. I'll go first, I'll go first. Someone wanted to write. Are you selling? Can't I buy it? Another person said. Yes, yes, buy it. Words of agreement appeared. 100 grams for one. You can choose whatever you want. Songda said. Okay, I'll write. The person who said he would buy it was convinced. He knew that the price should not be so high, but he had no choice. The Li family Zhuangzi was rich. A few days ago, the salt merchants of Shu paid 1.5 million caddies of salt as compensation. If they were to sell it, it would be a big deal. Let's see. What good thing is 100 grams for one? If the price is wrong, then don't blame me. No wonder, it's such good porcelain. The sound of the yellow door came from outside the crowd. Someone squeezed in and saw Songda. So it's Supervisor Bai. Come, I'll give Supervisor Bai 2 sets. Songda saw the yellow door and packed it with a smile. Plates, bowls, cups, and plates. There were 8 of each in a set. Some small sets had 4. No. Ah, yes. The yellow door wanted to refuse, but he thought of something and nodded. A total of 10 people came out. Each person had 2 sets. They rearranged and stacked them together. It did not take up too much space. They borrowed a car from Songda and rushed back. They did not buy anything else first. Giving something was more important. When they went out to buy things, they did not bring their own cars. They always asked someone to send them. Sometimes they would pay normally, sometimes they would lower the price. Those who did not want to sell could not. So what if the yellow door? If you bully me, I'll report you. However, there were some who didn't want to offend others and felt that it was alright, so they sold it. When he went back to report the accounts, the prostitutes quoted the market price and he kept the extra money. At Songda's side, a group of people gathered around to write. Those who did not know how to write had the help of the village owners. The words written by the village owners were not good looking, and there were even mistakes. The names given in the Tang dynasty were different from the names given by Li Yi's people. They were more like the names of the people from South Korea. No, South Korea had always used the naming habits of the ancient people in China. Then, many famous brews made it sound so good. In fact, it was like this in ancient China. It was just that the modern people were not cultured in naming things. For example, Lu Huaishan, Yuan Xianyao, Pei Yaoqing, Li Yuanhong. Especially this Li Yuanhong, didn't he sound like someone from South Korea? However, he was a legitimate member of the Tang dynasty and had even been the prime minister. Including Zhang Jiazhen, Meng Wenli, and so on. The characters were very difficult to write. When the people who were selling things in the East Market heard that there was a gift, they all came up and told their addresses. There were even people with high status who directly threw a name card. No, not throw, they gave it to Songda with both hands. Just like Li Yi's routine of giving business cards, it had to be done with both hands. It was the kind of thing that businessmen threw casually. It was more casual, but it could not be said that they did not know etiquette. The prostitutes rushed back, bypassed Feng Yu, and went straight to Yang Xiluan. Just now, when we went to the East Market to buy things, we met Steward Songda. The Li family Zhuangzi took out a new color of porcelain. It was very beautiful, and each of us was given 2 sets. We did not want to take it, but then we remembered that it involved the Li family Zhuangzi. We had to take it back and let others know. When the prostitutes saw Yang Xiluan, they said it as fast as they could. You brought it? When Yang Xiluan heard Steward Songda, he knew that the situation was serious. He did not criticize the prostitutes for bypassing the higher-ups and coming directly. Zhuangzi's 4-wheeled carriage is very stable. There are thick bamboo plates under the carriage as shock absorbers. The prostitutes even knew this. The Li family Zhuangzi's carriage had undergone a new modification. The requirements for the steel of the springs were too high, so layers of bamboo were used as shock absorbers. They were placed on the supporting axles of the wheels. The ones in the palace were also modified. Let's go. Yang Xiluan did not waste time. He called the prostitutes and drove the carriage directly to Li Longji. Not long after, Li Longji was holding a bowl in his hand and looking at it. The porcelain is ordinary, but the glaze is good. Tomorrow, I will go to Zhuangzi to get some back. One kiln needs a lot of porcelain, and Brother Yi does not need that much. The pottery in Zhuangzi is enough. Li Longji was not polite at all and prepared to ask for it. Zhuangzi's porcelain was mostly for experiments. After it was done, it would not be used. It was all pottery and could be thrown casually. The handmade porcelain base made by children could be burned out. Whoever made it would have to put it on display and not care if it was thrown. It was useless to cry. It was impossible to open a kiln for them. They would have to wait for another chance. Obviously, most of the newly baked porcelain would be stored in the warehouse. Why did he think of burning this? Li Longji asked Yang Xiluan. Yang Xiluan shook his head. I don't know. It's not for sale. It's only a gift. If you want to buy it, it's 100 yuan each. Naturally, no one will pay for it. Leave the things behind and return the carriage. Li Longji did not ask any more. He would ask him personally tomorrow. The next day, Li Longji did not attend the court assembly again. He brought Empress Wang to Zhuangzi early in the morning. Uncle, do a blood test. I only ate a little last night and did not drink much water. I've been hungry and thirsty since today. When Empress Wang saw Li Yi, she first asked for a physical examination. Li Yi drew blood and did an ultrasound. Everything was normal. He ate. How big will she be when she's born? Li Longji asked Li Yi when he sat down to eat breakfast after choosing his own breakfast. About 6 caddies. In theory, she can give birth naturally. I'll be back soon to arrange things. The main thing is to bribe the provincial government officials. Then, I've prepared people with the same blood type in Zhuangzi. I've done a blood test. There's no problem. When the time comes, even if it's amniotic fluid embolism, I'm 100 times more confident. Li Yi wanted to say that he was 50% confident, but he did not dare to say it. For patients, there was no such thing as probability. It must be successful. Simply put, amniotic fluid embolism was when amniotic fluid entered the mother's blood and various reactions occurred. It required supportive treatment. If there was a problem, medicine would be used to target it. Then, a large amount of blood would be used to dilute the amniotic fluid that entered the blood. If there was insufficient blood plasma, any hospital would be useless. What blood type the villagers had was recorded. Fortunately, there was no special blood type, such as Rh type. Sister-in-law was naturally an ordinary A blood type. There were many villagers with a blood type, and O blood type could be used for emergency treatment. If it really did not work, Li Yi was prepared to exchange for white blood, which was human blood. It would be used in combination with other blood types to ensure the safety of the pregnant woman. Li Longji did not understand. The only thing he knew was that if Brother Yi could not do it, no one else could. Uncle, I'm a little scared. Empress Wang said honestly. Every pregnant woman would be scared at this time. Especially in the Tang dynasty, the mortality rate, sister-in-law, don't be afraid. After the first one, you and third brother will have a big nest. Li Yi said with a smile. That's a rabbit. Empress Wang reached out and patted Li Yi's head. Today's 5 chapters have ended and will continue tomorrow. Thank you for your tips. You guys have spent a lot of money. There were also recommendations and collections. The recommendations actually made it into the top 100. As a newcomer, I never dared to imagine how many books there were in the entire Qidian. The recommendations made it into the top 100. It's useless to say anything else. Chapter 296. Brother E, why did you think of making new glazed porcelain? Li Longji, who was drinking the soup made from the wild vegetables in the greenhouse, finally asked about the serious matter. He did not think that Li Yi was bored enough to make a kiln of new porcelain as a gift. The matter of exchanging clay for pottery, Wugong County. Li Yi explained the situation. There was a place that went too far by selling broken pottery, which broke the rules of the industry. According to the rules of the industry, anyone could tear down the other party's kiln, but the people did not dare to do so. Because this matter was led by Chang and they are destroying the reputation of the Tang dynasty. More importantly, they know that I am the one behind this, but they still don't give me face. Maybe they think that I, Zhuangzi, am a newbie in this industry, so they are disdainful of me. Li Yi did not say anything more. It was enough to express his attitude. Uncle, ask the governor to investigate them. Empress Wang said as she stirred the soup back and forth to cool it down. Li Longji shook his head. At that time, they did not sign a specific contract. Punishing them without teaching them is torture. Brother E, you don't want to do that, right? Third brother is right. The process of exchanging them was not clear. So we have to deal with them through other means, otherwise they will not accept it. Otherwise, if we deal with them in the name of the people today, won't someone use the same name to harm people tomorrow? The rules of the industry must be found by the industry. I have to let them know that some lines cannot be touched. Li Yi was also using a spoon to cool down the soup. This morning's soup was commonly known as cat's ear soup. It was made from wild vegetables that usually only appeared in May. They were furry and had a furry texture. Its scientific name was tingyu. When it bloomed, it was yellow, but when it bloomed, it would not taste good. When other vegetables were planted in the greenhouse, the seeds in the soil would grow out. The dandelion leaf soup that Li Longji was eating now was the same. If he did not eat it, there would be a lot of hair later, and it would be like a parachute when blown by the wind. Including platycodon, there were also wild plants growing in the greenhouse. Li Yi did not let anyone touch it. Let it grow and then plant it when there were seeds. Platycodon grandiflorum is a traditional Chinese medicine. It is used to treat coughs, but it is irritating to the stomach. At the same time, platycodon is also a vegetable, which means shushangtu, dalaki, go bao, bellflower. At Li Yi's time, it was very cheap in the beginning. He had dug it up when he was young. Later on, some Chinese medicine merchants started hoarding it and it became expensive all of a sudden. Just like licorice, it was stir-fried and would also stimulate the stomach. However, the main ingredient of licorice tablets was not licorice, but ephedrine. Most of the time, licorice was used to neutralize medicinal properties. Licorice was used in patches, not stalks. Li Yi did not plan to eat the platycodon now that it was still growing. Just like carrots, it did not bear seeds in the past and grew for many years. The difference was that carrots would freeze to death in the northern regions without using greenhouses. They would not be able to bear seeds, but platycodon was not a problem. Of course, the cat ear soup was the most delicious thing. It had a unique texture. Li Longji and Empress Wang didn't know that there were so many things to pay attention to in the soup for breakfast. They found that this brother E and uncle also had a bad temper. Whenever they were angry, they would produce new glazes. In the past, they seemed to be such a peaceful person. However, when they met someone who did not follow the rules, they got angry. If others were angry, they would only be angry at themselves. There was no good way. However, when Brother E and Uncle E got angry, it was different. Wasn't it just porcelain? Then let's see who was better in porcelain. After a few days, there are still a few kinds of glazes. I have to go out. Otherwise, I will kill the kills in Wugong County. I won't see them compromise. Li Yi shook his head and said. He seemed to be regretful. Uncle, come back soon. Your nephew is waiting for you. Empress Wang reminded him. I will be back soon. If you are not around, I will be worried about others. There is a transportation. I will go and deliver the gifts. I will be back in a month. There is still a month or so of observation. Li Yi promised. Brother Yi, now that things have come to this, shouldn't you tell us about the situation? Li Longji had been thinking and finally found out that there was a drought this year. The east of Taihang Mountains is dry. During the transition between spring and summer, locusts will wreak havoc. Prime Minister Yao's orders will not be effective. According to my calculations, since it is the transition between spring and summer, the winter wheat will be fine. However, the autumn grain will be gone. Next year, there will be another drought. If we don't kill the locusts this year, they will come again every year. We can't stop them. This year, the provinces and prefectures will resist the orders. Next year, Prime Minister Yao will issue a strict order and the situation will be better. However, for the next 10 years, the locusts will not be able to be killed. The main wheat production area. Li Yi finally said it. He knew that Yao Chong had sent hundreds of workers to fight against him. He also knew that Yao Chong was a narrow-minded person. However, he still told the Heavenly Mountain about the benefits. It was because of this plague of locusts that Yao Chong wanted to kill people. When looking at a person, you can't judge him by his black and white. You should use his talent, not his virtue. Otherwise, there will be no one to use. Evil is the most important. When it comes to behavior, there is no good person in the world. Filial piety is the most important virtue. When it comes to behavior, there is no filial son in the world. Li Yi said it out loud. He believed that his third elder brother should know who he was referring to. Li Longji's eyes suddenly turned red. He felt that it would not be a problem to deal with Yao Chong later. Look at my brother Yi. He knows what you have done, but he thinks that your existence is good for the Tang dynasty. He even spoke up for you. This is the true magnanimity of a prime minister. How many people do you want to get rid of for your own power? My brother Yi is so law-abiding. He knows that the kills in Wugong County are wrong, but he still has to follow the law and not punish them. He goes around in a circle and acts according to the rules of the industry. Brother Yi said that there is a plague of locusts this time. You should say something. If you keep silent, I will replace you. Empress Wang's eyes narrowed into crescents. Although she always looked carefree, she was not stupid. How could a fool help her man get the throne? She knew that Yao Chong was a troublemaker, but her uncle did not care about him at all. Today, she finally made things clear. It turned out that her uncle had been assisting Yao Chong. Yao Chong, when you find out, Brother Yi raised these chickens and ducks to eat locusts? Li Longji finally understood. No wonder Brother Yi asked the Zhang village to raise them, and also asked the imperial plantation to help raise them. They also provided all kinds of artificial incubation techniques and fed the chickens and ducks maggots. Only chickens and ducks that were used to eating meat tasted good. Then there was the century eggs. Brother Yi had been preparing for this year's drought and the locusts appeared. Yes, but it is not enough. The total number of chickens and ducks in the plantation is less than 20,000. I am going to let the people know that chickens and ducks that eat locusts can lay a lot of eggs. There are also pigs that grow quickly. Li Yi did not hold back. In the entire area east of Taihang Mountains, tens of thousands of chickens and ducks were useless. They could not be eaten up. Fortunately, this year was the first year, and there were not enough chickens. He would make a sample and teach the local people how to artificially incubate them. Next year would be the most important year. Uncle, what about the salt? Empress Wang suddenly asked. 5 million caddies. Send it over and sell it. We will make century eggs and salted eggs for the people. Thank you to the salt merchants of Shu County. Li Yi nodded. It was good that the other party came over. Otherwise, he would have to find a way to get salt. Brother Yi, can you not go? Li Longji was still worried about Li Yi's safety. Me not going? If I don't go, who can successfully bribe? Bribing is not as simple as giving money directly. Li Yi shook his head. He sold medical equipment, and he knew that it was useless to give money directly. He also had to buy clothes for other people's children and get tickets for amusement parks. He had to take good care of other people's parents and recognize them as godparents. When other people's wives wanted to buy branded goods, they had to send a car to protect them. When other people's mistresses wanted to have their hair done, they had to be separated from the main wife. Also, this was the highest level of bribery. If you don't agree, if you stick to your principles, it is useless. I will start with the people around you. Those powerful salespeople were not as passionate and filial to their own families as they were to the target's family. Some of them were the head of the hospital, and the parents of the attending physicians. I know why they are doing this, but we like it. If you can't accompany us, they will accompany us. It was the same no matter what he sold. It was the same no matter who he sold. It was not easy for them to raise their children. Either you use their things, or you don't have to care about us. We don't need your filial piety. Chapter 297. Brother Yi, is it okay to bribe them? Li Longji felt very awkward. Whoever doesn't cooperate, so what if I kill you? Bribing is not the goal is to make them cooperate. To be honest, grasshoppers are delicious. The key is that the grasshoppers of our Tang dynasty are not poisonous. If it's desert locusts, even chickens and ducks don't like to eat them. They taste bad and will be poisoned if they eat too much. It's the same for humans. Third brother, I'll catch some grasshoppers this summer and fry them. They're crispy and fragrant. Li Yi mentioned the species of locusts. The Chinese locusts were actually not bad. They were much worse than the desert locusts. The desert locusts secreted toxins. When there were a lot of desert locusts, they would eat each other when there was not enough food. The Chinese locusts did not have that problem. Locusts were very profitable. Moreover, if the locusts were dried and ground into powder, both livestock and humans could eat them. They could be fried in a wok, skewered, and roasted. The taste was not bad. Li Yi was thinking about how to eat them, but Li Longji was angry. He believed Li Yi's words. There must be officials and civilians who did not kill the locusts but knelt instead. They also needed other methods of bribery. Empress Wang was calmer. She was actually a woman with her emotions. She said, I know about the performance on the 15th of the first month. That man and woman can't eat because of the drought and the locusts. She grasped the main point. Yes, the program that day specifically mentioned this matter. Li Longji was shocked. He looked at Li Yi. Brother Yi, you not only helped Empress Wang that day, but you also have a trick up your sleeve? Big brother said that the news has already spread. If we control the locusts like this, I believe that many people will think about the content of the program and cooperate. Li Yi admitted. That was what he meant. Otherwise, why would the male and female protagonists have to escape with locusts? Any reason would be enough. The program performance and publicity naturally made everyone unhappy with the locusts. Brother Yi, I'll think of a way. Find the higher-ups and ask the winged knights to go with you. No matter what, you need at least 500 of them. Li Longji had said last night that he would send winged knights. Now, he wished that he had tens of thousands of winged knights. That way, he would be able to give Brother Yi more manpower. I didn't think so before. I always thought that Brother Yi was a little silly to love the Tang dynasty and seek benefits for the people. Only now did he understand the depth of Brother Yi's plan. The two prime ministers, Yuanji and Daoji, seemed to be quite pitiful. Brother Yi knows that you two are narrow-minded, but how much do you know about Brother Yi's schemes? If the two of you know about this, sigh. Li Longji felt sad for Yao Chong and Zhang Shua. Their little schemes were useless. Impeaching this and impeaching that is nothing more than your own rights. Look at my brother E. He spends all his time writing books in Zhuangzi. He always has a carefree look on his face. Zhen's brother E will not impeach anyone. Even if the Wugong County's kills are in the wrong, brother E will deal with it in the same industry. He could deal with whoever he wanted without the slightest bit of anger. He was calm and collected. Even when he was swindling people, he was still so gentle. Li Longji compared and reached out to rub Li Yi's head. Empress Wang followed suit and rubbed his head. Li Yi, the 4 palace maids and eunuchs were eating and listening at the side. They were all dazzled. Dongzhu is indeed Dongzhu. So amazing. Wow. Brother E, will there be any problems in Chang'an this year? Li Longji was now in a state of not asking the heavens but asking the ghosts and gods. Every workshop will dig deep wells. Some things will seep into the original latrine pits. Many people will fall sick, and no one will be able to find out. Li mentioned the problem of water pollution in Chang'an. Chang'an had 108 workshops. It was enough to have 4 to 5 pressure wells in each workshop. He couldn't solve the problem of pollution infiltration and couldn't build a water plant. But it was not a problem to dig wells. Big Brother's Craftsman Alliance would take some time to do it. As for whether the water below was hard water, Li didn't think about it. How much more to think about? This was the Tang dynasty. It was better than washing clothes and eating food upstream, right? You live at the head of the Yangtze River, I live at the tail of the Yangtze River. When you pee, I drink it. Fortunately, it was far away. Otherwise, he would have gone over with a knife. Therefore, this was not a poem about love at all. Therefore, when Li Longji and Empress Wang went back after eating, Li Yi held his guitar and played a song that had nothing to do with love. Waves run. Waves flow. Thousands of miles of the surging river never stops. Washed away, the world's affairs are mixed into a surging tide. Is joy. Is sorrow. Can't distinguish between laughter and sorrow in the waves. Li Yi played and sang by himself. He didn't want to bribe people, but where in the world did not bribe people? Therefore, he never taught the children honest things. Because when they grew up, no one would be honest. Since that was the case, why should he cheat the children? What was the use of drawing a beautiful picture? Those who taught the children, was there anyone who was honest? This was the reality. Thousands of twists and turns, thousands of beaches, still can't calm down the struggle. Li Yi continued to sing. This song was still in the pentatonic mode, but there was a change in the rhythm. Xian Yen, everyone, and the others who had eaten breakfast in the cafeteria were about to practice when they suddenly heard a sound. They immediately rushed over and watched Li Yi play and sing. Li Yi sang very wholeheartedly. The most amazing thing about this song was that it was a song for Shanghai Beach, but there was no mention of Shanghai Beach. It was just like the dream chaser in Flying Fox of the Snow Mountain, the one who let the spring breeze blow your long hair. That song was originally written for Sanmao, but after some changes, it became the ending song. It sounded quite artistic. Li thought about it and sang it 3 times. If he sang it again, it would become an alarm clock. Xian Yen and the others remembered it. Then, they looked at Li Yi with a coquettish look. There was indeed something good. He sang it casually again. Everyone was unhappy and surrounded him. Li Lang, this is. Xian Yen asked on behalf of everyone. This is, the one that wrote the end of the Yangtze River, right? It's the water flowing, and then turning and turning. Li Yi really did not know how to explain it, so he did not explain. There was that place now, but the geography of that place was slightly different. Moreover, it was not as prosperous. Can you still write the orchestration according to those songs you wrote before? Xian Yen did not care how Li Yi made it up. They just wanted to get the music out and what kind of instruments were there. Some of the instruments made by Zhuangzi, they felt that they had discovered another world and could be added to the previous instruments and music scores. Other than making changes to the various rituals and music for the royal family, the other parts were easy. There would always be people who would write new and different sentences, and then if it was good, they would compose a song to sing. If you sing this song too much, aren't you afraid that the people in Pyongkong Square will not accept it? Li Yi was worried that the people in the Tang dynasty would not like some of the songs. What we sing, others will learn. We are the everyone. Xian Yen gave Li Yi another answer. They were the trendsetters. In the entire Tang dynasty, who would dare to say that the songs of Pyongkong Square were not good? Chapter 298. Li Yi and a group of beauties were adjusting their musical instruments. With the foundation of military musical instruments, they quickly picked up the new songs. As they said, they represented height. Whatever they sang, others would follow. The only place that could compete with them was the pear garden. They had to interact with each other in the pear garden. Li Longji, who had left, sat in the car with a gloomy face. Empress Wang pouted. Both of them were in a bad mood. As one of the Tang dynasty emperors, I can only watch a young man run around. Li Longji expressed the grievances in his heart. Empress Wang rolled her eyes. San Lang, if what uncle said is true, they're going to choose people now and get ready to replace them at any time. When things calm down, they'll be dismissed and investigated. Whatever they took, they'll be spat out with interest. Li Longji turned his head. In his eyes, Empress Wang had become the figure who advised him to break into the palace that night. At that time, he wanted to retreat. It was this figure who gave him advice and supported him firmly. Later, when he became the crown prince, this figure helped him stabilize the harem in the East Palace. When he became the emperor, he stabilized the harem. He looked so amiable. At this moment, the two figures overlapped. Li Yi hadn't made a move yet, but this side was already thinking about settling the score. Okay. Li Longji's mood improved a lot. He had thought it through. The Great Tang lacked many things, but it didn't lack officials. Let's go to the East Market. Li Longji didn't want to go back to the palace. He wanted to find a lively place. The car went straight ahead and entered the Chunming Gate. After passing by Xingqing Palace, they arrived at the East Market. As soon as they arrived, they heard cheers. There's water. There's another well. It's very deep. Hurry up and push the dirty water out. The water from the previous well is sweeter than the original one. Hearing the crowd's shouts, Li Longji smiled again. As Brother Yi said, dirty things will seep into the well from the cesspool. In the future, we should dig a few wells in each workshop. Empress Wang expressed her support. Yes, Ti's well is very dangerous. If a child falls in and is discovered too late, he will lose his life. Li Longji thought of the well that Zhuangzi had prepared for the children. Darren is not afraid. If there is a winch, the bucket will be in the well. If Darren falls down, there is a rope and a bucket. If Darren pulls the rope with all his strength, he will get stuck. The rope of the pulley was not long, just long enough for the bucket to go under the water. Wells that did not use pulleys had manhole covers. If a child wanted to help an adult work, it was easy for him to fall into them at every step. In the past, they were used to it. Without pressure wells, everyone felt that it was normal. Now that he had something new and compared it, he realized that the sealed well was better. For places that were frozen in winter, they only needed a piece of iron pipe. For places that were not frozen, they would use bamboo. When the car was some distance away from the front, it stopped, and a large drilling rack was moved over there. Shouting slogans, a group of men moved the shelf to the next place where drilling was to be done. Otherwise, it could only be dismantled and reassembled. When the drilling tools in the palace are finished, all the other wells in the palace should be filled. When Empress Wang mentioned the well in the palace, her expression was not very good. Every year in the palace, there were eunuchs and palace maids who accidentally fell into the well and died. Thinking of this, she touched her bulging belly and smiled again. Without a child, her control over the harem was weakened. When the child was born, she was ready to make a move on the harem. To make it clear, who was the boss of the harem? As the big shelf was moved away, more people gathered around, and the strong ones pressed the well with all their strength. The front and bottom of the well arm was connected to a bamboo board, which moved as the arm moved up and down. This was used to prevent people from accidentally reaching their hands over and crushing it, especially when someone was pressing it, and the child was standing next to them. The child's hand would naturally touch the big belly of the well. As he touched it, he would touch the place where it was connected. The water that flowed out was still muddy. In front of them, people continued to dig trenches to lead the water to the pond in the East Market. In the future, a small canal would be built here with stones, and there would also be a groove at the position of the well. The shoe salt merchants who were negotiating continued to watch. In their eyes, what was left was brine, and it would become salt after being boiled. The shoe salt merchants already knew that the biggest salt wells would be owned by the higher-ups. But they were not afraid. Everyone relied on their own abilities. Standing on the ground, how could they know if there was brine or gas below? The emperor could not occupy all the places. At most, he could only occupy a small part. The other areas were believed to be no worse than the places occupied by the emperor. Look at the salt merchants' excited faces. They want to snatch the good places from me, haha. Li Longji saw a group of happy people through the window and said with a smile. Uncle has divided more than 100 small places. He said that there are 4 places with brine and gas, 12 with gas, and the rest are brine. Empress Wang also smiled. She believed that if Li Yi said there were places, there must be places. There was no need to ask the reason. What she did not know was that in order to find places, Li Yi checked a lot of county records, especially those in Zigong. The specific location in Zigong could be directly matched. The other places had a range because the terrain changed in the Tang dynasty and later. The location chosen was the kind with a large storage capacity and not particularly deep. The one more than 1,000 meters deep was not needed for the time being. Whoever wanted to drill could drill by themselves. It's clear, it's clear. A few more times. Let me have a taste. Is it sweet? Someone stood there and shouted. Others took bowls and waited for the water to look completely clear. They reached over and took half a bowl and drank it. The weather was still cold. When the well water came up, it was cold and bone-chilling. The people who drank it did not care. Sweet. Delicious. We will drink this water in the future. Let me have a taste. From now on, this well will be called Li Yi Well. Li Longji gave a name. In the future, as long as someone dug a well, they would say Li Yi's name. This was what Li Yi deserved. He took out good technology. The people had one more choice to get water, especially in places with deep water. It was relatively easy to drill a well. What was the use of a well when drinking water by the river? Let's go back. Li Longji was happy. He wanted to go back to work. The people in the eastern market lined up to get water. They seemed to think that drinking a mouthful of water would bring them good fortune. The Minister of Works, Wei Zhigu, saw Li Longji's carriage in the crowd, but he did not go forward. He took a bowl and lined up. After taking half a bowl, he walked out of the crowd and looked at the sky. Li Yi has saved countless lives. When there is a drought, he will dig wells one by one. He will always be able to get water. He sighed. After drinking a mouthful of cold water, he shivered and sighed. He muttered, "This year, King Song will take care of all the work for the wells. He will also look for craftsmen in other places. Wherever there is a need for wells, the craftsmen in the area will be pulled into his alliance." He realized that he understood. It was not easy to take the emperor's money, so he took it out and gave it to King Song. King Song will groom many skilled craftsmen to take over the work of digging wells in other places. The profits will go to King Song. I wonder if Li Yi will be able to get a share of the money from the alliance. Wei Zhigu muttered. Chapter 299. I'm still willing to flip hundreds and thousands of waves, in my heart enough. Everyone, please stop for a while. When the waves are enough, I've also had enough. Li Yi helped everyone with their instruments. The group of people let him sing once, adjust, sing again, adjust again, and continue singing. After singing for a while, Li Yi started to hate this song. The tune was not nice, and the lyrics were even worse. Li Lang, we just want to hear you sing. A girl laughed and shouted. The other girls laughed as well. I don't love anymore. Li Yi grumbled and jogged away. The laughter behind him got louder. On the 12th of February, Li Yi finally finished copying The Romance of the Three Kingdoms and threw it to the students to copy. The books were not bound, and they were copied separately. The speed was fast, and they would be able to copy a few books by tomorrow. The calculations and struggles in this book were more interesting than the 36 stratagems. Dongzhu, the people who bought the soy sauce, said that they want newly glazed porcelain. Song De came over. Do they like it? Li Yi asked. It's not about whether they like it or not. It's just that there are no other porcelain of this color. Dongzhu, maybe you don't want to know the popularity of newly glazed porcelain. Song De's words were more tactful. Okay. How much are they willing to pay? Li Yi did not argue and asked for the price. 8 plates, 8 cups, 8 plates, 8 bowls. The set is 30 pieces. We agreed that this is the current price. In the future, it will be cheaper. Song Deshin gestured 8 consecutively, and then 3 fingers. Spread the word. Whoever wants to buy can give this set of porcelain a glaze, 3 pieces. Li Yi did not intend to sell porcelain himself. If he sold porcelain, he would have to burn it himself. Selling glaze, mixed glaze. A set of 3 pieces was not cheap. Some porcelain needed to be glazed 2 to 3 times. In addition to the painting, if it was underglaze, the painting would be done first on the base, and then the glaze would be applied. If it was underglaze, underglaze. According to the records, there was such a technique, but it was not spread outside. Especially since there were no kilns around the capital. Glaze painting was to first apply a layer of glaze, then burn it. After burning it, paint it. If the painting was wrong, the porcelain would be ruined. In addition, the waste rate during the firing process was not low. A set of glazed porcelain was sold for 3 taels. Other kiln-fired porcelain was sold at 30 taels per set, and one could earn 3 to 5 taels. Everyone would burn together. As the quantity increased, the price would gradually change. Porcelain could be sold further away, but the transportation had to be very careful. Similarly, Zhuangzi's glaze was also sold to the outside kilns. Song De's breathing quickened. San Yi, selling a set of porcelain glaze? Oh my god, I'm rich, I'm rich. He knew what kind of glaze it was. It was made of lime and some grass ash was added. After washing it, it turned into powder. During the matching process, Dongzhu took the equipment to analyze and adjust the details. After this kind of glaze was made, it had to be brushed or poured on the base to give the glaze color. The key was that the cost was low. 3 glazes, which was 3,000 yuan, was enough to make 1,000 sets. Dongzhu, can they figure out what kind of glaze was used? Song De was worried. Others can give me the same glaze, and I will use all kinds of equipment to test it. After that, I will mix and burn it. I should be able to figure it out in half a year. Li Yi gave an answer. With the equipment, not to mention the raw materials, even the ashes from the kiln could be analyzed. Hearing Li Yi's words, Song De relaxed and a smile bloomed on his face. Zhuangzi had something more profitable, and he was not afraid of others snatching it away. If anyone wanted to snatch it away, they would have to go through the Qianyo guards outside. When he left, he walked briskly. He first went to find Hu Ernyang to share his joy. Hu Ernyang had been promoted and was in charge of all the women in Zhuangzi. She would arrange for other women to be officials, and a pyramid was formed. Songda had already asked the old man to be the matchmaker and gave him some things. He waited to see if he would fall sick. All three of Hu Ernyang's husbands who had died before they were married had all died at this stage. It was so strange. They waited and waited, but Songda did not fall sick at all. Thus, the entire Zhuangzi, including the migrant workers, the Zhang family's village, and the imperial plantation, knew about it. They all said that Dongzhu had done a good deed and nothing could get close to Zhuangzi. Hu Ernyang cried a few times because of this. Finally, she did not have to be pointed at anymore. It's not that I don't jinx anyone. It's just that the feng shui is not good. Look, I've changed places. The person I found is capable and is in charge of the entire Zhuangzi. He is talented and good-looking. Is he sick? No, right? Even her sister-in-law treated her much better. Originally, her sister-in-law was afraid that she would jinx her brother's family, such as her children. The news spread quickly. The Li family Zhuangzi did not sell porcelain, but new glaze. Someone else bought a set of porcelain glaze for 3 days. Other than Chang'an and Wanyan counties, which did not have any kills, the people from the other counties in Chang'an were tempted. They rushed back as fast as they could to report to the kills. Xingqing Palace. The 3 prime ministers and the Minister of Works were chatting after they finished their business. There was a small tea table in front of each of them. There were snacks, dried fruits, and tea on the table. Li Longji ran down and sat down. He sipped his tea and watched the 4 people appreciating the porcelain he brought back. He brought many sets. There were also large vases, small pen holders, and other types of porcelain. There were many sets of bowls and plates of various sizes. Just as he said before, one kiln could make a lot of porcelain. Zhuangzi did not need it. Your Majesty, I heard that Li Yi wants to sell a set of porcelain glaze for 3 days. Some people say that he is making too much money. Yao Cheng was jealous. Who are these people? Li Longji asked. For example, the kills in Wugong County. Some of them have shops in the capital. Zhang Shua helped to name them. Do you know why Li Yi brought out new glaze? Li Longji was angry when he heard about Wugong County. Isn't it to make money? Zhang Shua felt that there was no other reason. Before the 2nd month of this year, the people of Chang'an who had no work to do had to knead mud to make a living. You should know about this. Li Longji brought up this matter. The 4 people looked at each other and exchanged glances. Then, they closed their eyes in tacit understanding. Li Longji continued to drink his tea. He believed that as long as the 4 people were not stupid, they would understand. As expected, not long after, Wei Zhigu opened his eyes and said, Li Yi does not plan to sell the new glaze to Wugong County. How many good things does he have? How many tricks does he have? Lu Huaishan asked. Zhang Shua shook his head. As expected, we can't make him angry. So many people have been unlucky. How can there be someone who is blind enough to bump into him? Yao Cheng picked up his bowl and drank a mouthful of hot tea. He held the bowl and said, this person's actions are hard to predict. Your Majesty, he must have more recipes. Why don't we ask for them from Yao Qing? Li Longji said lightly. I don't dare. If he doesn't give them to me, what can I do? Yao Cheng told the truth. If Li Yi didn't give them to him, could he use torture? 1 set each. Take them back. The new ones haven't been made yet. There's no place to buy them outside. Take them home and look at them. Li Longji didn't want to say anything more. He gave each person 1 set. In the 4 people's ears, his words became, go back and think about it. A large group of people are being bullied. You pretend you don't know. Is it because you have no choice? Or because you don't want to care? Chapter 300. The four of them each had a set, so they couldn't carry it back. When they left Xingqing Palace, Wei Zhigu left in a hurry again. I found that Li Yi has a weakness. Zhang Shua looked at Yao Chong and said. Yao Chong listened but didn't reply. Zhang Shua said, Li Yi loves the people, so we can use them to threaten him. Good idea. Capture some people and bring them to Zhuangzi. Ask Li Yi if he wants to hand over other good things. If he doesn't, kill them. Lu Huaishan praised and had a specific plan. Good idea. I'll have to trouble the two of you. I'll ask His Majesty to give you an intact corpse. Yao Chong also agreed. Of course it's impossible for us. If it were Tubo or Turkic spies, Li Yi might. Zhang Shua said from another angle. Doji, are you saying that Tubo and Turkic spies captured the people of the Tang dynasty to threaten Li Yi, and we're just going to sit back and watch? Yao Chong glared at Zhang Shua and walked in front with his hands behind his back. I'm just joking. Zhang Shua chuckled. He seemed to be quite happy. The next day, the people who rushed to the kills in each county couldn't laugh. Owner Li of the Li family's farmstead in Ba Shui had said that whoever gave him a defective product would compensate him 10 times if it was fake. At the same time, the people of Wugong County would discuss the compensation with other counties. Wugong County was not allowed to buy new glaze. If other kills bought glaze to Wugong County, once it was discovered, not only would they not sell the glaze this time, they would also not sell the glaze in the future. When the news spread throughout Chang'an, the big businessmen who thought they knew Li Yi better sneered. You deserve it. Li Yi came up with an idea to give the people of Chang'an more work to do. Those with kills could earn money. It was a good deal for everyone. However, you played tricks and didn't give Li Dongzhu any face. How could the magnanimous Prime Minister Li Dongzhu lose face so easily? Are you stupid? Crippled, right? The kiln in Wugong County. Give it to him. Continue giving it to him. The commoners who received pottery that was obviously different from normal pottery were still upset before today. Suddenly, he realized that the weather was too good. Look at the dark clouds, layer by layer, it made him breathe freely. Yes, it was a cloudy day with dark clouds looming over the city. From this, it could be concluded that a person's mood might not necessarily change with the weather. Quick, my family didn't throw them away. Return me 10 of them. If I don't exchange them, I won't be able to buy new glazes. But these guys have been assembled into a complete set. Take out the extra ones and use them. I exchanged 2 bad ones with second uncle's family for a good one. Can I get it back? My child accidentally dropped a badly shaped one, so it counts, right? Li Dongzhu is a great philanthropist. He has been helping us find jobs. That's right. I want to betroth my daughter to Li Dongzhu. No betrothal gifts. Ah bah. He tue. Pft. The commoners who received bad pottery ran home to take it out and asked for compensation. Our Jiling County kiln will compensate. If you get bad pottery from Jiling County, come over. We will record it and give you the next batch. The Jiling County kiln compromised in order to get the right to buy new glazes. You can only buy them after you bring them over. You are not allowed to buy them now. The commoners were afraid of being cheated again and made a request. Our Lantian County kiln will compensate. Yunyang County kiln agrees. Huayin County kiln agrees. One by one, the county kilns agreed. Let's discuss how much pottery Wugong County has left. We don't need them to take any more. We will pay 10 times the previous defective ones. We will give them one by one. In order to reduce their losses, they stopped Wugong County from taking any more. Otherwise, Wugong County would pay 10 times the compensation. Wugong County is taking advantage of us. They don't need to give us enough. We can earn the rest for free. Someone said sarcastically. Wugong County not giving them any more pottery was indeed taking advantage of them, but their losses were greater. If other places started to use new glazes, Wugong County would not be able to get them. They could only burn the original variety and the price would be much lower. If a new glaze was in the hands of a kiln, they would have to face pressure from all sides. If they could hold on, this kiln would become a famous kiln. If someone sold glazes, they would give all the other kilns except for one kiln. That would be the end of the business. The people who came over from the Wugong County kiln all looked pale. Everyone was selling pottery. In fact, they did not earn much, especially the capital government. Almost every county had a kiln. Now that the other kilns had obtained new glazes, they would have to sell the old ones at cost price to raise funds to buy more glazes. What about Wugong County? Could they not open the kiln? Could they not open the kiln? Could they change their profession? Li, I will fight you. You bullied Wugong County. Someone suddenly shouted, looking like he wanted to fight Li. The people around him pulled him back. Some hugged his waist, some pulled his arm, and some hugged his neck. Some people came over with pottery to register and shouted, "When you Wugong County bullied us, didn't you think this day would come?" That's right. You can bully others, but you can't let others not sell to you. Your Wugong County kiln is amazing. I am from Wugong County. Don't drag the entire county into this. This year, we will use Li Dongzhu's good farming tools and fertilizer. Let him go. Let him go. Who will he fight with? Can he get into Zhuangzi? It's okay if he can't get in. If he sneaks in, he will be beaten to death by the farmers. When we need the mud for your kiln, we pick out the big grains of sand. You just give us those broken things. His Majesty said that it is easy to bully the people, but difficult to bully the heavens. The people began to attack again, criticizing the Wugong County kiln's bad behavior. Some people even wiped their tears as they spoke. They had been wronged before. Their hands were swollen from kneading mud. They had to soak them in hot water and continue kneading the next day. The other people from Wugong County did not stop them. The person who said that he would fight with his life also stopped. It seemed that he did not really want to fight with his life. Someone next to him kindly advised, "What are you waiting for? If you offend Li Dongzhu, quickly think of a way. Li Dongzhu is easy to talk to." That's right. Our salt merchants from Shu offended Li Dongzhu. We gave him 1.5 million caddies of well salt. Li Dongzhu also invited us to tea. The merchants from Shu assisted. Go, pay a certain price, and they believed that they could be forgiven. The registration continued. Who had what kind of pottery? They wrote it down and paid back. If one was short, they would pay back 10. The pottery was marked, and there were ways to identify the kilns. The people were not short of all kinds of people. Previously, they had used a few bad pottery to exchange for a good pottery. Of course, the other party did not agree. Both sides argued and negotiated, and the government sent people to mediate. For example, the two sides now split the profits. If one bad pottery was compensated with 10, each family would get 5. Or it could be 4 to 6, 3 to 7. There were also people who pestered endlessly. They brought their own pottery over. Just because it looked a little irregular, they insisted that the other party compensate them with 10. The key point was that this pottery was not obtained from this event. It was bought in the past. The kiln did not want to do this. In the past, some pottery was sold at a special price. Who knew if this was a special product? Both sides argued again. The bailiffs mediated. Can't they give a plate? This is a bowl. It's just right. The people who came to take advantage of the situation were unified. The helplessness of the kiln. Here, don't make trouble. Just this once, not next time. Chapter 301. After the registration was done, the workers of each kiln went back as fast as they could to send the unsold pottery over to compensate others. If the compensation was not enough, the people were not allowed to buy glaze from the kilns. The people of Wugong County had already left on fast horses. The people of Wugong County in Chang'an had their hearts sunk to the bottom. They knew it was useless to use money. Li Yi wanted revenge. He was not short of money. Ask the officials for help. Ask who? Ask the county magistrate of Wugong County. The inferior pottery that was given this time involved the people of Chang'an and Wanyan counties. How could the county magistrate of Wugong County be compared to the Chang'an county magistrate and Wanyan county magistrate? The two county magistrates were not depressed. It was a good idea, but the people were angry. There were no contracts, only verbal statements and records of how much clay was sent. The two county magistrates and the two junior magistrates of the governor's office could only watch the people suffer losses, but they could not help with the law. Now that Wugong County suffered losses, how could they ask the county magistrate to find them? Not to mention whether the county magistrate dared to do so, how could he have the face to ask? The matter was so big that the palace would know about it. Li Yi had a new glaze, and he would sell it to everyone except Wugong County. Curious? You will know if you ask around. Oh, so as for finding other ways to take revenge on Zhuangzi, for example, when it was dark and quiet at night. It was said that Zhuangzi had important military equipment from the Tang dynasty, so it was guarded by the 1,000 bull guards. If they were caught, they would explain that they wanted to slap Li Yi to vent their anger. Would anyone believe them? It was clearly a crime of colluding with the enemy to snatch the secret recipe of the new military equipment. The people of Chang'an found it interesting. The girls in Pyongkong Square cheered. Another one was killed. Our Li Lang is such a good person. He never looks for trouble, but some people think he is easy to bully. The girls chatted. That's right. Why don't they learn from their mistakes? They hit the wall one by one, and there are still people behind them. Just like the corrupt officials, those who are investigated feel that their lives are not good, but those who are not investigated are still greedy and can't be killed. I don't know who will bump into me next time. I remember Li Lang said that good words can't persuade a damned ghost. The imperial examination will begin in a few days. Is Li Lang not going to take it? I really want to see Li Lang take first place. Of the 42 students from Zhuangzi High School, it's best that no one fails the exam. How could he fail? Who would dare to fail? Aren't you afraid that Li Lang will be angry? The imperial examinations that they were talking about would begin on the 18th of February. Today was the 13th of February. There were still 5 days left. The exam venue would be used for a few days. There were many subjects, so they would take turns. They would not take the exam together, and the questions would be different. Li Yi had already made preparations for the banquet tomorrow. He had seen Gao Lishir today. General Gao, I've only found 2 low-ranking officials in the Ministry of Personnel. Can I find a higher-ranking one? Li Yi asked. Gao Lishir came over to take more porcelain and other things. He also took bribes. Seeing that Li Yi did not find anyone, he smiled and said, Li Dongzhu, what do you think of Cui Riyong? Li Yi, he knew about Cui Riyong. The Minister of Personnel was now called Cui Riyong. Cui Riyong was an interesting person. He always stood on the right side, but he always committed crimes. During Li Longji's Black Tortoise Gate incident, he took the initiative to participate. After that, he became the Prime Minister, but he was dealt with. He lost his position after a few days. Then, when he was dealing with Princess Taiping, Li Longji asked Cui Riyong what to do. Cui Riyong gave him an idea and hid it from Li Dan. He succeeded and became the Minister of Personnel. There was no Prime Minister anymore. He knew the information, but could he invite the Minister of Personnel? General Gao, will he agree? Li Yi felt that there was no problem with a minister coming to play. Leave this to me. Li Dongzhu, listen carefully. Gao Lishir guaranteed. Then I'll leave it to you. Li Yi said. He went to take back a big bag of dried meat floss and gave it to Gao Lishir. Gao Lisher did not like to eat dried meat floss. He took it back and gave it to the other nobles in the palace. He did not give it to Empress Wang. Empress Wang had a direct supply. If Empress Wang wanted to eat something, she would send someone to Earthly Paradise. If Earthly Paradise did not have it, she would immediately send someone to Zhuangzi. Others did not have this treatment. If they wanted to eat, they had to send a message to Empress Wang. Empress Wang would help arrange it. Li Longji did not care about the affairs of the harem. In the past, he could change 10 women a day. Now, he only went to find another woman once every 2 or 3 days. It was useless to blow pillow talk. He was waiting for Empress Wang's child to be born. In order to help Li Longji and Empress Wang stabilize the harem, Gao Lisher would try to get along well with others. He went back happily with a lot of things and found Cui Riyong. Minister Cui, Li family Zhuangzi has a poetry conference for the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs tomorrow. I wonder if you are free. Gao Lisher said a few words, threw down the gift and left. Cui Riyong was depressed. What did he mean? The imperial examination is coming. I still have to go and socialize. Someone came to Gao Lisher through the connections. He hesitated. After thinking about it, he went to find Yao Chong. Yao Chong was ready to get off work. It was another day. What should he eat at night? Prime Minister Yao Chong, you haven't left yet? Cui Riyong asked when he saw that Yao Chong was leaving. Minister Cui, you haven't left either? Yao Chong replied politely. Alas! I was about to leave, but Gao Lisher came and said that the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs will be holding a poetry conference at Li family Zhuangzi's place. There are only a few days left until the imperial examination. He must want us to make things easier for him. I really don't want to go, so I came to you to ask for a solution. Cui Riyong made it clear that he didn't want to go. Yao Chong, help him. Yao Chong looked at him in a daze. His expression was complicated. He wanted to strangle Cui Riyong. If you don't want to go, then don't go. You asked me. If you didn't go to Li family Zhuangzi after leaving my place, wouldn't I tell you not to go? Yao Chong was convinced. He knew that the only thing he could do now was to persuade Cui Riyong to go and participate in that poetry conference. Even if Cui Riyong was sick, he had to bring him there. Otherwise, if word got out that Cui Riyong went to find Yao Chong, Cui Riyong would reject Li Yi's invitation. What would Her Majesty think? What would Li Yi think if he knew about this? At such a crucial time, the imperial examination was about to start. Would Li Yi, that petty person, not take revenge? If he took action, he wouldn't even know where the danger came from. Who would have thought that Wugong County would give him inferior pottery, and Li Yi would sell new glazed pottery? Minister Cui, poetry recitals are good. Li Yi was originally a talented person, and the 42 students at his manor 2 years ago were also not bad. Think about it. How many good things did Li Yi bring out that would benefit the country and the people? Her Majesty thinks highly of it. She hopes that there will be more talents available. Her Majesty is also doing this for the people. Yao Chong said Your Majesty 3 times in a row, instructing the other party. His Majesty wanted 42 students. So you should go and get to know them. Don't dismiss them at the last moment. But he wants me to go to Zhuangzi. Cui Riyong knew, but he didn't feel comfortable. He is an imperial physician. He is lower than you. You are a standard 3rd rank. The key is that there are good things in Zhuangzi. Li Yi is generous. For example, Huaishen's house and the medicine he gave Zhigu after he fell sick. Yao Chong continued to pressure him. Think carefully. Li Yi can give you money and treat your illness. It's easy for you not to go. You just offended Her Majesty, and then someone in your family fell sick. Cui Riyong never felt that a standard 3rd rank minister with real power was comparable to a standard 4th rank official. But he understood. Thank you for telling me. I will go tomorrow to choose talents for the country. Cui Riyong clasped his fist. You must go. Yao Chong clasped his fist. If you don't go, I will teach you a lesson. Chapter 302. On the 14th day of the second month of the lunar calendar, Cui Riyong arrived with a large group of officials from the Ministry of Personnel. He had already told his subordinates that they would be here to recognize the people and receive good gifts. The Ministry of Personnel wasn't a monolithic entity. Some of the vice ministers were displeased and went to look for the other party, only to be told to follow along. Everyone understood that as long as they were still breathing, they had to participate in the poetry meet today. Of course, if they were still breathing, Li Dongzhu might be saved. At the bridge, they saw King Song. After entering, no matter who you see, you have to treat them as strangers. For example, you're not allowed to call me King Song. I'm just an ordinary relative of the royal family. My Zhuangzi is from the Sixley Manor, and he has a few younger brothers in the manor. Third brother, you are all officials of rank 5 and above. If any of you were to say anything inappropriate, your entire family. Li Qingqi threatened. His third brother and sister-in-law were here today, and they were here to read and relax. They would be leaving in the afternoon as there was a royal assembly tomorrow. The officials from the Ministry of Personnel were stunned. The third brother of the Sixley Manor. King Song, you're the boss, and your third brother is. Cui Riyong wiped off his sweat. He had long heard that His Majesty had come to Zhuangzi, and today, he could confirm that it wasn't a rumor. I'll emphasize this once more. Li doesn't know. If any of you were to do a bad job, my third brother and sister-in-law will be very angry. Afraid that others would make a mistake, Li Qingqi warned them once more. King Song, we understand. 42 students, right? We'll definitely remember their names, an assistant minister replied. The others nodded their heads with all their might. Let's go in. Think carefully before you speak, Li Qingqi added. Similarly, he didn't want Li Yi to know of his and his third brother's identities. After all, if he were to come here again, Brother Yi might be the one to greet him. Then, when he spoke, not a single drop of water leaked, and he spoke in a bureaucratic tone. What's the point of that? Wasn't the purpose of coming to Zhuangzi to look for a place of joy that couldn't be found anywhere else? Thus, Li Qingqi viewed the officials from the Ministry of Personnel as his enemies. Sensing the killing intent, the officials from the Ministry of Personnel warned themselves that they would rather remain silent than say anything wrong. King Song wasn't usually like this, but at this moment, he was anxious. Then they went to the field where the grain was dried, the open field. Beneath his feet was a large wooden plank. Before he could step on it, a gust of hot air drifted over. Then, he looked at the wooden platform in the middle. There were many musical instruments placed on the platform, and a group of masters of Southern melody. Many of the children were dressed in academic robes and were helping to arrange things. Bang! A beautiful green porcelain plate fell onto the wooden plank and broke into pieces. The child who was distributing the plates was startled. She quickly put the other plates on the small table in front of her and ran to get a broom and a brush. He swept them up, put them aside, and continued to divide the plates. Then the plate was smashed. An official felt that it was a pity. Don't talk too much. The Li family Zhuangzi is rich. Otherwise, why would he beat the child? Look at the child, he doesn't take it seriously at all. Another official warned. Everyone looked over. Sure enough, the little girl still looked so happy. The other children didn't even spare him a glance, and the adults ignored him as well. Li Qingqi followed him and looked around. He didn't see Li Yi, but all 42 students were there. Some of the relatively good-looking 220 students who came later were also there. He heaved a sigh of relief and turned to look for Li Yi. When he arrived at Li Yi's courtyard, he heard a voice. Brother Yi, your book is good. It's better than the 36 stratagems. The masters of Southern melody are there. You don't have to worry about them. It was Li Longji's voice. Li Qingqi gave his third brother a thumbs up. What he said was right. The masters of Southern melody were basic skills to liven up the atmosphere and arouse people's emotions. Yes, stop Brother E and don't get involved. I'm afraid that they won't give us face or cause trouble. For example, they will insist on doing something with the beauties of Southern melody. Li Yi was still worried. He wanted to deal with it. They won't. Brother E, don't worry. Li Qingqi came in and assured him. Uncle, may I ask how the Wugong County kiln was settled? Empress Wang tried to find a topic. The management of the Wugong County kiln had problems. First, they didn't have a complete plan for the business. Second, they didn't have a good grasp of the external situation. First, their management philosophy was too backward. Second, they didn't have enough internal incentives. Third, they didn't understand the consumer psychology of the masses. Li said these 5 problems indifferently. At first, it didn't sound very serious. In fact, this evaluation determined everything. In other words, they did things in a mess. They didn't even know who they were in contact with. They lost a lot of money. What were they thinking every day? Did they eat rice with such trash? In the future, people won't buy our things. What's the use of having you? Yes, yes, yes. Empress Wang understood and nodded. Wait, what about the solution? Li Yi continued, start by adjusting the organizational structure, improve the middle-level management, strengthen the ideological education of the grassroots staff, join the audit department, and clean up unnecessary losses from the procurement, production, and sales links. The most important thing is to introduce foreign capital and add new vitality to the county's ceramic kiln industry. Make use of the advantages of joint development and create a platform for the county's production and marketing. Rationalize, evolve, and scientifically develop the industry. Uncle, please say something else. Empress Wang found that she couldn't keep up with the rhythm. It's to take care of the higher-ups, warn the middle-level managers, maintain the lower-level managers, and then check the old accounts. I'll take the money in and the kiln will be considered as mine. In the future, listen to me. This way, it's reasonable. Li Yi said it embarrassedly. Yes, it's to take care of the people and then reap the benefits. Empress Wang smiled. She smiled slyly. Li Longji was in a daze. Li patted Li Yi on the shoulder and said, Brother Yi, you're awesome. Some things can be said like this. In other words, what Li Qingqi wanted to say was, okay, okay, okay. Li Longji chuckled and reached out to touch Li Yi's head. Good, Brother Yi. You're even better than those poems in books. It sounds like a mountain of fog, but when it comes to action, you're not careless at all. At this time, Li Longji felt that he didn't just open a new window, he simply kicked down a wall. Good, this is the best way to take care of people. Li Yi endured the risk of losing his hair. At the same time, he also felt that classical Chinese was nothing. At least, many people could understand classical Chinese, and the meaning was clear. Let me show you the structure of my administrative language. It's not classical at all, but I can speak it fluently. And the content contained in it, Uncle, can you say a few more things? It's very interesting. Empress Wang was less scheming at this time, and she was so lively again. Li Yi, he didn't think it was interesting at all. The waves run, the waves flow, the river flows for thousands of miles, the river never stops. At this time, the sound of women singing in unison came from outside. Other than Li Yi, who wanted to cover his ears, the other 3 were listening very seriously. After the first time, when the second time came, Li Longji, Empress Wang, and Li Qingqi could actually sing along. Li Yi was speechless. You have such good memory. I can't even sing so fluently with lyrics. After the second time, Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. What a good, washed away all worldly matters, and mixed them into a torrential tide. Brother Yi, it's just like the one you wrote before the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, right? Li Qingqi sighed. Li Longji recited, "The rolling Yangtze River flows to the east, the waves wash away all heroes, right and wrong, success and failure vanish in the blink of an eye, the green hills are still there, and the sunset is still red." Li Yi didn't want to say anything. He couldn't figure out whether the ancient people he met were all so powerful, or he just happened to meet such powerful people. Because the students were all not bad. They memorized things quickly, and they were also good at music and painting. Chapter 303. Li Yi was puzzled, but Cui Ryong and the other officials were touched. They had never heard this song before. If someone else sang it, they could blame them for not following the rules. But when the Southern song was sung by everyone, it represented a new trend. Moreover, this song was really good. The first time they heard it, they felt a kind of power. When they listened to the lyrics again, they felt that it was singing to their hearts. Especially when the women sang, "Love you, hate you, ask if you know," like a big river that never stops. It spoke to the lingering resentment of women. Why did it suddenly say, after 1,000 twists and turns, 1,000 shoals, the battle still can't be pacified? This song is talking about something, right? Fight, fight, men and women, love and hate, it can't be stopped and it's hard to stop. Some officials felt this from the lyrics and the song. Yes, it gives people a sense of helplessness. We have to move forward, there's no way out. How can there be such a song? Another person echoed. The world is like a tide, people are like water, only a few people in Jianghu can return. Isn't that right, everyone? An assistant minister said. A laugh in the sea. Li Dongzhu is really talented. No wonder Xinyan and the other everyone ran here to hide. It's not hiding, it's obvious that they've learned a lot of new things. If I have such talent, I'll change to another everyone's place every day. So you can only think of staying overnight, but you can't. Hurry up and remember those 42 people. You can't miss the imperial examination. It's funny when I think about it. When Li Dongzhu went to find people 2 years ago, those people were so arrogant. Only these 42 people were willing to clean the livestock's feces. I heard that Li Dongzhu also cleaned the feces and went to the field to farm. That's why there are so many good things that benefit the people. Li Dongzhu is a person who has suffered. These people who were taught by Li Dongzhu are officials. We can rest assured, right? Yes. Good officials. The officials of the Ministry of Personnel flattered and found reasons to recruit the 42 people. It must be said that it was not because of the box beside each person. The contents of the box had long been known in Chang'an. It was nothing more than soap, sanitary napkins, toilet water, glycerin, lighters, soy sauce, fermented bean curd, and so on. We are officials from the Ministry of Appointments. We have integrity. We definitely won't make an exception for the imperial examinations just because someone gave us something. That's not it. That's right, that's not the case. It's not enough to just send gifts. The key is that they have someone above them. Someone had already taken a peek at the items in the box and was satisfied. A year's salary was not enough to buy these items, and most importantly, some of these items were not available anywhere. As for the vegetables, there was a basket at the side. He said that he would go into the greenhouse to pick whatever he wanted to eat later. Pick them in a small basket and put them in a big basket. Someone will help to send them back. Cui Ryong, the minister, expressed his admiration. He clearly had such a big backer, but he still gave him gifts. The matter was handled well. If they still couldn't pick a good ranking for the 42 people under such circumstances, then it wouldn't be wrong for them to be taught a lesson. He had to admit that Li Yi had handled the matter too clearly. He had the connections of the higher-ups and also had practical benefits. At the same time, 42 students were not bad. If they were kicked out, it would mean that they had a problem with Li Yi. It was easy to kick out one person, but there was absolutely no chance for them to be promoted again because they would be kicked out. In layman's terms, benefits and face were given. If the backer said that if you don't do anything, then they will do you. It was the first time Chui Ryong encountered such an offensive. He thought about the Wugong County kiln and felt that at least one of the 42 students should enter the first grade. As for the first grade, it really depended on talent. Li Dongzhu, it's not that I don't want to help you, but if your students in Zhuangzi aren't talented enough, I don't dare to give them the first grade. Brother Yi, after buying the kiln in Wugong County, will you still be able to handle it? Li Longji started to talk about serious matters. Wugong County was about 100 miles west of Chang'an. There were tombs there. The tombs of Emperor Yang of Sui and Emperor Gaozu of Tang. He probably felt that the feng shui there was good. Other tombs were Jiang Yi's tomb, Jayajayadai. It belonged to a place rich in history and culture. The relatives of the emperor sent there still hadn't figured out how to pay taxes. The situation in other counties was similar. They didn't know how to collect taxes and couldn't open their mouths. It was said that they contacted the merchants every day to get them to agree, but it didn't work. The merchants who donated money agreed. They got the money and started to repair roads and houses. The relatives of the emperor had worked very hard. At least they were better than the county magistrate. However, it was still difficult to satisfy Li Longji. Money was needed. How could they get money to repair roads and houses? The money donated could not be received into the national treasury. Li Yi was checking the information about Wugong County to see if there was anything. Chili was not good. There was chili at that time, but not now. During the rainy season, water resources were abundant. During the dry season, there was a lot of water resources. There were many herbs, trees, and small animals. The herbs were better, but the trees couldn't be cut down. Moreover, there were some that couldn't be cut down. The primary industry was agriculture and animal husbandry. The secondary industry was industry. There were no decent ones now. Kills were one of them. As for the tertiary industry, tourism, who would be willing to go there? Was Chang'an not good? Brother Yi, are you going to stay in Wugong County for a while? Li Qingqi asked when he saw Li Yi spacing out. No, send some people there. With the existence of the kilns, we can optimize the local industrial structure and let more people work. Li Yi had some ideas and was ready to give it a try. The locals won't listen, right? Li Longji actually understood the meaning of optimize the industrial structure. Of course they won't listen if there are no benefits. We can't let agriculture go. Not everyone in the local area is farming. There are always people who can't find a good job. Li Yi frowned. Wugong County was different from Zhuangzi. It was time to test his administrative ability. He didn't want to only manage one kiln. The kiln was just a breakthrough. Empress Wang said, "You want to help them and give them benefits? The benefits are what they get from their own work. I'm just giving them a guarantee. I guarantee that they won't get the money after they do what I say. I'll make up for the shortfall." Li Yi talked about the common people's awareness of farmers. If they didn't make money, they would lose their annual income. He continued, this depends on the courage of the officials and their ability to grasp the local situation. If the officials themselves don't have the confidence, they will give an idea and let the common people do it. If they do it well, it will be the official's achievement. If they don't do it well, the official will leave. If a new official comes, the common people won't be able to do anything. The common people will lose a lot of money in a year. If it happens again, their family will be completely ruined. Yes, some local officials are just fooling around. They build irrigation works that shouldn't be built. Halfway through, they find that it's not good and stop. Li Longji clapped his hands and gave an example. There were many officials in the Tang dynasty who were demoted and sent to worse places. The common people still suffered losses. Could killing the officials make up for the common people's lost money? Therefore, when the matter of the kiln is over and we really get the kiln in Wugong County, I'll send people to investigate in detail. Li Yi told them the follow-up. First, they had to get the kiln. The other party wouldn't let them. He had no choice. Chapter 304. Li Yi did not dare to take out any method and throw it over. It was just like his county. When he saw how the neighboring counties were making money by planting potatoes, he followed suit and realized that there was no place to sell them. There were also those who planted other crops and reared other animals. He saw others doing well and followed suit. Li Longji made up his mind. Even if Wugong County resisted, he would still get it to Li Yi. He wanted to know what Brother Yi's administrative abilities were like when he was outside of the village and belonged to other counties. Before lunch, the officials from the Ministry of Personnel left. Their reason for coming out was to check on the living conditions of the students around Chang'an. They took a day off. The work of the Ministry of Personnel was handed over to those who were not qualified to come. Those who came could go home in the afternoon. They went to the greenhouse to pick a lot of vegetables and put them in big baskets. Zhuangzi said that he would send a car to each family to send them back. Going home early could make their families happy in the morning. It seemed dangerous to eat here. The 42 students who were going to take the exam in 2 days sent them to the car and waved goodbye to them. When the car disappeared from their sight, the students looked at each other with a complicated expression. "Wu, I can pass the exam this year." A student suddenly squatted on the ground and cried. When he cried, the other students were touched. Some cried, some wiped their tears, and some sobbed. They had studied for so many years just for that day. Let's eat. Crying too much is bad for your health. Everyone, remember what Li Dongzhu said when we lit the methane lamp. Some students were sad for a while and tried to persuade others. Xian Yen and the rest looked at them. They were used to seeing this scene every year. Those who passed the exam would cry, and those who failed would cry. The difference was that this year, they had not taken the exam, but they were already on the list. The students tidied up and bowed to Xian Yen and the rest. For this poetry gathering, everyone had served them for free. Dongzhu is too awesome. He actually invited the Minister of Personnel. When he passes the exam, he will become an official. Passing the exam does not mean that you will become an official immediately. You still have to learn. You have to be outstanding in your poems, and after that, you can become a substitute official. There shouldn't be any problems with Great Ci and Bequi. They will still be managed by the Ministry of Personnel. If we feel that we aren't up to the task, we might as well continue to learn from Dongzhu. Then you have to stay in Chang'an. You can't go to other places to be a deputy county magistrate. What Dongzhu taught is only the entrance and exit of the Chang'an. Do you want to move out? No, Wei. Could it be that the people who moved out to work at home had to move to Zhuangzi from other places? Other than a meager salary, we have no other means of livelihood. The students walked towards the cafeteria and discussed the future. He wanted to continue living in Zhuangzi and learn from Li Yi at the same time, but he was not in a hurry to become a local official. They realized that they were following Li Yi. It was safe. The Minister of Personnel Affairs would find them before the exam. Otherwise, how could he have succeeded with his own efforts? When they arrived at the cafeteria, they stood outside the cubicle and saluted together. Li Yi came out to return the salute and said, "The exam is over. I will let you stay and arrange for you to go to Jixin Courtyard to copy books. In fact, you will continue to live in Zhuangzi in name. I have books for you to copy. By the way, I will teach you about economic knowledge and local official struggles. An excellent official must complete his economic deployment in the struggle and make profits for the people." The students looked at each other and nodded one after another. "Yes, we will stay. Dongzhu, are you ready? What other official struggles do you have to teach us?" "Great, we really don't know. Let's eat. Remember to be calm. Don't do too badly in the exam. How can the Ministry of Personnel Affairs let you pass?" Li Yi said again and turned to go in. The students were very excited. The road for the future had begun to be paved. Brother Yi, you also know about official struggles? Li Chengqi waited for Li Yi to sit down and asked curiously. Even chickens in a flock fight with each other, let alone people. The struggle between local officials is even more cruel and they will use all means. Li Yi didn't answer whether he knew or not. He just frowned and sighed. He used to contact the official backstage. In official struggles, he had to play support. If he won, everyone would be fine. If he lost, he needed to contact new people. At the same time, he had to continue to give some benefits to those who lost. Although it was not as much as before, the line could not be broken. What if the other party made a comeback? He also had to consider other new contacts. Once he lost power, they would be cold and still hit him when he was down. Over and over again, from the initial thrilling to the later calm, he had gotten used to it. Li Longji pondered for a moment and asked, Brother Yi, if I don't like a county magistrate, what should I do? If the county magistrate is really good at governing the place, I advise third brother not to bother with him. You can even ask big brother's alliance to help. Li Yi gave an answer. But what if I have to teach him a lesson? Li Longji asked. Teach him a lesson. If you have the ability, you can promote him to be the third or fourth leader in the state capital. He will be promoted, but he will lose his real power. Or you can transfer him to Fugua County in the state capital. The county magistrate will still be a county magistrate. He will still have some real power, but the pressure from above will be greater. Li Yi provided an official solution, which was to use connections and transfer. What if I can't find someone from above to transfer? Li Longji still asked. Third brother, tell me who it is. I will do it myself. I know what I'm doing. Otherwise, if I tell you the solution, you will harm the people. Li Yi said to third brother seriously, I will help you. Uncle, just tell me who it is. I don't think it will be possible to teach him a lesson. Empress Wang was curious. Can a civilian get rid of an official? Yes, tell me who it is. Li Chengqi was also puzzled. Okay. Li Yi nodded. For example, they don't know me in Zhang family's village. I brought a lot of money to him and told him that this place is the best place to grow hemp. I collect hemp, and the price is much higher than the price of growing grain. At the same time, I will build a workshop, and the workshop will pay more. This is a political achievement. The people's income will be increased by several times. They will grow hemp and not other things. I will ask him to be the guarantor. The villagers will grow the hemp and help me build the workshop. When the workshop is almost finished, I will have spent almost all my money. When I collect hemp, I will say that I will borrow money. With the workshop, everyone can rest assured. I will not return. What if the people can't get the money after they finish growing the hemp? Ask village chief Zhang to be the guarantor. He doesn't have much money to collect hemp. Besides, he will be stupid if he collects the hemp at a high price. If someone makes a fuss, the higher-ups will take care of him. The people will be angry. Li Yi gave away to cheap people. Then he will be dismissed. The people will be finished. Empress Wang shook her head. She felt it was not good. When he is dismissed, I will get the money back. I have new techniques that can make the hemp more valuable. I will continue to collect hemp and recruit workers. I will only lose some money from collecting hemp. I can earn it back later. But Zhang Zhao's official position will come to an end. Li Yi shrugged his shoulders. This was the process. It was not to cheat alone. That would not work. He just wanted to use money to get rid of an official. What a pity. Empress Wang suddenly felt sad. It was as if Li Yi really did it. With Brother Yi protecting me, I feel warm. Li Longji looked at it from another angle. If something happens to me, Brother Yi will only take care of those close to him. He will help those close to him. Chapter 305. After the meal, Li Longji and the others left. Their purpose for coming over was clear, which was to stop Li Yi from contacting the officials of the Ministry of Personnel. Li Yi turned around and called the 42 students to class. They were going to teach mathematics. He knew that the students were excited, so he wanted to use a math class to calm them down. After solving a few questions, they would naturally calm down. In Empress Wang's car, Li Longji held a jar in his hand. It was filled with the chili sauce that Li Yi had changed. Li Qingqi was also there. He lamented, "Today is the first time I know that a businessman can cheat an official like this. The most terrifying thing about Uncle is that after getting rid of the official, he can still continue to take care of the people when he comes back. He doesn't focus on harming the people." Empress Wang admitted that Li Yi was good to the people when she was still feeling sorry for the non-existent official. Li Longji carefully put the jar aside. "When I said that I was going to teach him a lesson, he said that if the county magistrate was good, he should persuade me to cooperate with him and not hold a grudge. It was only when I said that I had to teach him a lesson that he had to choose another method. This shows that he cares about good officials, but when he has to make a choice, he always chooses to side with us. Yes, the Black Tortoise Group doesn't need soft-heartedness." Empress Wang instantly felt sorry for the non-existent official. Other people didn't dare to mention the Black Tortoise Group in front of Li Longji. Only Empress Wang didn't care. She had also experienced it. It was a battle of life and death. Anyone who stood on the wrong side would be dealt with later. Li Longji nodded. He was very satisfied with his brother Yi today. Brother Yi would side with him on major issues. His methods could be gentle or ruthless. At the same time, he would leave some leeway. If he was forced to a certain extent, Brother Yi would probably be able to topple mountains and overturn seas. Third brother, sister-in-law, when Brother Yi gave an example, he said that he had a way to make hemp more valuable. Li Qingqi remembered something important. Didn't he say it? Empress Wang didn't think much of it. No, Brother Yi promised that he had a way to make the hemp more valuable. When he said it, it was as if he was giving us advice, not making up a story. Li Qingqi was sure that if he really wanted to deal with a county magistrate, he would ask Brother Yi to do it and Brother Yi would do as he said. I think so too. Li Longji agreed. Brother Yi had the skills, he just didn't show them. Are you serious? Empress Wang was surprised. After a few breaths, she nodded. Indeed. Uncle doesn't seem to be joking. Let's see how Wugong County handles things. The kiln can't survive. Make some arrangements for Brother Yi. Li Longji decided to act quickly. He was anxious and wanted to prove himself with facts. Zhuangzi didn't have any use for him. Zhuangzi's manner was Dongzhu's, and he would listen to whatever Dongzhu said. Migrant workers were similarly unpresentable. At that time, the migrant workers were unable to make a living and were obedient as long as they were given food to eat. The Zhang family's life in the village was better. Every family had a lot of spare money and was preparing to build a house this year. Li Yi was in charge of a large sum of money. If they collected business tax, the income of a village was more than that of a county. However, a village was just a village. They could only tell the officials about the changes in the county. Once Wugong County was established, why couldn't other counties do the same? The officials were incompetent. The team still went through Chunming Gate. Li Qingqi was going to the East Market to dig a well there. The officials of the Ministry of Personnel returned home one after another. They took out the good things in the big boxes and big baskets of greenhouse vegetables for their families to see. Today, the officials were quite satisfied with the 42 examinees. They spoke clearly and generously, and their handwriting was not bad. Especially after a long period of training, their bodies were strong and their expressions were resolute. If they were asked about their literary talent, they would probably be passable, especially their speed of reciting rhymes. If they casually composed a poem and disregarded everything else, the time they spent on the rhyme was very short. Thus, it would be easy for them to pass the examination. No one could say anything. The topic of policy should be closely followed by the current affairs. Now that the Tang dynasty was in the current situation, it should not be bad. The officials of the Ministry of Personnel were evaluating the risk. If their performance was bad, how could they be admitted? There were so many scholars looking at them. Now that they were relieved, they went home to show off the good things. Their homes were all in Chang'an. Even if they did not have money to buy a house, they had to rent a house. They could not live outside the city. It was easy to miss the court meeting outside the city. If they worked overtime at night, they would not be able to get out of the city. Cui Ryong returned home happily. When the family learned that the head of the family had returned, they all welcomed him. Just put it at the door. Sorry to trouble you. Cui Ryong was polite to the villagers who delivered the things. The villagers also gave him 3 baskets of vegetables. He only saw it when he got on the car. And along the way, the villagers did not say anything. They looked like they came from a big family. Besides, the clothes they wore were not bad. They could not be treated as ordinary villagers in Zhuangzi. The villagers returned the greeting, left the baskets, got on the car, turned around, and returned to Zhuangzi. As soon as the door of Cui Ryong's house was closed, a big box and 4 baskets were placed on the ground. Cui Ryong, did Her Majesty reward you with something again? Cui Ryong's wife came over and looked at the vegetables in the baskets. How could Her Majesty remember me? But these vegetables, one of the baskets was personally picked by me in the greenhouse. Ba Shuili family Zhuangzi. Cui Ryong wanted to ask why Her Majesty would give him baskets of things, but he realized that he could not say so and changed his words. He pointed to a basket of vegetables to show off. Look, I went to the field to eat good food for our family. The people next to him came over to lift the basket and left the box untouched. The vegetables were taken away. The family could not finish eating, so they had to choose and give gifts. Use the things in this box. Cui Ryong said to his wife as he opened the box himself. His wife took a look and her face changed. Cui Ryong, there are so many good things. You can't take them. You are about to take the imperial examination. It will be troublesome if I don't take them. Those that should be ordered have been ordered. These sanitary pads can't be bought. They are for women. Cui Ryong said with a smile. He took the sanitary pads first. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with a husband getting good sanitary pads for his wife. His wife was the same. When she heard that it was not a problem, she quickly closed the box and asked someone to carry it into the bedroom. She chased the others out and pulled Cui Ryong to look through the box. Everything that was popular in the capital was in the box. Beautiful bamboo boxes were opened one by one. Inside, there was a piece of soap with a plum blossom printed on it. Looking at the box, there were words engraved on it, plum blossoms in the corner, I bloom alone. Knowing that it is not snow, there is a hidden fragrance. Cui Ryong, look at the poem on the box. Cui Ryong said as he touched the words on the box. Cui Ryong took a look and shook his head. Li, you really don't take talent for talent. Writing a poem about the fragrance of plum blossoms, this soap must be the fragrance of plum blossoms. Cui Ryong, Li is going to take the imperial examination this year. Can you give him a helmet? Cui Ryong's wife thought that it was because of this, so she took many benefits. Him? He is not taking the imperial examination this year, at least not in February. If he wants to take the imperial examination, whenever he says he wants to, the imperial court will give him a special examination. He is now a 4th-ranked imperial physician, who dares to stop him? If he takes the imperial examination, I cannot be the examiner. Cui Ryong shook his head. He did not think that he had the right to participate in Li Yi's examination. So what if he was the Minister of Personnel Affairs? Now that his poems are being passed around, if he takes the imperial examination, I believe it will be successful. Cui Ryong's wife took out the items from the box. It has nothing to do with the poems. No matter how good the poems are, if it is not recorded, it will not be recorded. Li Yi, whether he takes the imperial examination or not, it makes no difference. Chui Ryong picked up the bottle of toilet water and opened it to smell. It smelled good. Chapter 306. From today until the exam, there will be no classes. You have to write the policy questions carefully. One is about the Turks, one is about Tubo, one is about the marriage alliance, one is about taxes, and one is about the drought and the plague of locusts. The last one is about the research of linen technology. As for craftsmen, the imperial court can't promote craftsmen now. You don't have to think about the salt wells of the well. That kind of thing won't be discussed now. Li Yi saw that the excited students were listless. After class, he asked about the policy questions. Previously, he talked about the Turks, Tubo, marriage alliance, taxes, and linen technology. Now, he added the plague of locusts. Current affairs must be closely followed by national affairs. At present, there were no other major affairs in the Tang dynasty. 42 students wrote it down and ran out one after another. It was too scary. Was this a question that humans could solve? As for the other tributes and students in Chang'an, they had already done what they should do. Those who didn't even find a way found other people to inquire about the news. Gossip was everywhere. Those who took the Jinshi exam were guessing poems. Especially the rhyme. The imperial examination poem was not only a proposition but also a strict overall requirement. It would also fix a certain rhyme. During the second reading, 8 characters were listed, such as an, Tan, Guan, Fan, Han, Luan, Shan, and Wan. Then, the 7-character rhyme Rosy Dawn was given. The examinees had to write a 7-character rhyme poem with Rosy Dawn. The rhyme used was chosen from the 8 characters. If the rhyme was in the first sentence, they had to find 5 characters. If the rhyme was not in the first sentence, they had to find 4 characters. The examinees had to remember that the third and fourth sentences had to be matched, and the fifth and sixth sentences had to be matched. Otherwise, they would get 0 points. Many examinees were still racking their brains to find the rhyme. The students of Li family Zhuangzi had already memorized the rhyme. Not only did they memorize the rhyme of Old Manly, but they also memorized the rhyme of Old Manly. The rhyme of Old Manly was similar to the rhyme of Old Manly. It was also divided into rhymes. East, the sky turns north, the sun rises east. The east wind is faint, the dawn is hazy. The frost on the wild bridge is slippery, the snow on the river has just melted. The loyal officials' hearts are red, the sorrowful beauties' faces are red. This was cheating. When all the rhymes were found, it was many times easier than others to rank. What if this was enough? No, there was more. There was also the enlightenment of sound rhythm, which was not much different from the previous 2. Idong, clouds versus rain, snow versus wind, and the evening sun versus the clear sky. Lai Hong against Chu Yan, Sun Yao against Minggu. 3-foot sword, 6 Jun Bao, Lingbei versus Jiangdong. The Hall of Summer and Summer on Earth, the Moon Palace in Heaven, Li Yi was giving it his all. Anything that he could use as a support was given to him. When it comes to poems, come up with the questions and rhymes. We, Zhuangzi, can do it. With so many reference books, if he still couldn't write anything, he might as well die of stupidity. Do you know how many great clans are begging for a copy of this book but are unable to get their hands on it? However, the real test was not about this. If one could write a good poem, it would only be for entertainment. The focus was on policy. It was His Majesty asking about politics to see who made the most sense. The 42 students understood. A large group of students in Chang'an were running around like headless flies. Pyongkong Square was always full at night, not to seek pleasure, but to pay money to ask about the situation. Are you all still not going back? Li Yi asked Xin Yan and the others during dinner. It had been a few days, have you all been hiding? There's no hurry, Li Lang. Li Lang, are you tired of me waiting? Immediately, a beauty said with a tearful look. You are right. Let's go, let's go. I'm tired of you. Li nodded. What? No way, we will stay. The other party suddenly revealed a mischievous look. The other girls laughed. They were very willing to play with Li Yi. In 4 days, there will be the imperial examination. Why not take the opportunity to earn more money from the rich students? Here, I am not giving you any money. Li Yi persuaded them to go back. There was money to be earned. Anyway, they were different from the other girls. They did not have to accompany others to bed. Li Lang, this is even more reason why we cannot go back. Otherwise, if people see us, they will think that we are after money. When they finish the examination, all 42 students in Zhuangzi will pass. Do you think that if we go back, people will think that it is because of our tutoring? At that time, if they want to drink tea with me, it won't be just 50 taels. Everyone analyzed for Li Yi. The so-called drinking tea referred to the time difference between a cup of tea. The longest was 2 hours, and the shortest was less than an hour. It was just drinking tea and chatting. They knew the 4 books and 5 classics, as well as poems written by their predecessors. They knew everything and understood everything. When students looked for them to drink tea, it was considered a private lesson. Including Buddhism and Taoism, they also knew. In the past, every 10 days, they would go to temples, and monasteries to discuss with monks and scholars. Li gave them a thumbs up to express his admiration. They even made use of him. 42 students passed. What did it have to do with them? However, they had calculated it. When they were hiding, they would get the lyrics and music. When the examination was over, when others saw it, wow! They provided extra help to the students. I admire you guys. Even when I am drunk, I don't lean against the wall. I admire you guys. Li Yi said wittily. They were slightly taken aback, and then laughed. Li Yi also laughed. He knew that these women had no choice. They had to learn from a young age and compete with others. Moreover, it was not popular for women to be officials now. It was not like during Wu Zetian's time when there were many female officials. Most importantly, no matter if it was the other male officials in the county or the common people, no one approved of a woman as a county magistrate. Later in history, Meng Jiao, Meng Dongya, passed the imperial examinations in his 40s and became a jinshi. A jinshi was not the top scholar. The top 3 were all jinshi. In the past, he was poor. When he went to Pyongkong Square, his talent and morals were not in the eyes of everyone. He was treated coldly. Therefore, when he passed the imperial examinations, he felt that he was awesome even though he did not get first place. He wrote, "The past was filthy and not worth praising. The present is debauched. Flushed with success, I see all the flowers in Chang and in a day. What flowers are there in February and March?" He said that the flowers were beauties. He was not convinced. You girls in Pyongkong Square look down on me. Have you forgotten? Now that I have passed the imperial examinations, I am awesome, awesome. In fact, that everyone in Pyongkong Square at that time still did not take a fancy to him. A jinshi was enough to make you go crazy. Do you know how many jinshi came from Pyongkong Square? So what if you wrote a few good poems? Do you think we have not seen you? We already know that you have no talent in governing the world. Is Li Bai arrogant? And then? Sure enough, Meng Jiao, who thought that he had passed the imperial examinations, was just talking about it. He even said that he had seen all the flowers in Chang'an. The flowers in Chang'an still ignored him. After that, he did not have any great achievements. He just wrote poems and wrote more poems. Everyone in Pyongkong Square had sharp eyes. Not only did they look at poetry, but they also looked at other talents. Just as Li Yi thought, Xin Yan and the others did not look at him for the lyrics and music. They admitted that the lyrics and music were good and moved people's hearts. But what was more important was that he had managed the manor to its current state, as well as the proper arrangements for the thousands of outsiders. At the same time, he kept showing off Li Nong's skills. A young man held up the sky for countless people. Zhuangzi did not allow men to hit women. From the poem Shao Hongchen, it was clear that he understood women. All those great talents that were praised by the outside world were just praises.